disasters, both natural and man-made. Madam Speaker, when COVID-19 hit us and the hard but necessary lockdowns which followed, it was our health sector that kept us safe and is continuing to keep us safe, Madam Speaker. But it was agriculture that made it possible for us to maintain our food security. It did so, Madam Speaker, by making the decisions necessary for agriculture workers to apply their trade. And may I say here, Madam Speaker, they have excelled or exceeded the call to ensure that our food security was not compromised during that period. The sector excelled, Madam Speaker. By doing so, the ministry has inspired a wave of enthusiasm never seen before in agriculture. Well, not since my time, at least. While continuing to implement the plans and programs geared at supporting and achieving its goals, which are to revitalize agriculture, including crops, livestock and poultry, aquaculture and marine resources, but also to promote food security, satisfy local demand, and target special markets for import substitution. And of course, export, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my friend Goosey said he cannot keep up with the amount of people that are calling him. Just to show you how much this sector has expanded over the last couple of months. Madam Speaker, beyond or behind this message of revitalization lies the hard work, the steadfast commitment, the resolve and the resilience of our agricultural workers, farmers, and producers alike. To all of them, I say thank you. On behalf of the government and people of Montserrat, I want to say again, thank you. Madam Speaker, the agriculture sector is not an easy one. They have to fight against everything from larceny to the agoutis, the iguanas, and bad weather alike. So my heartfelt thank you goes out to the people, or the ladies and gentlemen in that sector. Strength of Montserrat, the agricultural sector. The contribution of agriculture was evident in increased quantities of green leafy vegetables, cucumbers, string beans, cabbages, and onions. Production of these commodities in the last quarter of 2020 showed, Madam Speaker, a marked increase of pounds as compared to 2019. For the period of July to September 2019, production recorded 11,226 pounds, while for the same period in 2020, 23,709 pounds, an increase of over 1,200 pounds. Madam Speaker, it is useful to note that this figure is conservative, as the data does not include produce from our backyard gardens, our hoop houses, open fields, or container gardens. And although that they're a major part of this sector, Madam Speaker, the data was not forthcoming in that sector. Over the last 2 years, Madam Speaker, the department has pushed the expansion of the collaborative onion program. We have done so by adding 5 new farmers to farm 4.5 acres of land, increasing our production thus far from our importation thus far from 97,000 pounds in 2018 to 85,000 pounds in 2020, a reduction of 12,000 pounds, or just about. This year, Madam Speaker, we plan to reduce this figure even further. Hopefully this time around we can get our farmers to grade the onions and then transfer the price on the different sizes across the board. Over the last year, Madam Speaker, the department has been deliberately targeting specific crops for increased production, to include avocados, bananas, plantains, sweet potato, and cassava. Unfortunately, I would have loved to add one more high-value cash crop to that list, but I know the honourable member is working hard on that one, and when we can, we will add it to that list. During this budget year, Madam Speaker, mass production of these crops will continue to take place, as well as the reintroduction of white potatoes, a very versatile and highly used commodity on island. Madam Speaker, hope is alive in agriculture. In an effort, Madam Speaker, to increase the availability of high-quality meats on the market, the veterinary and livestock departments, in collaboration with our local livestock farmers, are working assiduously to improve our local stock of animals to include goat, sheep, and pigs. Typically, these high-quality breeds are very expensive and therefore difficult for farmers to access. Simply put, Madam Speaker, better quality breeds will produce more for less input. Madam Speaker, the department working through ways to support our farmers in this area. The first being the artificial insemination project, the second being stud services, and the third, the reduction of tariffs and duties on importation of these animals and their feeds. The stud services project, Madam Speaker, produced over 20 improved offspring in this year or last year. These offspring of goats were made available to the public, and not only did we offer the offspring to the public from our livestock farm in Bazi's, but also persons were able to bring their animals to have them serviced by our boar that's on the farm. Although COVID-19 has impacted the delivery of the artificial insemination program, the department this year will continually work and actively pursue making this a reality. The fisheries sector, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, given the high risk for both safety and lives of our fishers, during this upcoming fiscal year, we will invest in training on safety of life at sea for our fishers. This training will be done in collaboration with the Montserrat Police Service, and let me thank Commissioner Foster and Mr. Dylan Weeks for volunteering their service to assist us with this venture. This training is in effort to ensure that our fishers are kept safe, and it will also include first aid, basic engine and boat maintenance, operation, and basic navigation skills. As Moose just say all the time, the fishers venture into an unknown, and every time they return is a good day for fishing. The department will also be assisting the fishers with provision of safety equipment and gear. Madam Speaker, the fields in which we planted last year sometime are still producing, as we have seen the catch increase in tuna and a lot of those pelagic species. And plans this year will see at least one more new fish aggravating device placed nearer inshore by our fishers. We have heard their cry, and they've been saying that the ones we planted were a little bit further out and they would want one a little bit closer. So we have listened, and we are going to address that this year. Madam Speaker, for years our fisher folks have been plagued with issues surrounding ID and boat registration. Stories including fishers who have lost their boat and reached the next islands and having such a hard time retrieving their vessels. And also we've heard of stories where Coast Guard have taken their fish from them and sent them home. Madam Speaker, this year we intend to get the ID and registration formalized for our fishers. Farmer support and development. Madam Speaker, our strategic intent is to increase the efficiency of farming as a business through diversification, partnerships, and the more effective production systems, ultimately leading to an increase in the standards of living. The department will continue to support the farmers through reduced duties, customs rates and tariffs, tractor services, seeds and seedlings, and extension service. This financial year, the government has made available over $1 million to support small businesses. Thanks to the Premier and the Ministry of Finance who have put this together. And I want to take this opportunity here, Madam Speaker, to encourage our farmers and fisher folks who run small businesses or want to start up to take up this financial opportunity to improve their product and increase their production. My advice to them is not just to take the money to buy carpets or curtains or things of the like, but to buy things that would improve the delivery of their business or enhance their business capabilities. Additionally, this year, Madam Speaker, we will capitalize on the already established TC consultancy program by seeking to hire a TC who will focus on production and processing within the ministry. Furthermore, the department will invest in streamlining the extension services by creating a system of accountability through the collection, logging, collating, and responding to the needs of farmers in a systematic and timely manner. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, Madam Speaker, 225 gardens and commercial farmers were recorded across the island. Our backyard gardening policy supported household food production, thereby securing citizens' dignity. I would like to also encourage our citizens to start or keep their backyard gardens going to produce fresh and nutritious foods for their families, as well as added an additional income stream for their families or those who need it. The ministry will continue to support our backyard garden policy across the country. Madam Speaker, we provided tangible support to our communities, from the distribution of the much discussed topic of topsoil to harvesting rainwater by providing over 77 water tanks and a significant supply of irrigation systems for our backyard gardeners and commercial farmers. This resulted in the reduction of their dependence on public water systems and the cost at which that comes with. Madam Speaker, understanding the importance of water in all stages of production, this year the ministry will propose a much-needed reduction in water rates for commercial farmers, further helping them to alleviate the burdensome costs of production. We are confident that our proposal will see farmers paying a reduced or cheaper water rates this financial year, and hopefully by extension, this would relay or transfer to cheaper produce across the country for our residents. Madam Speaker, growth is real in agriculture. I am proud to state here today that the tactical intent is to develop an agro-processing unit within the ministry. Not only is it a necessity and a natural next step in the evolution of this department, but is also an area with great potential for creating jobs for our people. Madam Speaker, our cottage industry, which includes jams, jellies, juices, and etc., will now have a facility to ensure quality and standard assurances in line with the international standards and best practices, including packaging and labeling. Madam Speaker, this will boost the confidence of our consumers in our own homegrown products as well. Stage 1 is the design of the agro-processing facility is in progress, and the ability to package vegetables and extend their lifetime or shelf life is a close reality, as the equipment is already on island and ready to be installed. The quality assurance policies and the commissioning of this facility will hopefully take place later this year, Madam Speaker. And while on quality assurance, I'm proud to say here that two of our own, well, let me thank the Trade Department first. Thank them for the work in that regard. And two of our own staff is now sitting on the committee which will draft the final standards for banana production, which will then be taken to the Council of Trade and Economic Development later this year as a CARICOM regional standard. Madam Speaker, when you have your own people on these committees, they can then come back and be instrumental in the way in which we produce our bananas if we intend to export overseas. Environment and climate change. Madam Speaker, Montserrat has one of the most magnificent and biodiverse environments in the world, with a rich variety of plants and wildlife. It is therefore our responsibility to ensure that we all work together to protect our natural environment. This means using all of our resources sustainable. We recognize the role played by our trees in our environment, their contribution to the greening of our country. And Madam Speaker, I am proud to report the success of our National Tree Planting Day of December 2020. In the midst of a COVID-19 pandemic, Madam Speaker, we were able to propagate and sell well over 1,700 plants and fruit trees to the general public. Madam Speaker, we have heard the cry for citrus, and I'd like to remind the public that 250 citrus trees were brought in last year and were sold at Tree Planting Day. 3 different varieties to include Valencia and Hamlin. Some of these, Madam Speaker, have already started producing, and these plants will also provide the cuttings we need for future citrus grafting or budding. Madam Speaker, the response by the public for citrus in particular was phenomenal. And given the demand given the demand and the nutrition content, over the next 3 years, the department intends to develop a citrus orchid on island, planting at least 3 different types in huge quantities. If anybody know me, they know I like big figures and big numbers. Johnny McBrown, is that? Yes. Additionally, the Department of Environment will be sourcing tropical fruit trees uncommon to Montserrat, some of which will hopefully be available during the annual Tree Planting Day event this year. Going boldly, Madam Speaker, or as they say, outside of the proverbial box. Madam Speaker, our nursery division collected and propagated well over 600 avocado trees from the public. And let me use this opportunity here to thank those persons who donated or who took the time to bring us the seeds at the ministry. These trees are now ready and are being sold at the ministry, Madam Speaker. Let me also use the opportunity to tell the public that we will be soliciting another section of seeds this year. So please don't throw out your avocado seeds this season, as we intend to propagate 1 more cycle of avocado propagation. Madam Speaker, an agroforestry program will be instituted where selected commercial farmers will be given the avocado trees to plant on their farmlands. The planting process will be overseen and monitored by the department, and this propagation of trees will be extended to include mahogany and coconut. During the last year, the ministry planted 80 trees in the Silver Hills area and has identified a number of fruit trees that will be planted across the country in the upcoming year to beautify and to assist in the rehabilitation of degraded areas. Madam Speaker, the department will continue to work on restoring the Bellam Valley wetlands, which will be finalized and implemented by the Royal Society for Protection of Birds, or the RSPB, and funded by Darwin. Let me also thank the Darwin persons or grouping that has provided the technical and the resources to make this happen. This project, Madam Speaker, is in full swing, and a suitable location has been identified for the positioning of the wetlands, and work will continue towards this goal. Madam Speaker, this site will double as a rest stop for visiting our migratory birds, as well as providing a green space for residents to relax and enjoy the nature in its fullest. Madam Speaker, the annual bird survey, as well as the education on migratory birds and their habitats, will continue throughout the year. This will underline the importance of birds to us, such as the red-billed tropic birds, the brown pelicans, the brown boobies, and the magnificent frigate birds, and the royal terns. And this work will continue with the researchers from the University of Liverpool to implement seabird surveys on Montserrat. These surveys will inform us on their breeding and migratory patterns. The department has implemented a Caribbean-funded birds project that led to over 100 persons, including primary school students, civil society groups, and Rotarians exposed to migratory birds and their habitat. Madam Speaker, I have been on two of these bird watching exercises, and just the amount of birds and the varieties that we have seen on these walks is quite amazing. And let me say thanks here to Ajame and the Department of Environment who have put on these bird walks. Madam Speaker, a beach cleanup at Margarita Bay was conducted under the umbrella of this project, which saw over 1,300 pounds of plastic and other waste taken off the beach during the event. The ministry will facilitate at least one cleanup campaign to include wildlife habitats this year. Madam Speaker, it is a priority of the department to identify, eradicate, and control invasive species and non-invasive species in an effort to reduce their socio-economic impact on the environment. Over 800 sacks of fire ants bait were distributed island-wide, and 40 agouti traps were disseminated to farmers. The department will continue to monitor and give assistance in this regard. And let me say here, while the agouti and the iguana remains a partially protected species, the ministry will continue to work with the farmers to minimize the negative effects or impacts on their crops. This year, Madam Speaker, we will push for the finalization of 6 regulations for the Conservation of the Environment and Management Act, SEMA. Lands housing for the improved livelihoods. Madam Speaker, Goal 3 of the Government of Montserrat's policy agenda includes the following objectives. 1, improve access to affordable housing for low-income and middle-income residents, and increase social housing stock supported by an equitable allocation policy. In order to fill this mandate, Madam Speaker, in an efficient way, the department has commenced 2 consultancies during the last financial year. And may I say here that I hope that these will be the last of such. Madam Speaker, the cost and time associated with these consultancies could have built, I believe, 2 houses by now. Consultancy number 1, Madam Speaker, is a review of the social housing management framework in order to address the effectiveness of the current models and make improvements for our Montserrat housing requirements. Consultancy number 2 is the development of new social housing designs. The consultant will provide options for the design of single unit and multi-units to address the needs of the current Government of Montserrat's housing waiting list, including the site plan design for identified locations. This will consider that critical infrastructure would need to be incorporated within the overall planning and development of the proposed new settlements to include water, electricity, roads, and sewage disposal. Both of these consultancies, Madam Speaker, are near completion. Madam Speaker, prior to the onset of the volcano crisis, the role of government of Montserrat in direct housing provision was minimal and limited to the provision of welfare housing. Housing provision was mainly private sector led, and where individuals bought or inherited land and either built their houses through portional financing or via mortgage from a financial institution. Madam Speaker, I remember when my stepfather tried to build his house some time ago. He dug a foundation around the existing house, started from the outside and then worked his way in. He was being creative with the little that he had at the time. Madam Speaker, with the loss of property due to the volcanic crisis, the government of Montserrat found itself in becoming increasingly involved in the provision of housing. However, over time, this has become a financial burden for the government, where the demand for housing is exceeding the availability of resources. It is important, therefore, Madam Speaker, that the department undertakes some reviews, including our financial incentive programs, revamping the eligibility criteria for housing allocation, the availability of government land suitable for housing, and a thorough evaluation of the housing waiting list. All this, Madam Speaker, must be done to aid the government in making representation to FCDO for the much-needed funds in supporting or providing homes on island. Notwithstanding, Madam Speaker, let me highlight here that the department's commitment to the redevelopment of Corkhill, Delvins, Foxes Bay, and Richmond Hill. The Premier in his speech outlined all the concessions that the government instituted to aid persons who want to develop their properties in these areas, and my advice to persons is to go and check and find out what is available to make the best use of these concessions. Madam Speaker, since taking office in 2019, 15 service residential lots were given to middle-income households as equity to enable them to secure mortgage and financing for home construction. In the meantime, 6 homes were repaired and upgraded under the Home Improvement for the Vulnerable program. In this upcoming year, Madam Speaker, all initiatives which began in the last financial year will be completed, along with the repairs to 10 homes under the Home Improvement programs for the vulnerable. The department aims to construct at least 3 bathroom and toilet facilities annually over the next few years for homes who presently do not have these amenities. It's really a shame that in 2021, Madam Speaker, that some families still have outdoor accommodations for these services. Madam Speaker, given the limited supply of government housing, vulnerable families have had to have been housed in the private sector in urgent situations, and this has resulted in high rental costs ranging from $60,000 to $250,000. In order to reduce this cost, Madam Speaker, it is imperative that maintenance and repairs be done to at least 3 of the family units, and that this maintenance is done annually. To this end, $90,000 will be made available for this. Small though it may be, we are very thankful to have some funds to address the problems we have in these houses. Madam Speaker, some of the Forsten houses in Lookout sat incomplete for the last 5 years, while funding was made available and was allocated for completing the works on them. Since taking office, an assessment was commissioned by the ministry and was done by the Lands and Development Authority. Thanks to Mr. Greenaway and his team for completing this work. At least 19 homeowners, Madam Speaker, are now living in improved housing after this lengthy time. This project, Madam Speaker, in the height of its application, provided jobs for 5 contractors and about 30 or so workers. And Madam Speaker, the few stores in Lookout said is the most activity they have had for quite a long time. In this financial year, another assessment will be done on the remaining houses to ascertain a cost analysis. Once this is done, Madam Speaker, I will engage the Honorable Premier. Yes. I will engage the Honorable Premier, Madam Speaker, and the Ministry of Finance for the much-needed funds to complete this project. The people of Lookout will thank you, Premier. Madam Speaker, the LDA continues to manage the leasing of our government lands in Corkhill and Foxes Bay for the purpose of sand mining and agricultural activities. These activities continue to provide much-needed income for the Land Development Authority. We recognize that there is a high demand for lands, and the department will continue to facilitate access to lands as far as possible. During this financial year, all Crown lands will finally be categorized, and I may implore the ministry and the gentleman involved that we are waiting. Amen. He knows who we are speaking about. Amen. We actually need these to be able to determine what lands are used for, and in that way we could better meet the needs or the demands of the general public who was asking. This also includes, Madam Speaker, the rezoning of lands in Zone V. And this for me is critical. It is high time for us to examine making these lands in these areas, such as Gauges, Lees, and Molyneux, available, even if it means for farming in the daytime hours only. When you go up to St. George's, you look over, you understand how green and lush these places look. So imagine what he will do for farming. Madam Speaker, the Housing Department continues to process applications for first-time home builders who require assistance through duty-free concessions on building materials and household items. This initiative provides the applicants with duty-free concessions up to a value of $40,000. Madam Speaker, in closing, I stand here resolute in the fact that the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands and Housing and Environment will continue to grow and expand. Well, you sound surprised. I'm not a long speaker. You should have known. We will continue to lead from the front, Madam Speaker. We will continue to be the example of doing much with very little. We will go boldly to ensure our food security and food sovereignty while providing the wholesome environment that has become the norm in Montserrat. Madam Speaker, God bless this honorable House. God bless the people of Montserrat. And God bless the Emerald Line. We will continue to grow and recover and continue to turn our obstacles into opportunities. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Deputy Premier.
Yeah, I'm going to use it. Go ahead. You all right now?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Beyond the new normal. As we lift our gazes, not what stands between us, but what stands before us. We close the divide because we know to put our future first. That's from Amanda Gorman. Madam Speaker, Appropriation Bill 2021. The story is given of some mice in a house who are always afraid that the cat is going to get them. So they had a committee, and they tried to decide what are they going to do to avoid being captured by the mice. So they eventually decided, one of the bright sparks decided, the best thing to do is if we could get a bell and put around the neck of the cat, then every time the cat approaches, we're going to know it's coming so that we can escape. So everybody voted, and they said that's a brilliant idea. All we have to do is to bell the cat, and we're going to be safe and protected. Then somebody realized the question was asked when everybody sat down and actually thought about it. Who's going to volunteer to actually bell the cat? After listening to Honorable Cronin and Honorable Hector Dorset, I realized that they've already belled the cat, so I don't have to go down that path, and that we're good. So I don't need to say certain things. The cat is already being belled. 4,649. 40. 2,703. What are these numbers, Madam Speaker? What do they mean? What is the story that connects all these numbers, and how do these numbers affect your personal well-being? How do they affect my personal well-being, and how do they affect our personal well-being? Madam Speaker, what does the future of Montserrat look like? What will be our legacy? What will our children think of you and me, and what is the trajectory that we are setting for this country? Because we're here to debate a budget with a lot of numbers in it, and all these numbers are being thrown around. So the question has to be asked, what's the purpose of these numbers, and what's the story that connects these numbers together? What is it that we are trying to achieve? What is it that we are trying to see for Montserrat in the future? What is our objective? What is it that we are working towards? Why were we elected? Why do we show up to our offices every day? Why do we show up in the private sector? Why do we get up in the morning? What's our plan? Are we just drifting along, or do we have a goal someplace? The motto of the Ministry of Communication, Works, Energy and Labor is green, connected, and thriving. And Madam Speaker, I think that this motto should apply to the entire government. We should look to create a green, connected, and thriving future. That has to be our goal. We have to start dreaming and implementing the plans to get us to that stage. So we have to be able to visualize where we want to go. You have to imagine getting up in the morning in our house and that we have AC because current is now currently cheap because we have instituted producing energy from our geothermal, wind, and solar, and electric prices are now low, so you now can have AC and your electric stove and all these fancy things. You have to imagine, Madam Speaker, coming out for your breakfast, and for your breakfast you're having all local produce because of what the Agriculture Department has done, and for your cheese you have goat cheese manufactured in our agro-processing center in our country. You have to imagine, Madam Speaker, hearing a beep on your phone, and when you check, it is a reminder telling you that your license is due because government systems are now online, and you get a reminder to tell you you need to pay your license. You just go in, you press a button, your license is paid, all that is taken care of, Madam Speaker. You go downstairs, you go into your electric car, which has been charging all night, and then you drive out trying to go home from Alveston to hospital for various reasons. On your way, Madam Speaker, you have to imagine passing the secondary school, which has been redesigned and is in construction because a master plan was created between the Ministry of Communication, Works, Energy of Labour, and the Education Department through a collaborative effort, and that was designed, and the construction is happening for a better spot for our children. As you drive along our new roads, Madam Speaker, because we now have our new hot mix plant, that all the roads are now in the process of being repaired and being in a better condition. You pass Braes and you realize there's a hum of activity because the Innovation Center is up and running, Madam Speaker, and all the new businesses by our young entrepreneurs through the funding provided by the Ministry of Finance have caused new businesses to come on stream. The agri-processing center is running. The co-working space is up and running, and we have numerous remote workers there, Madam Speaker. You now travel along, Madam Speaker, and you go to the hospital, our New Brand Hospital, which has been built, and look out, and you see the solar farm is there, and now confident that even if current goes, Madam Speaker, you will still have power to your hospital and to your airport with this new control tower and its new surface on the runway. You go in, Madam Speaker, to see because your daughter is about to be born, and you know that because of the new health system order they had registered in Salem, all the information from them is in one system, and the hospital was able to pull it up, realize something may be a problem, but because of the fiber optic connection and the telecommunication links that has now been established between the hospital and other universities, those files were being able to send to telemedicine and analysis done, and it came back to say not to worry. And you're confident, Madam Speaker, that when your daughter is born, it will come into a world because the necessary protections have been put in place by the government, both on the domestic violence side, the penal code side, and other child justice legislation have been put in place to ensure that your child is coming into a country that is safe and secure, Madam Speaker. So it's not just randomly putting things in place, Madam Speaker. You have to imagine that there's a plan, there's a cohesiveness of the actions of this government that have been put together to ensure that the citizens of this country live a better life than what they're currently living, because that has to be our goal, to take the population from where they currently are to a place where things are better. And we have to be able to dare to dream, Madam Speaker, of a green, connected, and thriving future. We are now living in a globalized world. We cannot go back to business as usual. The COVID pandemic has shown us that some of the things that we take for granted, we cannot take for granted anymore. And we cannot just go back to how things were. So we should not be having conversation about going back after COVID or going back to how things were. We have to build back better. We have to go to a new normal. We have to start thinking about how do we have sustainable life? How do we have sustainability? So the challenge is how to use these finite resources that we have to create this future. And that has to be our goal. So when we talk about the numbers 4,649, 40, 2,703, 4,649 is our current population. That is what we are currently working with. It is us who has to make this vision and this dream that we have a reality. 40 is an interesting number. 40 is the median age of the population of this country. And this age has kept on going up. Every time a census is done, the median age goes up, which means our population is aging, which means that we're not retaining our young people, which means that our workforce is getting older and that is putting stress on our social security systems and other things. These are the reality that we face, and these are why certain decisions have to be made, Madam Speaker, because these are the actual numbers. It's all well and good to invent other scenarios that are not there and I said this is what we could do and this is what can be done. But these are the numbers that we are working with. 2,703 is the labor force of Montserrat. The active labor force, that is people between 15 and 65, is 2,703. So we look at these numbers, Madam Speaker, and we may get despondent and we may get depressed. But that's not the way that we should look at our situation, Madam Speaker. Since Hector Dorset started off with a word, and we must understand the stories in which we were raised on. So, Madam Speaker, we know the story of Gideon, who started off with thousands of men to go to battle against the Midianites and the people of Amalek. And we do know he started with thousands, and he was told that this is too much, you have too much, send home those who are afraid, and 20,000 went home. He then said, okay, that is enough to go into the battle. Before he went, he was again told that it's too much, so he went to a river and asked them to drink. Some sat down and drank like our dog would drink, and some put the water in the palm of the hand and drink while they do a lookout. That was 300. He was told to send home the others and only go to battle with the 300. And Madam Speaker, if one recalls their stories growing up and their reading, one would know that they were victorious in battle. It is not the size of the army that you take, it is not the size of the island, it is the belief inside of us. It is whether we believe that despite the 2,703 working population, that we can bring about this change, that we can do all these things. To do these things, Madam Speaker, we are going to have to raise our own money. It cannot be a situation that we continuously depend on other agencies to care about us. Because one was to look at the MOU that we keep signing every year, to look at how the money should be spent. One realized there's severe restrictions on what can be done with the aid money. And because the money is in our budget, although we raise 40% of the money, there are still restrictions on the part that we raise. And I could separate it out and say, because this is my part, I could spend it like that. You're under severe restrictions because of these things. You have situations where they sit on our procurement board. FCDO sits on there's a committee that does small asset purchases for government, and they're requesting, Madam Speaker, that they have sight of these before it goes forward to the committee for approval. When you get into that stage of micromanaging, Madam Speaker, it is very difficult to get to where you want to go. So there has to be a concerted effort in the numbers that we put forward today to show that we're making a concerted effort to go to that stage. It also tells you a message, Madam Speaker, when your overseers, and that's the word I'm purposely using for its historical connotations, when your overseers are mandating that these things must be done, it tells you that they see us with 3 C's. It's either we are children, it's either we are corrupt, Madam Speaker, or Madam Speaker, we have to ask ourselves, do they see us as the runs of their family, or do they see us as part of them? Madam Speaker, if you want to achieve things that no one else has done, you need to do things that no one else does. So let's look at the Ministry of Communication, Works, Energy and Labor that has been mandated to do certain things. If one look at these strategic priorities, the first one is the list, and I checked to see what my job was. An environment that fosters prudent economic management, sustained growth, a diversified economy, and the generation of employment opportunities. Enhance human development and improve quality of life for all people on Montserrat. Natural and heritage resource conserved through environmentally sustainable development and appropriate strategies for disaster mitigation. An efficient, responsive, and accountable system of governance and public service, and to enhance the resilience of government of Montserrat infrastructure assets. And what we hope to have is a vibrant and diverse economy that supports sustainable private sectoral economic activity and generates employment. Improve energy security. Physical infrastructure and transportation facilities in place to support development, infrastructure investment that are economic enablers, which are interlinked with and are vital for the success of many of the proposed investments in the visitor economy, enterprise culture, and key sectors of the growth in Montserrat. Those are the strategic priorities and the national outcomes for Montserrat, Madam Speaker. So how will we accomplish these things? That's the question we have to ask ourselves. How will we accomplish these things? Let us start with energy. And let us start on the import side when we think about energy. Money is going out every day to pay for our basic needs. Food, as the Agriculture Minister mentioned, energy, water, and they have to be imported and paid for. But what if we now have us keep this money on the island? What if we grow our own food? What if we harness our own energy resources so that that money that comes into Montserrat stays in Montserrat, circulates among its people, and we have more money to spend? What if the inhabitants of Montserrat become the owners of the energy system? Why do we always look outside for investments? Why do we always look outside for our solutions? If we can buy shares, as Honorable Colonel hinted to, in Bank of Montserrat and other things, why we as a people can't get together, decide, we know how much money, and I'm coming to that, is going to require to produce our energy locally. Why can't we use the resources that we have, develop our own sector, have our own energy being produced here, our own money being circulated here, our own food being circulated here, and we have a sustainable future instead of continuously sending out our money to the Middle East? And our own hospital, our own healthcare, and our own training. Madam Speaker, notwithstanding the challenges faced due to the COVID-19 pandemic, significant work has been done by the ministry to continue its effort to improve its efficiency and energy uses and to harvest Montserrat's abundant indigenous energy resources. The ministry continued the implementation of the approved energy policy and action plan up to 2030 to the established energy unit. The unit mandate is to execute energy strategies that seek to maximize the use of indigenous energy resources in the island's energy mix. The transition will provide greater energy security for the island and reduce the island exposure to fossil fuel price shock. So now when we look around the world and we go to the gas pump, we do realize that gas prices are going up. These gas prices are outside the control of those who operate on the island. This gas price has an effect for taxi drivers, have an effect for bus drivers, has an effect for the supermarkets, has an effect on the transportation of goods into Montserrat. All of these causes the price to rise, and we have no control over that. What we do have control over is not to use mouths to rent and ready to complain, but to actually put things in place to get things done, to put the necessary things in place. And what needs to go in place is us to produce our own energy, and we know what the price would be, and for our people to be part of that. And I'm going to get to that later, Madam Speaker. We have increased the number of street lighting on the island by 50% above the 2017 installation level. This was done through the replacement of all high-energy potassium sodium lamps with more energy-efficient LED lamps. Additionally, LED lamps were installed to increase the coverage of street lighting on the island. Even with the overall increase in the number of lights, this EU-funded project is expected to reduce the energy consumption via street lighting by over 30%, which now makes more money available for other uses. Initially scheduled to be installed at the John F. A. Osborne Airport, the 750 kilowatt solar voltaic with battery energy storage system is now being installed in Lookout, which you can see if you drive to. This contract was signed in 2019, but due to the COVID-19 pandemic and some unforeseen issues, there were delays. But the work is now completed, and we do expect that this work will be commissioned and operational by September this year. And in combination with the existing 250 kilowatt system installed at the Braids Power Station, both systems will provide 40% of the island's peak demand of electricity and 14% of our annual electricity generation. So progress is being made, Madam Speaker. The Energy Unit also finalized its electric vehicle pilot study, which revealed it is about 40% cheaper to operate an electric vehicle than an internal combustion engine. So if people were to switch to electric vehicles, it's going to cost them 40% more to operate and to run. We also found that the drivers didn't mind driving an electric vehicle, and they found it okay. And the public survey also showed that the majority of people are willing to drive and own an electric vehicle. But we do understand, Madam Speaker, that because of the price point of these vehicles, it may be outside of the price range of other people. So there were some concessions in place for the importation of electric vehicles and hybrids. The government of Montserrat and the Ministry of Finance will extend these concessions, or is looking to extend these concessions to drive down the cost of importation of these vehicles so that people can make the switch to this, which is another way to stop the monies that would have stayed in Montserrat to go out to fossil fuel companies and to stay in the island. And as you run these vehicles, as we point out, Madam Speaker, it is 40% cheaper to run, which means there'll be more money in your pocket to spend and to alleviate some of the hardship that people are going through at the present time. An energy task force was established to develop a roadmap on how to move forward with Montserrat Quest to maximize the harvesting of our indigenous energy resources. This work is building upon an integrated resource plan that was done by MOL in 2019. And the mandate that was given to this task force was to give detailed proposals of how one would finance the options of going forward to transition away from diesel generation to low emission. And the final report is completed and will soon be presented to Cabinet. And I would like to point out that this task force was done by the staff of the Ministry of Communication and Works, the Energy Unit. One did not have to go out to get consultants. We have the people within our country that can do these things, and we must resist the urge to think that every time we want something done, we have to seek outside consultant. That task force has produced the report. It has in all the detailed financing of how it can be done and different proposals of how it can be done. And there are two ways that are being proposed, Madam Speaker. Either the numbers are there, either a public-private partnership, or we could allow the citizens of this country, the banks and other institutions, to buy into the Montserrat Utility Limited, for example, raise the capital, build the plants that we need to build, and the same 2% or 1% you get at the bank, you get it back because you now own part of your own energy resource. And we have to start looking internally, Madam Speaker, for the things that we want to accomplish and not always complain that we can't get it done because outside people are not helping us. They have their own agenda and their own mission. Sometimes it does not align with ours. We have our own agenda and mission, and we must use the resources available to us to get that mission accomplished, Madam Speaker. We are also looking to get technical assistance from the CDB, which have already been done, to help us of how we can get our geothermal development ongoing and what's the optimal approach to doing that. We are also we do a wind study, which the Honorable Premier mentioned in his speech, so that we have all the information on wind, solar, and geothermal, and all private entities can now make a decision how best it is that we can go forward with our green energy transition, which 2030 is the deadline, but I believe it can be accomplished sooner if we all share the same dream and if we all continue working at the pace at which we are going now, Madam Speaker. Because we have to get things done and stop talking about doing things and do them. So either the FCDO is going to assist us or we're going to get it done our own way. That's how it goes. We're going to ask, you say no, it does not mean it does not going to happen. It means it's not going to happen how you want it to happen, but we'll make it happen. As a result of the tax exemption offered on hybrid and electric vehicles, there has been an uptake in the number of these vehicles on the island. Currently, there are 4 electric vehicles and 10 hybrid vehicles on island. And as I said, Madam Speaker, we're looking at analyzing the uptake of that and looking to extend these tax concessions into the future. as the Honorable Buffon just mentioned, and the Honorable Premier mentioned in his speech, there's another part of the island that we keep forgetting that's still there and is still open, the other side of Belém. And there are different concessions that were given in terms of building and housing. And we are looking for some time in this financial year to give concessions to those who want to install solar panels and other such things on their roofs across the Belém, where MUL currently does not operate. So you have concessions that you can install your PV so that you can have current and other things on your property. And we could start rebuilding Montserrat and making back use of some of the lands that we have. We're also looking to do a proposal for a public exchange program that we can help the public with 2 concessions to replace the light bulbs that they currently have in their house to LED light bulbs. That program, a proposal was submitted to ResMed bid, and we are waiting for the approval to see if we get the approval so that we can proceed with that. We are also looking at capacity building, because as I pointed out, Madam Speaker, we have to look to a stage where we who reside on this island take control of our own destiny and not place it in the hands of others. So we are looking to train people in terms of the renewable energy and certification and installation of photovoltaic systems. And because we are bringing in the electric cars, the ministry to the Department of Labor, we also be putting in a program to assist and to train mechanics, young people and alike. How does one repair and maintain electric vehicles so that that skill is on island and our young people can be trained to take over from such things. So as I pointed out, Madam Speaker, it is a department and a government working together across all ministerial lines to try to get things accomplished, because there's a goal in mind. How do you make Montserrat better so that those who live here have a better life than what they currently have? We have to recognize, Madam Speaker, that we are living in a tumultuous period of rapid change. Things that didn't happen 5, 10 years ago are now happening now. And 3 years from now, there'll be different things, and we have to be prepared for it. And one of the ways in which we are seeing this, Madam Speaker, is through IT, ICTs, and digital technologies. So there's a bunch of activities, Madam Speaker, that the ministry put on last year in order to train, again, our young people to be ready for this future that's coming. So we had our normal girls in ICT Day. There were the ICT summer camps. There was the ICT week of activities. There were 2 ICT after-school clubs, both in the primary and secondary school. Those programs were put on in order to build the capacity of people on the island to be prepared for the future that's coming. So despite the COVID pandemic, Madam Speaker, these programs were put on. In addition, we do realize that because of the lockdowns and because of tourism and the way how the world is changing, there was also an opportunity to get longer stay visitors here. People who have the capacity to work from where they are, from anywhere in the world, and they don't have to be tied down to a very specific location. So the ICT unit did go out, and within a 6-month period was able to launch the remote workers program, both drafting the necessary legislation to the assistance of the Attorney General Chambers, and we thank them for the quick work that was done, building a website, building a complete application system so that people can apply online, and a payment system so that people can pay online, run an entire marketing campaign, Madam Speaker, and all that was done by local companies and local young people in the space of 6 months without outside assistance, Madam Speaker. So an idea was conceived, and within 6 months it was done. The legislation is now in place, and we currently have 3 families on island on that program with other applications in processing, 3 families and 11 people. And if one was to do a calculation, one will realize that one remote worker here staying for 6 months is equivalent to almost a cruise ship coming here, because they're here every day, renting cars, buying food, sending their children to daycare and such things. So if one adds up those numbers, it adds up to 1 cruise ship coming here. Additionally, I am pleased to say that work has commenced on the ICT Innovation Center, which will be a center equipped with a computer lab, a space for innovative businesses and individuals in the tech and other fields. It will be equipped with fiber optic facilities that will be available for individuals to use. This facility will be a phased approach, with the first phase being completed this quarter. Because as was pointed out by the Honorable Premier, there is monies will be available for innovative young businesses, and we are committed to generating actual employment for the people of this country, actual work, actual employment for the youth, by putting things that does create jobs. So in that same building that we'll have the co-working space and innovation center, as the Honorable Buffon mentioned, there'll also be the agro-processing center. And so in collaboration with trade and agriculture, we'll be working to see how you can get these businesses up and running, how you can get the marketing done, how you can get the quality insurance done, that they have a space to operate temporarily while they get up and running, because they may not be able to afford rent, they may not be able to have a space where they can get the business advice, a space where people can sit down and have conversations with one another and see, okay, you do this, maybe you can help me out. Okay, you do marketing, but I'm a lawyer, but I am a marketer. And you can get collaborations and get things done to actually get businesses running. So the space is under construction currently. As Honorable Buffon mentioned, the agro-processing facility is under design. And as the Honorable Premier mentioned, he has funding available for these innovative businesses. And the Honorable Dorset has told me she already have people ready and rearing to go. So, as you realize, Madam Speaker, we are good to go. In the upcoming year, Madam Speaker, we do realize that part of the mandate from our ICT policy is to make sure that the citizens of this country are tech savvy and are ICT savvy. The ministry will be donating equipment to the Montserrat Secondary School to assist in the teaching and learning experience. So that will be done in this quarter and very soon. Madam Speaker, the equipment are already on island, so some of the teachers that are frustrated with lack of teaching ICT tools to teach, the ministry through the ICT department will be making a donation to MSS. Food security, and why am I talking about food security? Because as pointed out, Madam Speaker, it is one government, it is not separate departments, it is separate ministries working towards one goal. There's an interesting statement that came out by Hilary Beckles, the Vice Chancellor of University of the West Indies. And the statement is that the Caribbean is the most unhealthy region per capita in the entire world. Not in the Western Hemisphere, in the entire world. 50% of our people have hypertension and diabetes. Half of the population have hypertension and diabetes. And this is directly linked to lifestyle and exercise and food choices, Madam Speaker. We have to find a way to reduce that. The ministry is currently working with the Agricultural Department to create a digital marketplace for the local produce. So if you have local produce, you can go into this digital marketplace, and farmers and other people who have their backyard garden can upload this information, and supermarkets, hotels, guest houses, and the general public and consumers can see what's available, what the price is, and know where to get it. Because a lot of times, people say they can't find things, but you have to drive around, you have to go to these places, and it is very difficult. So the ministry is currently working with the Agriculture Department to get that digital marketplace up and running. The other things that the Honorable Premier put in place that he spoke about in his budget speech in terms of tough decisions have to be made, and sometimes the cat has to be belled about how do you want things done. If you're providing incentives for people to eat healthy, as sometimes, Madam Speaker, you have to provide a disincentive for people to stop drinking unhealthy things, which you think is cheaper, which you're going to pay for, and which most times you're going to pay for with your health and your life later on, which is more expensive. So this government is willing to make those decisions, Madam Speaker. So those were done, Madam Speaker. We are also in the process working with the Office of the Deputy Governor to try, and try is a bad word, but because we are going to, and we are in the process of digitizing and do a digital transformation of the government of Montserrat. Anybody who does business in Montserrat, who does things in Montserrat, realize how inconvenient it is sometimes that you have to go to this department to get a paper, then you have to go someplace else to check it, then you go back home and you realize that you did not fill out, when you carry it back in, you did not fill out a part, so you have to go back to this other place to do it and keep on driving around the place and wasting your time. We're in 2021, Madam Speaker, and we cannot keep going forward with that stage. So as I pointed out with the Energy Task Force, we have capable people here, and I know that this can be done. So with the Office of the Deputy Governor and Ministry of Communication, Works, Energy and Labor, we are looking to digitally transform the government and to put all these services online. Not only to put the services online, Madam Speaker, but a complete revamp of some of the processes, because some of the processes that we have inherited from the paper-based era are no longer valid for the time in which we live in. So that is, money has been allocated to that for a consultant to do the review. I see $150,000 in the budget for that, so that is going to take place. And the licensing, some of the things are already in train because the licensing system will be launched that you can review your license online. Just, firstly, your vehicle, not your vehicle license, your actual driver's license that you can renew and apply for it online and pay for it online. We are now looking how is it that we can modify the traffic laws to allow you to also do it for your motor vehicles, but there are certain systems and changes that will have to be put in place that we are discussing to see how best to proceed with that. So instead of you having to come in and spend your time at the ministry's office, that I don't mind seeing you, you could stay home, spend more time with your children, more time at your job, get your license reviewed, be more efficient in the things that you have to do instead of just coming down there and standing up in a line in the COVID era trying to get things done. The other thing that the ministry will put in place is the application for work permits, so that instead, again, having to come down to the department and fill in these forms, that these can be done online. You submit your payments both from the employee end and from the employer end. The application can be made, and that is done. We expect to have all those systems done this year, Madam Speaker. We also, as I pointed out, expect to have the first phase of the Innovation Center built and complete, and the other phase is under design and subject to financing. We're looking to start later down in the year. Because the object of all these things when you spend money is not to spend money's sake, because as the Honorable Opening Batsman mentioned, we love to talk about the expenditure side and how we're going to spend all this money, how we're going to spend all this money. But we do not spend enough time talking about how are we going to raise the money to do the things that we want to do. And saying that we're going to ask FCDO and EU for it is not enough. If we're going to get to a stage where we can make our own decisions and not be hamstrung by London in things that you want to do, we have to get to a stage where we raise our own money. Science, technology, and innovation have been vital in raising domestic and regional competitiveness and productivity across key sectors. Moreover, they are an essential element for tackling poverty, driving growth, and achieving sustainable development. The island needs to adopt an innovative approach that focuses on skill development to ensure that spillover benefits of the digital era are experienced across all sectors. This means that Montserrat must become an active creator and not just a passive consumer of technology. So when the Hype and the Revive Apprentice program comes along, I expect to be collaborating with the Youth Department in getting these young people trained into such things, Madam Speaker.
Yeah.
Madam Speaker, there's also a set of bills that the ministry expects to pass this year. The Penal Code. The Penal Code has been to this House, and the amendment to the Penal Code to include cybercrime legislation has been to this Honorable House and has gone back out. But if one listens and follows what's happening in our society, one realizes that we do need this Penal Code to be passed. Yeah. Because there is part of the Penal Code that speaks about stiff penalties for grown men who think it is appropriate to have videos, explicit videos of children passing around and our school children passing around. And we as a government have to take a tough stance on such a thing and bring back the code, maybe even increase the penalty to say if you're a grown man, why in heaven's name do you have certain pictures of underage school children? And that needs to put a stop at, and it needs to come from the highest level that such things will not be tolerated. So the government will do its part to put those laws in place. as Honorable Dorset mentioned, an education campaign will be done both on the domestic violence bill, and she's part of the committee that's looking at this cybercrime legislation, to tell the public what it is that will not be allowed in this country. We are here to protect our citizens, not just to talk about the single women and her children, but are we actually doing something to protect them? When we have our daughters and our friends, are we willing to put the things in place to protect them? And that is why we are going to ensure that this penal code, after we make the necessary changes, which have been done, but we'll be finalized, and then we go back to the committee to get their, well, not their approval, they'll go back out and get their views, and we'll come back and we'll pass it. The other bill that we're looking at is a data protection bill. We have a situation in Montserrat where people seem to think that your private information is not private, and whether information is at the bank or at the hospital or in government, that it is public knowledge. Your personal information is your personal information, and it should be protected. And we are going to look at and start public consultations, and hopefully maybe later down next year, if everything goes right, to pass a data protection bill. Because if you're going to a stage where we're digitizing and people's information are going online more and more, you have to put protections in place for the citizens of this country. The other bill that's being looked at in association with Trade and the Montserrat Art Council is the copyright bill. If we are creating industries, whether software, whether music, whether art, whether writing, we have to have systems where these people feel that their works are protected. The current legislation that we have is very old, and if we're talking about building innovation centers, and we're talking about putting a business environment in place, and we love to use these words, what do they actually mean? It means they're actually putting this legislation in place. So the copyright bill will be, again, go out to public consultation to protect the work of our local producers, so that when they do produce their software and they do produce their pictures and their music and their art and their videos, that they know that it belongs to them, Madam Speaker. So that's what the ICT sector is trying to do, Madam Speaker. The other department that's under the Ministry of Communication, Works, Energy and Labor is Labor. The Department of Labor has been working tirelessly to ensure compliance with the Montserrat Labor Code, and in general they have been quite successful in trying to get compliance, and most of the stakeholders now have a better understanding of their obligations and responsibilities. And there has been a reduction in number of disputes reaching the ministry, and in most times the settlements are quicker than before. However, there are situations that still take some time for deliberation, and some still have to go to the labor tribunal for settlement. But the department is doing as you realize, has started back their Monday bi-weekly program to inform the public about the obligations under the labor code, both the employee and the employer, about what needs to be done. I'll come back to some of that later, Madam Speaker. There's also the Seasonal Agriculture Works Program. Recently, it has become mandatory for workers traveling to Canada on the program to have biometrics done, and this lasts for 10 years. We have managed to send 5 people on the program last year, but unfortunately, after 2 months, this had to be stopped. The pandemic situation in Canada became such that it was stopped, and flights from Canada were banned. Eventually, the workers were able to arrive back into Montserrat, Madam Speaker. In terms of work permit, the last year has been the lowest number of new work permit applications for many years, which is clearly attributable to the coronavirus pandemic and the resulting lockdowns and border closures, since you really cannot come into Montserrat right now unless you're a citizen or resident and other such categories. So we did not expect to get new applications for work permits. But despite the fact there were 38 applications this year for new work permits, and there were 312 applications for renewals during this period. The Department of Labor continued to put as much emphasis as possible on health and safety at the workplace, particularly in light of measures put in place to help control the spread of the pandemic. And most of the visits has been to construction sites, which you have most on-job injuries. So on inspection, they would promote health and safety on the site, And they found that this to be more effective by going to the site and talking to the workers and the contractors on the site. In terms of training, the department was able to facilitate one training program under review. This was partly due to the effects of the pandemic and the availability of funds. And since everybody's asking for the Premier for money, I guess this is my time. However, in 3 weeks, in November 2020, a training course called Introduction to Domestic Plumbing was conducted under the training mandate. The trainer was one of our most highly qualified and reputable plumbers, Mr. Emil Dubry of Emerald Plumbing and Hardware Services. The training was attended by 20 participants, including 6 females. At the end of the training, all the participants highly commended Mr. Dubry on how he delivered the program and requested very enthusiastically that we have an advanced program in 2021. They're asking for a follow-up to that program and also one in electrical repairs. So there is a need for skills training in plumbing, masonry, and some of these other fields, and it was 20 people attended. It was more than we expected. I said this year we do plan to put on one in training for the electric vehicle maintenance and repair. So there's some issues that have to be dealt with labor. When you, because of the pandemic, and you're hearing stories and you realize the state in which some people are living and the salaries on which they are being paid, one realizes that this cannot continue. If you're running a business, your business has certain expenses. One of the expenses for your business is the labor cost of running the business. If you cannot sustain the labor cost of running the business, then your business is not viable. So the department will look and will continue discussions and does intend to implement a minimum wage. It is not the employer's prerogative to take advantage of people, some down to the level of what some we call modern slavery, just so that you can make a profit. It's either revamp your business or your business is not sustainable, and the department will be looking at implementing a minimum wage. One of the issues that arrive from looking at the minimum wage is that there's a task force that was set up under the previous minister to look at it, and the recommendation that came back, one realized that there were workers in government itself who were making less than the recommended minimum wage, and that cannot continue. Proposals have been put forward, and they were rejected last year, but they have to be looked at again. You cannot have a situation where your nursery school teachers, the ones that are looking for your young people and are looking to train your young people, are making less than $1,800 a month. This cannot be a sustainable situation. We are saying that the people who are responsible for the upbringing of our youngsters and the upbringing of our children cannot make enough money to sustain themselves, and the number that they paid is less than the minimum wage. And for those who are saying that the issues of wage and compensation does not lie with the electorate, if those same people can find money to pay their allowances, and some of these allowances that they recommend for themselves and their friends are higher than the actual salaries of some of these workers, they can find a way in their arguments to get that done, and the ministry will ensure and will push that this occurs. Yeah. We are looking at amending the labor code, and it's also on the agenda for this meeting. The other issue that has come up as part of the labor code, we do know that employers have a responsibility that if somebody is working for you to 10 years, there's a requirement, there's a certain payment given to them. But some employers have decided that they're clever, and after 8 years and 9 years, when they realize that that obligation is becoming new, are trying to make it those, how to say it nicely, make the positions redundant, trying to put them on contracts and other such places, and the Department of Labor is looking at other ways to rectify and to rectify the situation, so that it's fair both to the employer and both to the employee. And we have certain suggestions, but we'll be coming to the public and to these other members of this Honorable House for their advice on how to proceed with that. Because we cannot have the situation where the workers of this country are not treated fairly. Madam Speaker, let us now move on to the infrastructure division. The strategic objective of the ministry, as was pointed out, is to make sure we have the necessary things for economic growth on the island, and we need to have our infrastructure up to the current level. The revised recurrent budget release for this financial year last year was EC 1,465,300. This takes into consideration the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, which led to a reduction in the available budget by approximately 33%. The infrastructure and maintenance plans were also impacted by the November 2020 flash flood, which left a number of our roads impassable. However, we must greatly appreciate the critical works done by our maintenance team, as we were able to have the access restored right across the island, to include Bellam Valley and the Isle Bay crossing. Despite these challenges, the ministry was able to accomplish the following works planned under the maintenance program: the construction of the retaining walls in Mars Hill, the construction of the concrete roadway in St. John's, the construction of a concrete roadway in St. Peter's, the construction of a concrete roadway in Nixon's, the construction of a concrete worker in Dick Hill, the construction of access to the new Windward ponds, repairs of the new Windward culvert, construction of the concrete footings to secure the air control prefabricated building, earthwork for access to the Drummond sewage plant, culvert slab repairs in Fritz, repairs to the crash barrier and flood protection for Soldier Gut Bridge, 6 verge maintenance contracts for Main Road, and 4 verge maintenance contracts for Minor Wards. Road repairs, verge maintenance by the PW team on the entire road network. Because after our budget was cut, Madam Speaker, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, because a decision was made not to cut the budget of education and not to cut the budget of health, because again, it is one ministry and it's not about one ministry trying to look better than others, and there were social issues that needed to be dealt with because of the pandemic, and so the budget of that part of MCW was cut by 33%. So of the 9 contracts that were awarded for road drainage and retaining wall construction, over 45 persons were employed. There were also equipment operators and merchants who benefited as a result. And there were at least 9 persons who work on those main and minor road maintenance contracts. So what do we plan for the upcoming year? We plan to do road and drainage improvement works on the Joan Hill Residential Road, which we all know is very bad, but we are starting to look at that this year. Road and drain improvement works on the Date Palm Drive Palm Loop, road and drain improvement works on the Mungo Hill Road, completion of the Drummond Sewage Plant Access Road, culvert improvement works on Emmelsgut Salem, retaining wall construction in Mars Hill, retaining wall construction in Cavalier Hill, and we're going to continue the verge maintenance contract. We're going to also start road patching and verge and drain maintenance by the PW team. And in conjunction with the Royal Montserrat Police Force, the erection of traffic signs and road markings, and Baker Hill Road critical sections and drainage improvement works, and drainage works in Happy Hill. There was also the first component of the A1 Road project has been approved, and the first part of that is to get a new hot mix plant. The contract for the supply of the new plant was signed in December 2020 and is on schedule. The plant is being manufactured and is expected to arrive on island, commissioned and operational by September. So the ministry has already completed the topographical surveys and the initial designs for the road sections that should be improved under the phase of this project. So once the hot mix plant is come and commissioned, then work can start on these. The estimated budget for the A1 Road project and phase 2 and the hot mix plant is £3.5 million sterling. We expect to do road segment from Woodlands to the Cheap End section. This would include corner widening, drainage improvement, improvement to the Cheap End junction, retaining wall construction, installation of utility ducts and work surfacing. The project would then extend up to Hilltop and then down to the bottom of Fogarty. The other part of public works is the architectural division. They have been working to support various departments, RMPS, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health, Mali, and MPA. A variety of smaller to large projects and maintenance activities were carried out through the expert services in the form of designing, tender documentation, costing, contract preparation, procurement activities, and project management. These resulted in numerous building repairs and modification. So the design and costing for the hospital main roof, costing of the Magaston home repair, costing of Golden Years home repairs, design, costing, and supervision of MSS staff repair project, costing for the internal repair works on Block L&M, design, costing, and supervision of the air control tower project, and design of the airport administration office project, design, costing, and supervision of concrete footing to temporarily secure the prefab, design, costing, and supervision of the reconfiguration of the offices for the ICT City project in the Braids factory shell, and design configuration for the Auditor General office in the new financial services building. And in the new year, we expect to continue working on the air control traffic tower, continue working on the innovation center, continue supervising the works on Block L&M, and as the minister mentioned, to work with the Ministry of Education to design a master plan for the secondary school. Because we seem to end up in a situation all the time that we ask for money, and then after we get the money, we're trying to figure out how to spend the money. We are not making that mistake again, Madam Speaker. We are going to do up a full design of the Montserrat Secondary School, and we are going to cost it. We are going to do a design where it's going to take to make Montserrat green, and all these things are going to be costed so that we know when we try to seek money exactly what we are looking for the money for, and not end up with a situation where you get money and then you can't do the project. And I'm coming to that later, Madam Speaker. We're also looking to do a Little Bay Sports Complex master plan, again in association with the Ministry of Youth, and to design and costing of the premier building and access. So, the John A. If we go around Montserrat, you would realize that if you go to the airport, the resurfacing has been complete. The taxiway was done, the airport was closed for 10 days, things were put in place for transportation, and everything ran smoothly. Work was completed on time. The contractors came back, and all the groovings are complete, and we now have a new brand surface at the runway, and I would like to thank all those involved. The John A. Osborne Air Control Tower project was signed in November to the value of 2.5 million. This process has been started, and we're now currently on the 4th floor, getting ready to put on the cab and the other internal works, and that work is expected to be completed shortly. So all those things, Madam Speaker, have been done and are going to be done. The next big project under the ministry is the Port Development Little Bay Phase 1. If you are following, you will realize that the procurement, it was in the news last night and the other day, the procurement is out. The geophysical survey was done. The seabed samples and all that is done. A draft environmental social impact assessment is out, available for public comments. The original one for the first design of the port has been out since September, but because it had to be redesigned for alternative K, and a new one had to be done to take that into consideration. That is also out for public consultation. There's a resettlement action plan that will deal with how we deal with the fishers and the other people affected with the construction of the port. Public consultation for those is expected to start tomorrow, and then town hall meetings are expected during the month of July to deal with all of that. We expect the tenders to be returned sometime next month, and evaluation take place, and hopefully construction starts in September, all going well. The plant hire and mechanical services for the ministry continue their work in servicing Government of Montserrat equipment. 47 pieces of equipment was serviced from PWD, and 72 Government of Montserrat vehicles. They also provide service to the public in terms of wheel alignment and heavy and medium duty equipment, tire fitting and repairs, and they have provided through the equipment services to all the projects that Government of Montserrat is involved in. Madam Speaker, the other two parts of the ministry is the port itself, not the port project, but the actual port itself. But before I get to that, the airport, we are looking to extend some of the assets that we have there, and to, if one goes at the airport right now, one realizes there needs to be fencing. So that is being looked at. How do you make the airport that when you come out into Montserrat, you see something that's represents the beauty of Montserrat and not currently how it looks. So that project is also being looked at, and to replace the perimeter fence, poles, and the gate. The port itself, separate from the port project, it's been a long time coming, but they do expect to move into their new facility in this financial year. If one also followed the news, one would realize, and one look, there was an oil spill off the coast of Mauritius, where island economies, where we have people depending on fishing, where people depend on the blue economy to survive, as the minister here would attest to. And we cannot have situations where we do not have laws and regulations in place. For example, if a ship comes here and leaks oils, the penalties in our current regulations are old. Things about cruise ships coming here, how can they dump their garbage and other things, our legislation and regulations for that are very old. So in the upcoming financial year, those are expected to be renewed: ship and port facility security regulations, small commercial vessel regulations, limitation of maritime claim convention regulations, convention on civil liability for bunker oil, pollution damage and regulations, and on a whole long list of things that we intend to bring forward to this Honorable House during the upcoming year to protect our environment and to protect our oceans. To get all of the things that I've spoken about done, Madam Speaker, it is not only the ministers or the government or parliament or the civil servants or even the country itself that can do that. It's going to require the assistance of everybody, both those that are on island here and also those outside who have an interest in Montserrat, those in the diaspora and those who want to return, those who realize that Montserrat is on a pathway to sustainability and we're on a pathway in making things better and want to contribute. We're asking you to return, not to return because the government of Montserrat or the country is offering you something, but because you realize it's the land of your birth and you have something to offer. I'm going to repeat that, Madam Speaker. We're asking people to return, not because the country is offering you something, but because you have something to offer to Montserrat and to this country, the country where you grew up, which educated you, whose hospital you went through, community that taught you your morals and values and put you on a pathway such that you can go away and make a life for yourself. We're asking those who can to return to make their contribution, because 2,703 is our working population, and we have to use that number to rebuild the country, Madam Speaker. And like Gideon, we cannot count on huge numbers. In a matter of huge numbers to get things done, it is whether the people, the minority, or those who want to get things done, get it done. Time would fail me to tell of Gideon and others who through faith subdued kingdoms, worked righteousness, obtained promises, stopped the mouths of lions, quenched the violence of fire, escaped the edge of the sword. Out of the weakness were made strong, became valiant in battle, turned to flight the army of the aliens. For while we have our eyes on the future, history has its eyes on us. Yes, yes. This is the era of just redemption we feared at its inception. We did not feel prepared to be the heirs of such a terrifying hour, but within it we found the power to author a new chapter, to offer hope and laughter to ourselves. So while once we asked, how could we possibly prevail over catastrophe? Now we assert, how could catastrophe possibly prevail over us? We will not march back to what was, but move to what shall be. Amen. A country that is bruised but whole, benevolent but bold, fierce and free. We will not be turned around or interrupted by intimidation, because we know our action and inertia will be the inheritance of the next generation. Our blunders become their burdens, but one thing is certain: if we merge mercy with might and might with right, then love becomes our legacy and change our children's birthrights. So let us leave behind a country better than the one we were left with. Amanda Gordon. Madam Speaker, one day Montserrat will stand triumphant and victorious, but for now, we will slowly rise from the ashes and shake off the trauma of the past. We'll work together as a nation until the remnants of the volcano and COVID are no longer present, and we can glow in the pride that we created a Montserrat we are proud of. Let us build this future.
I recognize the honorable member of the opposition, Mr. Romeo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have a feeling that there are those listening expecting me to be normal me. And I'll be as much me as I can, but today I'm afraid it's a different Don. Madam Speaker, I have the task of starting today. And I am confident that after me will come much of what people are expecting. I'm particularly looking forward to our leader of the opposition. I see him calm and cool, but you better get ready. However, Madam Speaker, I want to ask a few questions because I'm troubled, very troubled today. I've been watching these videos from 1997, 96, 97, listening to people from all walks of life, political meetings, people in shelters. I even interviewed Honorable German Wade when he was 10 on election day. Boy, I wish you could hear them. But it has had such a profound effect on me that I've struggled to be able to present today. I want to ask our government that has presented this budget a few questions to start. Do you really realize what is happening out there in the community? Do you really realize what's happening to the businesses? Do you really realize what this budget will and will not deliver? Well, my job as the one who comes first is to let you know that after going through this budget, the opposition has had to shift into a totally new gear. Totally new gear. I know that apart from the impact of what I've watched over the past few weeks, I have to do something different. So I ask myself, while I ask questions, what should I say today that I think could make an impact, could really make change? Because after looking at the videos, I realize we're going around in circles, you know? But we are at one of the most critical points in our history right now. I joined the Honorable Premier and I looked to the budget speech where he thanks God for keeping us. And I joined him and I agree with him. He also quoted Job chapter 8, verses 7, although your former days was ordinary, your future will be extraordinary. And I want to believe this, and I believe that it can be. But I know it's going to require something different coming from all of us 9 in here. I've listened to those who talk about we must all work together, the whole works. But I'm going to tell you, I'm not convinced that that is nearly near there yet. I'm going to tell you why. I inquired of the Honorable Premier for a copy of the MOU to this budget on the 8th of this month. I knew he was going to give me trouble to get it. Because last year I had to write to DFID, to get DFID to influence the FS and government to provide me with that MOU. But this time I decided I'm not going to touch DFID. I'm going to rely on my Honorable Premier to deliver it. I copied in the governor and I copied in others. And I wrote several times to the office, and the staff have been good in providing information we've requested over the past 3-4 days. And I must commend them. The staff of the Ministry of Finance have. However, this one document will not get in my hands. The MOU, which outlines the agreement under which the government of Montserrat is provided 23+ million pounds, is not being shared with me. But you know, I was a premier, so I know the importance of that document. I know that if we were in the UK, that document would have given to me quickly. It would have been already published. But I'm told that it's a public document. But until it's given to me by the Premier, I guess it's not public. So here am I debating the budget, and I'm not allowed to have the MOU in my hand. So tell me, how am I going to hold a government to account? How am I going to do my job? I listened to the Honorable Dr. Joseph. Honorable Joseph, Madam Speaker, I have to ask Honorable Joseph, through you, how am I going to use my ability to hold you account if you're withholding information from me? It's in there? The MOU is in there? And Madam Speaker, my job is not going to be to get into great detail, because I know those following me will, because trust me, today is a different day to me. I must first do one thing: dispel of something that's been a lie that has caused us to go in circles for too long. The Honorable Premier referred to the $280 billion that the UK government has borrowed and dispersed to address their budget. And I need to dispel a lie. I heard Honorable Kernan refer to the $280 billion and the budget that they released this year as a deficit budget. He said it's a deficit budget. Remember you said so? It's a deficit budget. So I'm going to tell you what that deficit budget does. And my challenge to the government is simply this: there is no way that the budget before us can provide recovery, growth, and opportunity in an age of COVID-19. It's not possible. And I'm going to tell you why. By referring to a budget that does that, or tries to do that. A budget by the mother country that provided the 23 million pounds. A budget by the mother who knows exactly what Montserrat needs to do to recover, grow, and take advantage of opportunity. And listen to what the Chancellor of the Exchequer said. A year ago, and I'm quoting him, in my first budget, I announced our initial response to coronavirus. What was originally thought to be a temporary disruption to our way of life has fundamentally altered it. People are still being told to stay in their homes. Businesses have been ordered to close. Thousands of people are in hospital. That is in the United Kingdom. Much has changed, he says. But one thing has stayed the same. I said I would do whatever it takes, and I have done and will do so. We have announced over $280 billion of support protecting jobs, keeping businesses afloat, and families get by. I'm going to repeat that. The UK government, the Chancellor is saying, we have announced $280 billion of support, protecting jobs, keeping businesses afloat, helping families to get by. Apart from their normal budget, $280 billion had to be found. Our budget here today should be doing a similar thing. But guess what? Instead of an increase, we actually have a decrease. Honorable Hogan, you promised me that you're going to deal with that. You promised me you're going to explain. Don't worry. You're going to deal with that. You're going to deal with the fact that our budget offers nothing new. Nothing new. Believe it or not, nothing new. And listen to what the Chancellor said. Despite this $280 billion of support, unprecedented response, the damage coronavirus has done to our economy has been acute. Since March, over 700,000 people have lost their jobs, despite putting in $280 billion. Our economy has shrunk by 10%. Our borrowing has been the highest outside of wartime, and the Honorable Premier referred to that. But he says, but we will recover. Madam Speaker, you could owe a lot of money, but you could also have a lot of money to spend at the same time. So they filled the deficit by borrowing money so that they could spend more because the private sector is down. You have to spend more as a government when the private sector is shut down. Otherwise, we know what has happened over the past year plus. That's why I ask, does our government realize what is happening to our businesses and our people out there? Do you really understand? No. On one hand, the British Health Service boasts of extraordinary success in vaccinating more than 20 million people across the United Kingdom. On the other hand, they boast of the most comprehensive and generous economic response in the world. This means the UK budget responsibility are now forecasting, in other words, they are forecasting a swifter and more sustained recovery than they expected in November because of the injection they put last time. And please note, last year's budget speech, we had a deficit of how much, Honorable Hogan? 28? 28? That, you see, we're having some confusion. And that's why I'm going to let him deal with it, because he specializes in that part. And I'm told to come up front and send a different message. We're not even sure what the deficit was, but it was a significant amount. So our government operated on a deficit for an entire year, while the British government put hundreds of billions of dollars into the economy. Madam Speaker, the UK Office of Budget Responsibility, and I have to speak like this so we get these things clear. The Office of Budget Responsibility says they expect that in 5 years' time, the economy will be 3% smaller than it would have been had there been no corona. So the injection is going to lead to the economy being 3% less than what it was before coronavirus. Why? By the injection. So if our budget does not address the problems the private sector and the people out there are facing, it will continue to go down and up. And the longer the government takes to find monies, is the worse it's going to be. Madam Speaker, I'm taking my time because I'm trying to stay on course. And the Honorable Leader knows he knows why. The furlough scheme, they're now extended until September. The furlough scheme that paid 80% of salaries of people who stay at home in the United Kingdom is being extended again. And there'll be no change in the terms, for they will continue to receive 80% of their salary for hours not worked until the scheme ends. So if a business opens and it can't carry the staff for more than half a day, they pay 80% of the other half. I've said this before. They said nothing will change until July. And then they will ask for a small contribution of 10 to 20% in August and September. So, Madam Speaker, the British government is saying, we are helping you, but after a certain point, we're going to reduce how much we give you. And this is for people to stay at home, not work, stay at home. And we're down here insulting our people, talking about mango and this and that and whatever. Madam Speaker, people out there trying to work, trying to do something, can't find work, have no assistance whatsoever. And this budget introduces no new funds. Even the self-employed in Britain will get a fourth grant covering a period from February to April this year, and a fifth and a final grant May onwards. The fourth grant will provide 3 months of support, 80% of the average training profits. That's profits made by the business, 80%. In Montserrat, the self-employed get nothing. So how are you going to recover, grow? How is it possible? People's whose turnover, business at turnover, has fallen less than 30%, will have less need of taxpayer support and still will receive a 30% grant. And he says, over the course of the crisis, we will have spent $33 billion supporting the self-employed, one of the most generous programs for self-employed people anywhere in the world. Britain is boasting. But our government couldn't get anything into this budget. You missed last year completely. A whole year has gone. A new year has started. And still again, not a cent. Except, and I commend them, $500,000 EC for loans and $600,000 for grants. Am I correct? Something like that, right? Now, $500,000. Even you add it to the 600, that's the cost of an average home in Old Town and Woodlands. 400,000 US, 500,000, a house. This is what is going to be provided to assist the businesses. That's the alternative to what the British government is doing. That cannot lead to recovery, growth, and opportunity in the age of COVID-19. They're even increasing the help to households. A universal credit uplift increase, £20 a week on top of what they were getting before. households for another 6 months. Working tax credit claimants will get a one-off payment of £500. And over the course of the year, as this economy begins to recover, we are shifting, I'm quoting, our resources and focus towards getting people into decent, well-paid jobs. Just like Honorable Sammy was trying to say, well, you have nothing to make it happen. There's nothing you're presenting to make what you're saying happen. You're just talking. We went through a whole year of it already, so the people out there know, you know. There's nothing I'm saying that the people don't understand. There's nothing I'm saying the businesses don't understand. And I'm going to use an example, and I'm trying to hold myself here so you understand the point I'm making. In 1997, a single mother living in a shelter in Salem was moved to the first set of family units in Manjack. When she was in the shelter, she was getting $120 a week, and her children were getting, 4 children, 3 of them were getting $40 a month, $120 a month, sorry, and the children were getting $40 a month. But they didn't give the baby that was 3 months $40. The government decided because the child was on the breast, they didn't need to give the mother money for the baby, nothing for Pampers. 1997. Eventually, they were convinced to give the child $40. She moved into the family unit. So let's add up the figures. 1 times 120 plus 4 times $40. That's 160 plus 120. That's $280 a month for a mother and 4 children. Lord have mercy. She still had to pay rent of $10 a month. And utility bills on top of that. Sounds bad, isn't it? Well, guess what? You know why I raised that? And that's why I'm having a struggle here today. I'm telling you, you guys don't have a clue how much I struggled to come here and speak today. A mother today who I checked on Sunday, over the past year, she received for 3 months, April, May, and June, $900 a month, and nothing for the children. Those 3 months, you remember? And after June, nothing for her nor the children until February this year. 0. And for February, she got $900 plus $150 per child. She went to social services several times. I sent her, no. They tell me a single mother put her out of work in the tourism sector who can't get work. So let's try and add up the figures. 4 times 900 for April, May, and June, and 0 for children, that's $3,600. 3 times $150 is $450. That's $4,050 for a single mother with 3 children, I think. 3 children, over 14 months. So what did she get? Guess. The same $289, $10 more than the girl in 1997, if you work it out. But guess what? On top of that, she has had to pay utility bills, rent, which is far higher than before. How can you come before me today with a budget that does not address this and tell me you're going to have recovery, growth, and opportunity? Madam Speaker, the First Lady, she's working for government today, and she's doing a good job, positive lady. She doesn't even remember the video interview. She didn't leave, but most people like her left the country. That's why I asked the government, do you realize what is happening out there? Do you realize that there are mothers, as we speak, Honorable Darset? You know the person. You know the person. You know what I'm talking about. And no matter how much money you've gotten this year, you may not be able to help her properly because it's not enough to help as many people as need help. You know that, Honorable Darcy. Madam Speaker, that is why you see this MOU is important. There's something in that MOU that I need to be able to explain to the public that is being hidden from me. So that is why you see my presentation is going to be the way it is today. You hear? When I get it, we will deal with it. So if it's the same MOU as last time, I don't know. I'm assuming there's a new MOU. Is there a new one? Madam Speaker, I would ask it, there's a new one? Ask the Premier. Madam Speaker, what I just described about that mother is happening to businesses today. But guess what? It's worse for the businesses today. Because in 1997, I had interviews with business people who will tell you the banks were not pursuing them because everybody was in chaos. They couldn't pursue them. But guess what? The businesses today have borne, I would call, 5 crises. And I want to tell you what 5 crises is. They are here today, boy, trust me, on sheer strength and God's support. No business is supposed to be in Montserrat today, except a few that provide food and whatever, which is a must-buy. Montserrat should have been empty, but for God's grace, we're here. What I'm trying to tell you is that what I just described for that lady is the same thing happening with the businesses and worse. What did the businesses get for 10 of the 14 months? 0. They can't go to social services. They have carried the brunt of the burden for this government. While we get full pay, they have been paying their staff when nothing happening. And we know that. We know that. They're on the edge right now. And promising them activity in 6 months' time is great. But guess what? You have a physicist and a mathematician here. Let's just talk a little science. If a snake bites you, and you have to get the antidote in a short time, and you don't get it, what happened to you? Tell me. And if another snake come and bite you, and you still don't get the antidote, what happened to you? And if another snake come and bite you, and you still don't get the antidote, what happened to you? And a 4th snake come and bite you, what happened to you? Eh? You dead 4 times? Well, let me tell you something. Montserrat people resilient. In 1995, 97, 98, we lost everything. 6,000 people homeless. And that was the volcano. We had to run from the volcano. Then mismanagement, the second snake. You know what the second snake did? We lost over 6,000 to 8,000 people. That's the second snake. Mismanagement. Depopulation created another crisis. 3rd snake. And guess what? 25 years of being without a proper port, a proper hospital, fiber optic, and all of that has meant another snake again. And the snake will bite you for 25 years. 25 years. And let me tell you, as much as you hear me talking, I want you to know that I know you mean well. I know every one of you over there mean well. I know every one of you want to do the best you could. I firmly believe that. But the reality I'm facing, and I'm telling you today, we're going in circles. Because coming in here and debating like smart guys and making presentations and not facing the fact that we have to unite and find a way to influence who can help, to help, trust me. I heard Honorable Sammy say that if they don't help us, we're going to have to help ourselves. So when you're going to cut the salary then? You're supposed to don't cut the salaries already? Eh? I'm sure I heard him say so. I'm quoting the Bible. Madam Speaker, I'm here to tell the government, I don't need to go into this budget to know, because the past year and a half is enough experience, even if we had no crisis before, to know that this budget cannot deliver recovery, growth, opportunity in the age of COVID. Can't happen. The government has mentioned in its budget speech, the Premier mentioned the fact that the usual lie, I'm not saying he lied, the usual lie that we suck and swallow, that things bad in England, so don't expect. It's an excuse for failing to negotiate. The reason why we don't get it is because they had, and I heard Dr. Sammy say that they have a different agenda. You have a different agenda. You're not willing to work with the opposition. You're not listening to the public. You're not listening to your own supporters. You're not listening to Honorable K. You're not listening to, and I'm saying it like it is, you're not listening to nobody, but you're going to solve the problem. Just come with a paper with all these facts. And no, so I'm going to come in here to waste my time to try and give the public the impression that by debating it otherwise change going. No, I've learned one thing. In this house, I challenged the Honorable Premier to fight for the furlough program for months and months. And what did he say 2 or 3 months ago? He never had no furlough, and he now get none. He's not interested in none. Did you hear what I just said? He literally threw it in the rubbish bin. The furlough that Britain, the man who's supposed to negotiate for us, that's when I knew. I'm telling you, from that day, I did not know, and I'm not sure what to say to my government. From that day. You don't hear me talking a lot? I don't know what to say to a government that says something like that. I can't. I am in the opposition, and I'm trying to encourage him to fight for the furlough. We're willing to help him. And he's saying we didn't have it, and it's like fire for that. You know what a farmer said to me? Don, when I heard that, there should have been a march the next day. But guess what? Our people don't seem to understand what is happening. The other thing that happened that has me silent for weeks, I'm telling you all, is when Honorable Kernan said, when I urged him to change policy, to help non-nationals, and he like said, you don't know who could agree to the stupidness then in the MOU. That's why you see I want to see the MOU. I want to see if you still have it or if you change it. That's one of the reasons. Because guess what, Madam Speaker? The extra money they get for social services. And Honorable Dorset could stand after me and correct me if I'm wrong. If they don't qualify, the non-nationals can't get what they need. So if the non-national who is a mother of 3 children, and the 3 children could be 2 Montserrat fathers. Yeah, a mercy. If you don't change the policy, you know how many people have gone down there? Also, the non-nationals qualify for anything Montserrats qualify for? Am I wrong? Madam Speaker, Honorable Hogan, am I wrong? Somebody like to tell me I lie. But guess the seriousness of this statement. Listen good. I'm wrong, Honorable Dorset? I thought that there was a difference, so maybe I'm wrong. No? But guess what, Madam Speaker? Guess what? Guess what? If you help the non-national with the rent, who get the money? Tell me. The owner of the house, isn't it? If you help the non-national with the utility bills, who get the money? Normal? Am I wrong? They are 50% of our population. And getting extra monies for helping non-nationals means there's more money for nationals. Am I wrong, husband? You're right. And that sense? Yes. I'm misleading? I'm confused. So please show me the MOU. That's what I'm saying. Where the MOU? Where the MOU? I've sent people to social services. Me not go with them because they say, me bring them down there. And they come and tell me, I'm told that I don't qualify, I'm not national for some things. So they're telling me lie. So they've been helped then. They've been helped. Am I right? So how do I hold them to account? How do I know what the MOU says or what the conditions for getting the money? For a whole year you ignored me warning you, and you blame us for not doing it. We came out of office in October. Last year, October? Not December. Right? November. The budget was passed in May. So between May and November, preparing for politics, everything. But COVID has hit. It is even more urgent now that you get those funds. And you're telling me I should do it. A whole year you're telling me I should do it. And you don't do nothing. You think PDM would ever make the mistake or not do that? Tell me. So, Madam Speaker, I see some people grumbling. They're saying, maybe somebody could show me the MOU and I will know what it says. I don't know what it says. I don't know what the conditions under which you get the money are. You know Honorable Hogan? Honorable Lewis, you know? Head of the Public Accounts Committee, and I'm supposed to debate a budget and I can't get a MOU to it? You ever asked for it? It was published? If so, it was published? Did I hide it from somebody? Did somebody ask and I refuse? So you're not giving me them because I'm not give? Okay. Did he ask for it, Madam Speaker? In the 5 years the opposition was in office on radio every Wednesday night, tell them to show me 2 letters they've written to me to ask me anything. 2. Send me 2 letters they've ever written to me. And any position, did they fight for people increasing the welfare benefit? What did they fight for? Go and ask the public with a microphone, and you can't even tell. And you know why I'm getting like this? Because people tell me I lie. Me lie. I don't know, Madam Speaker. You hear that? So, Madam Speaker, that is why I'm asking for the MOU. That's one of the reasons. So you keep making an excuse that me no me do this, so you're not doomed too. Go ahead. Madam Speaker, that young lady and her 3 children, for 10 months of the past 14 months, got 0 unemployed, while we got our full salary every month. Every month. And they're not the only ones. And this budget does not offer any change, neither for her nor the business people. Madam Speaker, the UK budget that they say is a deficit budget. You know what they call it? A deficit. To tell you that they're doing just like us here with a... No, they're not doing like us. They borrowed money to cover the deficit so they could spend $280 billion, without which there'll be no recovery, no growth, no opportunity. In England, businesses are encouraged to hire new apprentices so that the UK government is paying them, and they're paying them more to do it. They're doubling the incentive payments. They give businesses £3,000 for all new apprentices hired of any age. They're investing $126 million for new money to triple the number of traineeships. They're providing an additional $10 million to support veterans with mental health needs. $10 million. They're looking after everybody. And this is what they say. As well as supporting people's jobs, incomes, the lowest paid and most vulnerable, the UK budget also protects businesses. They've been giving them direct cash grants. Non-essential retail businesses which open first, they receive grants of up to £6,000 per premises. That's over 20,000 EC dollars. Hospitality and leisure businesses, including personal care and gyms, will get grants of up to £18,000. That's £5 billion of new grants on top of $20 billion the UK has already provided, taking their direct total cash support to businesses to $25 billion. Madam Speaker, they also made available $700 million to support their incredible arts, culture, and sporting institutions as they reopen. And Madam Speaker, to back the United Kingdom and Ireland's joint 2030 World Cup bid, the UK extended $500 million film and TV production restart scheme. $500 million to get the arts and others up, and sports. Businesses of any size can apply for loans from £25,000 to £10 million. Let me repeat that. Businesses of any size can apply for loans from £25,000 to £10 million through the end of this year. And listen to this part. The government will provide a guarantee to lenders of 80%. You could beat that? Man, Bank of Montserrat will love that. Madam Speaker, all this government had to do, work with the opposition. Let's put together something together. Match what they have as their policy. This budget should be matching. How could they tell you no? If they tell you no, no, man, you know, something wrong. Then we unite and stand together. Not you murmur how they have different agenda and we don't know what you're doing. Businesses of any size can apply for loans from £25,000 up to £10 million. And the government will provide a guarantee of lenders of 80%. Madam Speaker, back to the issue of snakebite. If those people didn't get this help over the past year, they got help before, you know. What do you think would have happened to them? Eh? That is when Britain couldn't help us. But I want to introduce something here, and I want the government to hear me very carefully. Since I've become an opposition member, in less than a year and a half, I learned some stuff that just, every time I think about it, that's why I have hope. I have no fear. Do you know that the British government has an obligation to do exactly what they're doing for the people as they're doing for us? I've always said so. But do you know why? You know why? They have an obligation to do exactly, at least in relation to our circumstances, what they're doing for theirs. Guess why? I forgot to bring my passport. The Prime Minister is no more British than Don Romeo is. His son is no more British than Daniel Q. Romeo. And guess what? They have a legal obligation to treat us equally. I've always been saying so, but listen, it is hitting me so clearly now you wouldn't believe it. Think about it. If they have a legal obligation to treat us and provide for us to the utmost, that's what the law says. To the utmost. What does the utmost mean? If a rich man has children in his house with his wife and children outside, and he signs a document that says, I have a responsibility to treat those children to the utmost, what does that mean? Equal to the best of his ability? And that is why they're letting us hang ourselves. You know what they're going to say? Your government didn't balance the budget, they didn't present proper proposals. What the opposition was saying made sense, but they didn't do it. Sorry. They're going to blame you for failing. That not what you're saying here today is minuscule compared to what you could do for the people of Montserrat if you understand and access those rights. And the reason why I'm saying this today, because, Madam Speaker, my job is to assess whether this budget will deliver recovery, growth, and opportunity in the age of COVID-19. And, Madam Speaker, let me tell you something. I spoke with my colleagues last night, and there better be a shift in the opposition going forward. You hear me? I'm ashamed to be in this house at this time, to have to be saying what I'm saying, when it's so obvious that if we unite on the strength of our rights, that it would change overnight. It has to change. Once you are in the middle, quoting the fact that things are bad in England, we can't get nothing, no matter what we say. No matter what we say, we can't get nothing. And a Montserratian leaves here, goes to England, and they'll get 80% of their salary after having left here. Madam Speaker, that mother I described, give her a ticket for her and her children and provide a friend in England. And what do you think will happen? They're going to leave COVID-free Montserrat, and to go to COVID-full England for food, where she doesn't have to worry every month about utilities because she can't provide it. They will leave COVID-free. Do you understand why I asked you those questions in the beginning? We're going in circles. People are leaving more than ever before. If they had that ticket, if they didn't decide to hold out and wait for this budget and had take the money they had saved and spend them, some of them would say, boy, I wish we would buy the ticket. But, Madam Speaker, I want to urge them that although I'm speaking like this, there's one thing that the Honourable Premier said that I will fully support. Why? Because it's not his words. It's the words Job's 8:7. Although the former state was ordinary, your future will be extraordinary if we apply works with faith, facts, and rights. Honourable Darcy, think you agree with me? So not because I'm talking to you like this, it's my job. If I were out there, I don't know what you'd be telling me. Maybe you'll be telling the public, well, the government is doing the best they can, just go and get mangoes and work the backyard like the Haitians, and all of us do the same thing, and you're a carpenter, but, you know, you're a taxi man, you know, just let's all of us do the same thing, you know. And let me tell you something, me need to go work ground, and me need to go, me pick mango too, and me got salary. So I'm not telling you, hello, one thing I love about the MCAP message, Honourable Louis, please listen. I love the MCAP message about helping yourself. They don't realize how much I love it. I love it. He said, not me. Madam Speaker, when did I ever come to the Honourable Premier and ask you for help, Dan? When? Tell me. Madam Speaker, let me tell you something. When Honourable Louis met me in the bathroom, remember, he would tell somebody, I didn't know I could stand up here and even speak today. Trust me. My time up, you say? Okay. Madam Speaker, after this assembly, there needs to be drastic change, Madam Speaker. Drastic change. And you're going to wish you'd listen to me today. You better begin to negotiate as if you have a right, while you're telling people help themselves. Because guess what? You're accessing 60% of your salary every month, and this budget says so. It has not changed. 60% of our 10,000 and 8,000 and 14,000 and 20,000 we're working for in here come from Britain. So if you want to tell people help themselves, give them that part, and you go show them how we go help themselves. The truth is, you're telling a lie, Madam Speaker, you're telling a lie. Are we prepared to do what we're telling people? Let them touch our salary next month. Take 20% off, and you hear trouble in here. Unity fine right away. You think me right? You better believe it. In genuine talk, Madam Speaker, I wish I could help everybody who asks me for $20 or $50 or $100. I wish I could. But you know what my job is? I get paid to come in here and influence policy so that they don't have to come to beg me. That's our job. So, Madam Speaker, let me continue. If we want this budget to deliver recovery, growth, and opportunity, we have to do more still. One of the hardest hit sectors in the UK has been the hospitality and tourism. And the Honourable Premier admits that ours too is one of the hardest hit. In England, they employ over 2.4 million people. And to protect those jobs in the tourism sector, I'm quoting the Chancellor, the 5%, they reduced VAT by 5%. And be extended for 6 months till the 30th September. 5% from a 20% rate. Reduction in taxes. Did I hear somebody on the other side saying today that Dan Roman say tax the people to make up the gap? Well, Britain is not taxing this year. They're reducing this year by borrowing so that later on they could tax. Isn't that common sense? Eh? But guess what? Our business case, and I've read it 1,000 times, that's why I'm fed up. In this Honourable House says, the British are saying to us, you can't tax your people anymore. Because they're overtaxed already. The British government saying so in the business case that gives us this money here. Eh? They're telling us, oh God, man, just a few thousand people raising all that money? The other 40%? And now in England, they're reducing VAT in some sectors from 20% to 5% because they borrow money to fill the gap. And that means next year, VAT will be cut by almost $5 billion. Honourable Hogan will deal with that part there. But the tax y'all trying to raise, that's not my job. Yeah, the revenue. You will deal with that. You will tell the people, you know, how, because they said Dan say raise tax. I was telling you, right? Listen to this next one. They're helping hundreds of thousands of people buy a home and support the UK economy at a critical time. So they're helping them buy the home, and that helps to support the economy. And this is what they call it, a mortgage guarantee scheme. Let's look at how it works. Lenders who provide mortgages to home buyers who can only afford a 5% deposit will benefit from a government guarantee on those mortgages. Lenders will get a guarantee on those mortgages. Can you imagine what they would do in Montserrat? Honorable Osborne says the whole economy will change. Imagine somebody can go to the bank to borrow money and only deposit 5%. One bank told me the other day, they move it from how much, 20 to 30% or something like that? It's going up instead of going down. The percentage you have to put on is increased in some places. The UK's largest lenders, including Lloyds, NatWest, Santander, Barclays, HSBC, are presently offering these 95% mortgages. Not think about that. 95% mortgages. You ever hear about that? Eh? You might be able to get a car 100% in Montserrat. But 95% mortgage? Wow. This policy, I'm quoting, gives people who can't afford a big deposit the chance to buy their own home. Well, Madam Speaker, I'm proud to announce that my son, one of my sons, my first son, announced that he's getting married. And I have a feeling that he's going to be able to take advantage of this. I don't know if I'll make the wedding, but my other two sons after him, I know they're planning to do the same thing. They can take you can imagine what this means to young people working in England? My. The Prime Minister said he wants to turn generation rent into generation buy. But guess why he's doing it? Every time a transaction takes place, the government gets something. And guess what? They're also reducing what the government takes in the transaction. What is happening in Montserrat? Any change? Any change? Did you notice any change in Brown Hogan? Any change to VAT? Any change in the negative? Any reduction? I'm disturbing Honorable Hogan. Okay. So all that I've mentioned so far is part of the UK budget meant to protect jobs and livelihoods of the British people. We don't have livelihoods and people too. We're British too. How could you fail at a time like this? One budget last year, March. This year again, you extend until June budget. And you still don't come to the table with anything to talk about. And you're going to tell the public that you're into recovery growth. How can you do that? Madam Speaker, the opposition is going to have to vote differently. In some way, we have to send a message to this government and to the UK government that there's some people at Montserrat who understand that this budget cannot deliver it. So what have I mentioned so far? Furlough extended to September, and the Premier say, I will not need that. Self-employed grants extend to September, Montserrat not got that. Universal credit uplift extended to September, forget that. More money to tackle even domestic violence, because domestic violence has increased in the UK because of COVID. More money to even address that. Because guess what? The mothers who are desperate end up becoming victims or compromising themselves when they're desperate. They'll do anything for their children. Honorable Darcy, true, ain't it? So tell me what in this budget is going to address that, Honorable Darcy. No money to tackle domestic violence on Montserrat. Just no matter. Bigger incentives to hire apprentices, but we're trying them and, let me stop my eyes. I'm just saying, we have the perfect opportunity to say, look, we want to do something. Bigger incentives to hire apprentices, higher grants to struggling business, extra funds for culture, arts, and sport, new loan schemes to finance businesses, kickstart, restart, and lifetime skills guarantee. Even the elderly, no matter what age you be, any age, are being helped to get skills. Business rates cut, VAT cut, stamp duty cut, and a new mortgage guarantee scheme. Madam Speaker, I have to really talk hard and serious today. Think about it. We have been willing to sit with this government, and for over a year I've been telling them, just match what Britain is doing. But guess what, Madam Speaker? Because you have an unbalanced budget for a whole year that you haven't addressed, how you could negotiate with anybody? So they just sit back and watch you hang yourself and your people. And Madam Speaker, I'm calling on this opposition to take a stand, not just with this government. We have to make a stand with Britain, the governor, everybody. I heard somebody on the other side said, if FCDO doesn't do it, then we have to do it ourselves. Sound good, ain't it? Well, let me tell you something. If that is what you mean, next week you have a cut salary, start. That's what they're telling you. Madam Speaker, if this government had balanced its budget early last year, sat with the opposition, we would have been in a position to say to the British government, together, these are our finances, these are our needs, and this is what we want. Madam Speaker, in this year's budget, the UK government announced an additional, and I'm quoting, 65 billion of measures over this year and next year to support the economy in response to coronavirus. This means a total of COVID support package this year and the next of $352 billion Johnny Mac dollars. And Madam Speaker, they say, this is the quote, if you include the measures announced at the spring budget last year, the fiscal support from the UK government over this year to next year is $407 billion. Good gracious me, man. Good gracious me, man. And this, you cannot, after a year plus of negotiations, provide anything to talk about. And let me tell you something, as much as I'm hitting you hard, I know it's no joke thing, but after today, the opposition cannot sit back and wait on you anymore. We cannot allow the country to go down anymore. We waited on you. We decided not to do a vote of no confidence. I have one drafted, opposition since months ago. It's drafted. A vote of no confidence drafted months ago. But I said no, let them finish their negotiations. And they extended the budget date, which I understand you're negotiating. But good gracious me, I expected, I'm telling you the honest truth, something. Honorable Madam Speaker, the government needs to demonstrate to us some change for us to accept that they're still negotiating. Because guess what? After 25 snake bites, people are on the verge. Madam Speaker, let me just try and explain that properly. I'm 59 years of age. 59, you know. I remember after Hugo, John Osborne was accused of mismanaging the crisis, and Honorable R.T. Meade came in with a young, I nearly say young and restless, with a young team. Vibrant and strong. And they worked hard. Hello, no, they worked hard. They tried their best. But guess what? Hugo, the volcano came in 1995. 4 years later. And then R.T. Meade found himself in 97. You need to see the interview I have with German Meade. I hear what he say about that. About an election day. To hear Honorable John Wade at 10 or 11 years old, what he said. Hear what the people in the community were saying, the same thing. They say, no. If election called tomorrow, the government gone. Same thing. So Mr. Meade faced the same thing. And he was out in 97. Then came who? Honorable Bertram Osborne. And Honorable Bertram Osborne felt another snake bite. When the people got killed and the media came and the pressure, and next thing he was out. Then after Honorable Bertram Osborne was who? Honorable David Brandt. And boy, did he fight. But you know one thing about Honorable Brandt, Mr. Brandt, no matter what you say, let me tell you something. If there's one man know how to use pressure, was Mr. Brandt. I used to help him put pressure on Honorable Meade, and I put pressure on him, but he knew how to use the pressure. And I'll get into that another time. And continue to explain to the government so you know when I say circles. After Mr. Brandt came who? Honorable Lewis? No, your father. Mr. Osborne. And after Osborne came Honorable Lewis. And after Lewis, R.T. Meade came back again. And R.T. Meade got removed again. And then came PDM. Then came Dunn. Well, you know, Madam Speaker, I hear Honorable Kedasset over there saying another snake. Well, guess what? You know, listen to the problem. And that is why they tell me come first, you know. They tell me come first so me could clear this up. Guess what? Then came Don Romeo. But I commend the Honorable Premier he did something in this budget that saved me. You know what it is? And Louis, you weren't paying attention. He said that the 200 million transformational projects, you heard that? You go and search it. He referred to the 200 million that he said didn't exist as transformational projects. So for the first time in 20-odd years, the opposition is admitting in government that the 200 million that they said didn't exist is listen, forget the lie about the 200 million. The fact that they say it's transformational is the point, you know. So then came Don Romeo, right? And then came MCAP again. Honorable Taylor. And let me tell you, the reason why I say so, you know. I couldn't do anything without my friends here, no matter what you say. Couldn't do it. Can't achieve nothing by yourself. So you all understand what I'm saying here? Listen, this government with this nice, pretty budget, well presented, all well dressed, all of us, call election tomorrow and you're gone. Go on the street and find out. Madam Speaker, tell me if I'm wrong. Go on the street and find out. They're waiting to find out what you negotiated in this budget to address the whole past year. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister of England's Chancellor ended his budget speech by saying, the majority of today's budget, this is what he said, will apply directly to people in all 4 nations of the United Kingdom. And I'm taking further specific steps. And let me just tell you this. He ends so beautifully, because I'm chopping up pieces. To unite, to lead, to level up. You know what level up means? Madam Speaker, I want the Honourable Premier to listen, and the others, they're not listening right now. I want them to listen. You know what level up means? Level up means treating Montserrat and all British citizens fairly. Well, guess what? They're making these statements, and we're down here saying, well, they don't care about us. So what is the sense? Things bad in England, gonna be bad here too. We don't need no furlough. You know? Why help non-nationals? It's stupid to put that in the MOU. Who in the world would agree to that? Arguing against ourselves. They continue to say their budget is meant to create a world-class education system, to keep our streets safe, to keep our NHS strong. Montserrat not part of the NHS. And will you, Honourable Premier, fight to make it part of it? Okay. To support the most vulnerable, to reform, to improve public services, to grow the economy, to spread prosperity, but it's stopped in Antigua when he reached the plain land. To extend awesome power of opportunity to all corners of the, and I want to repeat this, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I like when you watch me in my eye, because I want to repeat this especially for you. Their budget is meant to extend the awesome power of opportunity to all corners of the United Kingdom. Doesn't that match what we said here? Recovery, growth, and opportunity in the age of COVID-19. Madam Speaker, somebody at the other side spoke about if you teach a man to fish, you solve a problem. If you don't, he's going to be on your doorstep every day. Madam Speaker, if this budget doesn't do something about our business and our people fishing, that is what is going to cost them to be going to social services, collapsing and leaving to England every day. Madam Speaker, they conclude the budget by saying an important moment is upon us, and it's upon us here in Montserrat too. A moment of change and challenge, of difficulties, yes, but of responsibilities too. And they conclude by saying This budget meets that moment. So, Madam Speaker, they're claiming that their budget meets that moment. Does our budget meet that moment? Madam Speaker, I am going to tell the government right now that we understand and we accept that negotiations have failed. You may be negotiating still, but better can be done. Debt and spending are two different things. A young man walked up to me the other day in the shop, and I was shocked at the question he asked me. He said, did I hear the Premier say the debt to GDP ratio is 90-something%? And he said, well, how is that going to affect us, Mr. Romeo? And I knew we were in trouble. The message being sent is that things bad in England, so don't expect much. So, Madam Speaker, let me just do the government a favor. I'm going to repeat some of the things I've said through the year. What are some of the solutions? What are some of the projects that you can put to the British government that lead people to work and not beg? The people of Montserrat prefer to work than to go to social services, nationals and non-national. Some of them rather hungry than go. So let me just tell some of the things we've mentioned before. There's a $15 million maintenance project which will put building contractors, painters, plumbers, carpenters, masons to work. Madam Speaker, $15 million to maintain government buildings. Who can say no at this time to providing work if we're united? Madam Speaker, I missed the honorable member of the opposition, and I know he means well, the member of government, Minister of Agriculture. I believe he means well, no matter what you think I say or do. And I'm going to submit, Madam Speaker, to this House what I submitted to the housing consultant so you'd realize I did my part to help. All I can tell you is I have documented what I put to him. And what the lookout people need, Madam Speaker, is not just to paint up and fix up the house, because when hurricane season comes, they got to leave it. Okay? They got to leave it. Yes. When I was, if I were to tell you what I say, I wouldn't do it here. It's not right. You know, those conversations we could have, it's not right to say it here. You want consultants to trust you when they come and talk to you. So, Madam Speaker, what Lookout needs is a grant program that gives them a significant amount of money to build a concrete shelter. I call it concrete shelter. When you're going to Lookout, look on the right side as you go along, and you see a simple house, one bedroom, next to the Forsten house, that people go to the bank and borrow and build. Go and check the house belonging to the manager of ZJB. Yeah, man. Hurricane bunker. That all of us live in. We live in houses that we don't have to leave when hurricane come. They need a significant grant, not 40,000, not 50. They've waited 20 plus years. They need a grant of 100,000 or more. 100,000 or more. That's what I told the gentleman. Somebody on the other side spoke about, it was Honorable Connor, about suing the government of Montserrat. Do you know that these people can sue the government of Montserrat for having sold them a house without telling them what the report said about the house? Do you know? Do you know that that is how I get to convince the British government to do housing? I said that to them. Do you know, you go and check the SIPREG program, the budget, no, the business case, and you know what it says? Check and see how many million they had for housing as the fourth option. Honorable Joseph, you don't know about that. I doubt any of you paid attention. The business case for the 100 million had a fourth option, 8-point-something million pounds extra. So much for housing, so much for helping businesses. That's before Corona. And guess why it didn't become part of the 100 million? Because it was argued that it does not contribute to resilient economic growth. Go and read it. So I told the consultant, this I can tell you, I told the consultant, you don't have any hard work to do, you know. The British government don't agree to a certain figure to get started. You understand? Hey, you don't want me to go there. And I didn't plan to come here to do that. I've already offered to sit with you. I'm telling you, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, let me tell you, I've given them evidence, but guess what? As much as they're laughing, I guarantee you, none of them knew about that fourth option. Never read the business case. Madam Speaker, you know about it?
Mr. Romeo, you know that Madam Speaker cannot get involved in the debate.
Thank you for responding, Madam Speaker. Well, you didn't answer any of the questions when you were over there sitting down, but don't worry. You'll answer it tomorrow. Did you know, not you, did Honorable Dorset know that in the CIPREC business case, the fourth option that was agreed by the British government included several million? You see, that is where the Honorable Premier and I, if we sat together, he would understand what took place before him. Yes. Yes, yes. So, Madam Speaker, let me tell you something. So we go back to the issue. Don Romeo took over from RT Meade. And this budget, the core of this budget, and I'm not trying to brag, is just a fact. List transformational projects. What transformational mean? Transformation, you're changing the direction from where we were for 25 years. You denied it before election time, though. You understand? Great, and that is why I pounded the table the other day. When they were speaking about the project, I was pounding the table because I'm glad they're continuing it. But, Madam Speaker, let me go on. The people in Davie and Lookout need grants of at least $100,000, some of them. The government of Montserrat owes it. Continuous, you said. Continuous. So what was done before us by your government to sell houses to people that were no value, the report said, the report before that, and Davie Hill and Lookout said that the houses were of negative value. That it costs too much to maintain the houses. And what do? Sell it to poor people. And it looked nice when they bought it, you know. They didn't understand that the building, they said they sell the land, right? Fool the people in Lookout and Davie Hill. Sell them a house to make them, just before election, you know, because I was putting pressure on them. So let me just tell you, the time of reckoning has come, because the British government was part of it. They were party to that. They knew that the people in Davie Hill houses were past their lifespan. They know the poor people in there were cheated. But guess what they do? They agreed with the government of Montserrat to sell the houses to the people. That they're fixing up now look nice. Let me tell you something. You know what I did, Madam Speaker? I made sure that I took the British representative to see the houses in the state they are. I didn't fix it up and then take them to see it. So that is why you see they understood. They needed to act to address something that a premier planned to make a stand on. Madam Speaker, these people deserve not no 40 or no 50,000 or no paint up. They need a house that they can go in during the hurricane season and stay there. Otherwise, should we have a serious hurricane, it's another snake bite. Madam Speaker, the fiber optic project, I commend the government for completing the project, Madam Speaker. And guess what? Also in this budget speech, he speaks about the project implementation unit. No. what is it called? Project Management Office. Very highly of it. And Madam Speaker, the premier that came after R.T. Meade was accused of being the fix. Every minute, fix. Yeah? You remember? But I got rid of PIU, all kind of story. But guess what? They're now boasting about a world-class PMO office that helps them to negotiate. And let me tell you something. Shut it down tomorrow and see what happens. The PIU before was essential to the government to help R.T. Meade. They played a major part in helping them. And the PMO that has come after is playing a significant role too. And they admit to this, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, the standing order makes provision that a member of the House should not make statement of a member, a person who cannot defend him or herself at the sitting. And he's referencing somebody who's not here.
Madam Speaker, who was that? I'm sorry, I didn't. I'm willing to admit, who did I say? About who? I am sorry, I totally. Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, you're saying
Thank you,
something?
members. Well, you guys didn't give me a chance to respond. Please refrain. If a name was called, please refrain from calling names of individuals who are not in the House. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. If I did, I refrain. But Madam Speaker, the fact of the matter is that the premier that came after R.T. Meade cleaned up the mess. And now this government can boast about and please, they can boast. And it's not the people in the PIU who are the problem, Madam Speaker. I didn't call her name. It's not them. They were an asset, hard-working, honest people. The whole thing was set up wrong, and it had to be put right. And now you have a PMO which you admit. Transformational projects, transformational PMO. I'm saying it like it is. Who don't like it, lump it. So you have the best opposition ever. The opposition responsible for what you're boasting about is willing to work with you. Madam Speaker, I offered the Honourable Premier handover notes. And a politician in Antigua tell me, you crazy boy. Opposition to help government. I didn't get any handover notes. Gave handover notes. Madam Speaker, so we cleared it up? We cleared it up, right? One government after other changed, government after other. When Honorable Don Romeo came, sure he got changed, but he has not changed. But the transformational projects in this budget statement are helpful. If it weren't for them, nothing will be on the table. And I will support the government fully. But why I'm mentioning is, the fiber optic project needs investment in getting the fiber to people's homes without costing the people too much. Remember the business cases? You can't tax people no more. That's why they gave you the fiber optic project. Put it on the sea. They paid for it. While the media in England argued, why give 5,000 people 5 million? I argued to the last minute to make sure we got that project through. You know how many premiers before me tried to get that one through? You know how many? And we got it through. I'm not boasting. I'm just telling you. You know why I'm telling you? Learning to fish is the most important thing. That's what you said. You got to fish, but you don't know how to fish. Honorable Hogan, is that too hard to say? I'm telling you like it is. You try to insult me. But the truth is, you know how I got that project going? I learned the most important thing that I handed over to the Honorable Premier, that he has not used yet. And the day he uses it, by working with us. Trust me. You see what we just called out in the British budget? It's going to happen right here. It's going to happen right here. I handed over something to him that no premier before me was able to get. Not the 200 million. No, not that. Not that. How you think we got that fiber optic? And I'm going to say it live on radio so the people of Montserrat understand. 1 week, I'm told, we agreed to go forward with the fiber optic project weeks before election. And next thing I'm told, no, you have to get permission from somebody in England. Change the goalposts. We had a committee that they're working with now, and they agreed to the fiber optic, ready to sign off. And then somebody throw a monkey in the wrench, or whatever. Wrench in the monkey, how you go? Right? Yes. I have to get the approval of somebody. And I called that gentleman, one of the best British gentlemen that I have ever met. They are good people on the other side. And you know what I said? I'm going to the United Nations next week. I'm told there's a change in approval. But the only good thing that I can say in the UN is this fiber optic. Right now, I can say this is one of the major things. So please help me to make sure that next week I can say it's approved. And guess what I was told? It will be approved by Friday. And it was. And the monkey who threw the wrench, because you say we can't call names, was shocked to discover that it was approved. The $100 million CPREC project that you have in your hand, go and read the statement to the UN just months before. No proposal was put to the British government for $100 million. None. Our proposal was supposed to be $200 million. And before they received the $200 million proposal, they agreed to $100 million in November, what the year, Honorable Hogan? 2019? 2018? 2018, the British government sent me a letter telling me they agreed to $100 million, and I'd never put a proposal to them. The same proposal I had at the end, several million pounds as an option. That was held back because it didn't fit into the thrust, I have to say thrust, the theme of the CPREG. They said it couldn't deliver on economic growth. So they agreed that it was needed, but they couldn't put it with the $100 million. Housing and money for businesses before COVID. And let me tell you what I'm afraid. I'm afraid that this government is going to get a few million for housing soon. And they're going to make the same mistake they made in '97 and before us. Just dish it out. Give $5 here, $10 here. I'm urging you. Make sure you use. You're going to get some money. Trust me. You're going to get some money for housing soon. Make sure that you put right the things that were put wrong. You hear me? You're going to have money soon, man. And we're going to help you. Oh, yes. You're going to get help money. You're going to get money, man. You think that they're listening, you know? They know that it's a crying shame that you come before us with a budget that has nothing to do what they're doing for the people here. The only reason why they're not doing anything because they're not ashamed yet. It's not in the media. Let BBC print it. Let Reuters print it. Let CBS print it, and you see how quick. The bastard children, the people who think they're bastard. I'm no bastard. Get zero. While the children in the house, billions of dollars spent. Trust me. You see how quick somebody sits at the table with you. It is so embarrassing. But guess what? You up and down saying, we don't need DFID, so they teach you, you need DFID now. A fisherman tell me, I can't understand this opposition. That's when you all win opposition. They talk about they don't need DFID. Who need DFID more than them now? Madam Speaker, I am coming to a close. But you know why the opposition met last night, and I was warned to do a certain job, and I hope I've done it. I hope so. Because after today, a message is going to be sent that has never been sent in all the years on a budget statement. Never. If you are not able to tell the British government that this can't work, we're letting you know that we're going to say it. If you're going to say that this can work, look, we're willing to let you pass it, and say, yeah, join your 100%. If you admit that it can't work, if you admit that we need to work together, if you admit you need help, if you admit you're going to work with the people, if you're going to listen to your own supporters, if you're going to listen, if you show us that you understand what's happening to the people out there, I will listen. There's no way we could say anything else. We cannot feel comfortable to come in here and give the impression, not because of politics we're opposing what you say. No. After 25 years of crisis, after 8 chief ministers and premiers, we're going to go before the British government to say that this will deliver. That's a lie. It cannot. It will not. Although we were part of what is in here, I cannot and I would not have claimed. It will not deliver. And let me tell you something. Something got to happen fast like lightning. Because, Madam Speaker, this government is driving a car with no gas in it. The red light on. Solar car? So I'm going to read to the government. I'm going to read to the government something. Because Honorable Hogan warned me. Done. Facts. This is what the British government has said about this very budget. Before the COVID, Montserrat is a small island state which suffered economic damages and population decline after 2 hurricanes and severe volcanic eruptions in the 1980s and 90s. Snakebite 1. As with many small island states, sustaining economies without government transfers of financial aid is difficult. This is before COVID. The small private sector on island, outside government-driven economic activity, limits revenues from taxes. He's saying you can't tax the private sector no more. This before COVID. This severely limits the government of Montserrat's ability to provide essential government services through domestic revenues alone. Did you hear me say that? The British government said before COVID, this severely limits the government of Montserrat's ability to provide essential government services through domestic revenues alone. They admit before COVID, you can't tax people, and because of that no more, it limits your ability to provide service. So what happened if you get the snake bite of COVID? They did not have a crisis before COVID, and they had to come up with billions of dollars to address the snake bite. But we're resilient. A snake bite, how you not afraid of snake? We have to stop this thing about resilient people, We're resilient by the time we talk up. The time we get wise and stand up. People out there who listening to me, y'all better stand up. Non-nationals, you have to get together and stand up, Madam Speaker. Business people have to get together and stand up, Madam Speaker. I could say all I want in the House. If you don't stand up, if you don't take the initiative to let the government know serious business, trust me, you know what's going to happen. And listen to the next part. This is what the British government has written. I read it to you many times. Her Majesty's government has a responsibility under the UN Charter to meet the reasonable needs of dependencies in the overseas territories, where financial self-sufficiency is not yet possible. They're claiming, and they said it before, we can't borrow like them. We can't tax no more, right? That's before the crisis hit us. Now the snake bite has it. after this, you're trying to tell me you can't convince them to take a few million to do something for us? And you get paid to do that? Well, you know something? I could say what I like, because I'm not there now. You could say that, right? But I don't want to say it, because I know it hurts what I'm saying, but it's true. I'm ashamed in the opposition. I'm ashamed to be in the opposition and it's happening. Never mind if I were in government. And listen to the next part too. The UK financial aid to Montserrat will continue to help government of Montserrat bridge the gap between their domestic revenues and necessary expenditure before COVID. Did you hear that? They said they have a responsibility under the UN Charter by law to meet our needs where we can handle it. And then they say they will continue to help bridge the gap between their domestic revenues and necessary expenditure. So the 80 million shortfall I told you should have been helped by them. Because at the same time, they're borrowing billions to cover their shortfall, and we can't borrow. But guess what? We sat around on an unbalanced budget, month after month. I come in here and talk. But let me tell you, when I heard the Honourable Premier say that he not into no follow, literally, let me tell you, that was it. I'm reading from the business case that goes with this money, but I don't have the MOU to go with this, and I bet you most of the ministers on the other side didn't read it. Only because I was a premier, I'm very keen to know what it says. I'm told I will get it after the budget debate. Isn't that very timely, Madam Speaker? Very timely, isn't it? What they think about me, you know? You think that troubled me? If you had given me, it's better to take the lash and you give me than the lash that you hide in it. Because I'm still going to get it. And then the people going to want to know what you're hiding. Well, it might maybe not there to hide, but why hide it? Madam Speaker, this enables, among other priorities, health and education services, access to the island, and supports the development of the government's own capacity through the provision of skills and expertise through a technical. No, Madam Speaker, they cover everything. They're going to provide technical cooperation to handle the gaps. And listen to this last part. This support is vital to ensure HMG is delivering on its commitment to meet the reasonable assistance needs of Montserrat and supporting its sustainable economic growth and prosperity. Madam Speaker, even under COVID, do you know, if they did that $15 million maintenance project, if they fixed a few roads, BNTF, CDB is giving us money to do roads. If Britain gave us some money to do some roads over the past year, and the maintenance project, and a few other things, you know that we would not have the level of negative growth that is mentioned? Do you know, Madam Speaker, that this budget speech admits that there was growth during the PDM government? Honorable Hogan, did you notice that? You didn't notice that? Is it 5% or 7.3%? Honorable Premier, please tell the public when you come back what the growth was before you came into office. I'm allowing you the opportunity to boast about it. It was not negative before we came in, sir. Your own budget does not say that. You didn't read it. You didn't get the information. Man, I'm ashamed. ECCB spoke about growth before COVID. You forgot? And a decline of over 8% or 6-point-something% since, which means between PDM, and not your fault totally, and COVID, is a shift of nearly 13 points. But by not providing the support that I mentioned the British government are doing, it gets worse and worse every day. So, Madam Speaker, I'm going to just say one last thing here. No? You know what me stop? Since when you know what me stop, Honorable Hogan? Oh, what a joke is this? This program will be complemented by parallel support for public sector and investment climate reform through a new Governance Reform and Institutional Development Program. Let me take my time. This program, which is the 100 million, will be complemented by parallel support for public sector and investment climate reform through a new governance reform and institutional development program called GRID, and a capital investment resilient economic growth, which we are talking about. Madam Speaker, could the Honorable Premier tell us what happened to the GRID? There was money for the GRID. What happened to the GRID? What happened to the money? And I think that's under the responsibility of the Governor's Office, the Deputy Governor's Office. Is that right, Honorable Hogan? Honorable Lewis? GRID. What happened to the GRID? It got closed down? No explanation? Gridlock? And nobody fired? Millions of dollars. No explanation. I wonder if they got an increase in salary. And bonus and so. See, they laugh. They love that, you know. They love that.
Members,
Madam Speaker, they love that because it's about somebody else, you know? You hear this bill over there? But let me tell you something. I'm horrible? I'm horrible? Horrible? Okay, okay. Madam Speaker, what's that? You saying something, Madam Speaker?
I was just asking you to watch it.
Certainly, certainly. I'll watch it. I'll watch it. Didn't call any names. I didn't call any names. You know? Yes. The untouchable. Madam Speaker, so there was money to address public sector and investment climate reform through the governance reform. In part, it is supposed to be here. So how do you cut this when you... Oh, come on, man. I need to say it again. Madam Speaker, I call on the Honorable Premier to explain to the public what transformational means, tell them what the growth figures were before he came into office, what they are now, because in his budget speech, he didn't really focus on that too well. He gave the climate for the region and all over. Tell us about Montserrat. So why I'm saying that, I'm the leader, I was the leader, sorry, of the PDM government. I was. And at that time, you see, best thing ever happened to me. You know why? You know why? You won't believe it. You know, I've learned a lot. All of us have learned a lot. And don't misunderstand what I just said. I wish I could take it back. I didn't mean it the way you think. Madam Speaker, sometimes it's good when you learn. Understand? Sometimes it's good. Madam Speaker, the negative swing is 14% as far as economic growth. 5.9% in the previous year. 8.5% in 2020. Minus. Madam Speaker, minus 8.5 plus 5.9 is 14 plus. And the figures are different in the Premier's office to ECCB for reasons. But we are heading downwards. And we are all on the ship. We are all on the ship together. Madam Speaker, I do not want to go into those details right now. I think I've carried out the mandate I got. Honorable Lewis, have I carried out my mandate? Yes, sir? And I see you over there with many pages, and know you and Honorable Hogan, and Honorable Lewis, and Honorable Osborne are going to follow me. And they told me to take long. Would you believe it? They tell me done, but I didn't really plan to speak very much today. And Madam Speaker, I will reiterate in conclusion. I cannot tell the people of Montserrat that this budget, that is a reduced budget, that plans to tax the people of Montserrat to fill a gap, that does not offer assistance to national and non-national people and businesses in proportion to need, anywhere proportion to need. I cannot stand in this House and even give the slightest idea that I support what it states, that it will provide recovery, growth, opportunity in the age of COVID-19. That would be a lie. That would be, I'll be party to fooling the people of Montserrat. That is my job, to make it plain. And I believe I have. I call on the Honorable Premier and government to provide drastic change. I call on the Honorable Premier and government to take the words they've heard today seriously. I also call on the British government to do something in their power to change the direction we're going. I call on the Honorable Governor and the FCDO to meet our government at the table and to treat the people of Montserrat like British citizens, equal British citizens. We were British citizens before Scotland, I'm told. And I'm going to hold both the British government and the government of Montserrat accountable in a different way from today. And I'm calling on my opposition members to all work together to make sure that there is change. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. You've been very kind to me today. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member of the opposition, Mr. Osborne.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, would it be permitted for me to be able to sit while I do my speech?
Yes, you may.
Thanks very much. Well, after listening to Honorable Romeo and his debate on the budget, I'm going to try my best to keep the local budget. I'm going to keep my best to keep the livelihood going on in terms of my debate. Anyhow, the liveliness of the debate. Anyhow, Madam Speaker, as I said, many have spoken, and I'm not here to be fancy or waste any time. I stand in this honorable house to represent my people, the people who elected me, support me, and continue to help me on my journey as a politician. The main objective of a national budget should be to bring hope to the people who have placed us in a position of honor. So my people on the other side who on the other side have selected a fancy name for this budget. Beyond the normal recovery, growth, and opportunity in the age of COVID-19. Madam Speaker, I'm not even sure who decided that fancy name. Because if I'm not mistaken, Madam Speaker, one of the ministers was heard on the radio station saying that as far as he's concerned, COVID is over. I say, I'm not going to call any names, Madam Speaker, to say minister. I guess they all did not agree on that theme for the budget, but maybe that is why the budget does not reflect recovery, growth, and opportunity. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member Donaldson Romeo, he mentioned about the global economy and the British government and what they're doing for their people to help with the recovery and the growth opportunities. Madam Speaker, they have invested more than £280 billion into protecting their jobs, the business, and their livelihoods. Madam Speaker, I'm surprised that our Premier understands that, and he knows that they have done that. But Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, he still has not put himself out with his team to try to whether follow or whether request the help of the British government, go down the same path as the British government, in order to try to help the people here in Montserrat. Madam Speaker, people are suffering real bad here in Montserrat. And if the people who elected them are also suffering and they're not listening to the people, Madam Speaker, there needs to be a change. Politics is a very funny thing, and people have their beliefs to certain things. It's like the vaccine. Some people are afraid, some people are not afraid. I'm proud. I can talk for myself. I'm proud I'm fully vaccinated. Whatever it might do years from now, whatever it is, but I decided to take my chance so I can protect myself and also hopefully protect others in that. But Madam Speaker, the government needs to understand that we are in a pandemic. And the whole world, not just Montserrat alone, but the whole world is in a pandemic. And things are not normal. And we have to make the difference, try to help how we can, especially for us, the people here of Montserrat. Madam Speaker, if someone put you in a position to try to help them, to try to make things right for them as your job, isn't that what you're supposed to do, Madam Speaker? You're meant to try your utmost best to do that, not do what you like and don't care. Madam Speaker, some of them, they have their good feelings or their good ways of doing certain things. But Madam Speaker, I'm not sure if, or maybe I shouldn't say what I'm thinking, but let me change it a bit. I'm not sure if, Madam Speaker, that they understand if you don't know about something, you get help. If you can't do something by yourself, you get help. If you have a block to lift, a rock to lift, and you can't lift it by yourself, you call somebody and help you get it lifted, right? and that makes it easier for everybody. But Madam Speaker, when you believe that you know everything and whatever you're doing is right and you don't care, it can't work. Because people are out there suffering, and that's what I'm saying, the people in Montserrat are suffering real hard. And if you're not seeing that and not trying to understand that, that means it doesn't make no sense that you be in the position that you're in. Anyhow, Madam Speaker, this government will understand, and the people will allow them to understand in due time. Madam Speaker, this budget, as I said, there's nothing in this budget that states anything to do with the recovery of Montserrat after this pandemic. There are some transformational projects that are going on, and as they say, thanks to the PDM government for putting these in place. So as they say, the government is continuous, so they're continuing that. But Madam Speaker, as Honorable Donaldson Roman said also, if it was for that, there was nothing going on in Montserrat. You know, and it's frustrating, Madam Speaker. The people here are very frustrated in what is going on. And things needs to be done to change that. Madam Speaker, I don't know if you ever heard the saying, they say frustration leads to crime. Because you know what, people have to find a way of living. And I know in other countries in the Caribbean, the crime rate has gone up. People are stealing stuff from everybody, and I think that is happening also here in Montserrat. But why is it, Madam Speaker? Because things are hard. Madam Speaker, we don't have a proper economy here in Montserrat. There's absolutely nothing going on besides sand mining, and so on. Nothing is going on, Madam Speaker, and it's going to get absolutely worse. Madam Speaker, the cost of building materials on the global market has gone up. A length of 2x4, 16-foot or whatever it is, gone from $50-something, I think it's $57 to $94 or something like that. Madam Speaker, people can't afford to build houses now. And so all of that, Madam Speaker, is what the government had to take in consideration to understand what can they do to help the people of Montserrat. Madam Speaker, construction is one of the key moves. If the government cannot find ways of trying to help, to support that, we're not going to get anywhere, Madam Speaker. I understand in terms, and I can understand what the government is saying, it's difficult for me to be begging somebody for something. But Madam Speaker, dealing with the British government is not really begging, as far as I'm concerned, is asking and negotiating for what is due, relatively due to us here in Montserrat. And if they're not doing a proper negotiation for that, we're not going to get anything, Madam Speaker. That's all I think they need to do. Have some proper discussion, negotiations, to be able to get things to facilitate, to help the people here of Montserrat. It's not begging. It's doing what you have to do for your people. And if you have to beg, yes, be proud that you're a beggar for your people. Madam Speaker, they would word it up. Madam Speaker, a lot of businesses here in Montserrat are struggling to keep their workers employed. Madam Speaker, you know what I'm saying? They're struggling to stay alive. But where's the future? Where are they going to, Madam Speaker, if we're just going down this road here? And the increase of taxes, Madam Speaker, to recover or to raise revenue, Madam Speaker, from, I think the Honorable Joseph said it's, let me see how much, 2,703 of the working population in Montserrat, Madam Speaker. That is killing the people here, Madam Speaker. That is killing the people of Montserrat. What is needed, Madam Speaker, is for the taxes to be cut to a certain degree to help the people. And that means that they will save more money, they will have more money to spend. The government still will make more money because the more money that people spend, the more money the government makes. If when you tax people out of what they don't have They don't have the money to do nothing else. And not only that, if you cut the taxes on certain things, Madam Speaker, it would help the government in a long way. Because a lot of people then wouldn't have to depend on government for everything, for certain things, because they now will be able to help themselves even more. That, Madam Speaker, is something that needs to be properly examined. I understand, based on the negotiation with the British government, with FCDO, in terms of generating funds and so on. But Madam Speaker, that is hard for me to understand in times like this. If Britain understands for themselves the struggle they're going through at the present moment, you don't think they understand how hard it is for us here in Montserrat? Madam Speaker, we don't have no industries, we don't have no tourism product, we don't have nothing, Madam Speaker. As I said, the only industry we have here, Madam Speaker, that's doing anything for us is sand mining. So if the British government is understanding and they are themselves are doing that for themselves, pumping all that money, borrowing money, over $280 billion to help the economy, how come we in Montserrat here not even thinking of helping our economy, our people in any kind of way at all, but to charge them more taxes, so to get more revenue? Is it that we're trying to make us look good somehow, or what, but kill the people to do that? You know, they say you cut off your nose to spite your face. Mm-hmm. It's something like that we're trying to do, Madam Speaker. That can't work. Madam Speaker, we have to understand that right now, soon the school leavers, a lot of kids leaving school. What are they going to do, Madam Speaker? There's no jobs for them. There's nothing there for them. Madam Speaker, as a matter of fact, I know quite a few individuals already left Montserrat, young ones have already left Montserrat, and others are leaving to go to England, Madam Speaker. Because you know what? It makes life easier for them there than we can here in Montserrat. And don't even talk about we're trying to encourage our Montserratians to come back home. Come back home to what, Madam Speaker? Come back home to hardship and struggle? Did I hear the Honorable Sammy say yes? Did they come back to hardship and struggle, Madam Speaker? If that is what they're thinking, Madam Speaker, something has to be totally wrong. Got to be totally wrong. We want our people to come back here and live a good, comfortable life. Not to come back here to struggle. But how are we going to encourage them to come back here? Yes, I'm happy that finally and hopefully that the hospital project might get off the ground. And I heard, as the Honorable Kernan said, they'll soon be sending out the tenders or whatever. They're in the design phase of the building. And I'm happy for that, because, Madam Speaker, that's one of the key things that Montserrat needs to get on. But, Madam Speaker, the government has to understand that the cost of living in Montserrat needs to be worked on. Madam Speaker, let me just touch a little bit on agriculture. Madam Speaker, I'm not saying that agriculture is not trying their best. Well, it's not trying something. I don't know if it's their best, but I know they can do better. But, Madam Speaker, early on last year, whenever it's before that, they were giving out or trying to help the farmers in many ways with free egg boxes, topsoil, all this kind of stuff. I'm happy for that. I'm very happy for that. But, Madam Speaker, in terms of doing all of this, how are the consumers benefiting if the government is helping the farmers, help to assist the farmers in many ways? How are the consumers benefiting from that, Madam Speaker? In certain countries, Madam Speaker, let's take, for instance, eggs. Eggs are about, if I'm not mistaken, not I buy that many eggs per se. But eggs are, I think, somewhere between, well, some people sell for 12, some sell for a little bit more. But I think between 12 and 16. I thought it was a little bit more. Some people more than that. Well, I don't know if it's in the super. 12 to 17, Madam Speaker. 12 to 17 dollars a dozen egg. Madam Speaker, across the waters over there to Antigua, and even Anguilla and Nevis, eggs are selling between $6 and $10 a dozen, and they're not getting help from their government in terms of free stuff and so on, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, these are things. How can the government control these kind of things, Madam Speaker, in terms so that the consumers can benefit? I understand that certain supermarkets or whatever it is are using the opportunity now, Madam Speaker, because of the change of tariff that was done by the government to bump certain prices up. They're blaming everything on world this, world that, and world that. But Madam Speaker, if you have something that's in the country already at this price, and you ain't bring the product back in new as yet, how all of a sudden now the price changed because the world price gone up and you're bumping up your stuff? That is wrong. Madam Speaker, the government needs to put a price control system properly in place to try to see how they can negotiate to keep certain prices down on these people. Madam Speaker, the tariff on the single-use plastics and so on, Madam Speaker, I go along with that in terms of protecting the environment. There's nothing wrong with that. But and even, Madam Speaker, with the juices and the sugary products. But Madam Speaker, it had to be properly worked out, because I was told by an importer of biodegradable products that the cost of the biodegradable products are so expensive to buy anyway that they can't really compare with the plastic and the styrofoam products at the present moment. And Madam Speaker, I remember this came to us before, and I did say to encourage people to get to more of the biodegradable product. Give them a tariff break to encourage them, so that instead of the biodegradable product is $5 and the styrofoam is $6, let the biodegradable be $3, so there's a bigger difference, and they will change. I understand, and to buy this. Okay, 1 year, I said they give them 1 year to work it out, but Madam Speaker, these are the kind of things that we have to look at. We have to properly examine these things before we start doing them. It is a good thing, and I encourage it. Same with the sugary drinks, Madam Speaker. But you know what? It's not, some people, it's not going to be based on what is going on, Madam Speaker. They just raise everything up. So the difference that we think that, or the government think that there will be, the pricing will be different, that much different. It's not really, Madam Speaker. So people will still buy what they want to buy. But what I think, Madam Speaker, especially with sugary drinks and that product, education, and I know they've been going on the radio and doing a lot of things, Madam Speaker, but they also need to put some of that education and teaching in the schools in terms of, especially with the children, because, Madam Speaker, the way all this starts from, in terms of explain to them the diabetes and the problems and all these things. Give them so let them understand, even give them a little pamphlet or leaflet with all the things, put them in the schools, all the kids, give them to all the kids in the school so they can understand. And because some of the kids can also talk to their parents too. And Madam Speaker, if you have a child and your child tells you certain things, you tend to listen to them to understand. And all these are things that we need to do, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, what we need to do is find ways, Madam, find ways of trying to help our economy, Madam Speaker. We need an economy. We don't have a proper economy here in Montserrat. Yes, we have the COVID-19 pandemic. But, Madam Speaker, there must be ways that the government can find, things that they can find to use to help to bump start the economy of Montserrat. Construction is one. Construction is one, Madam Speaker. I'm happy that they say that they're doing this, was it soft loan or whatever it is at the credit union, Madam Speaker. But at an interest, I think what's the interest? 5%, Claude. That's what 5% interest on the loan that they get at credit union. Or they don't announce it? Or just the amount. Okay. But Madam Speaker, well, as Mr. Hogan said, Honorable Hogan said, they have not announced the percentage. But Madam Speaker, well, if they have not announced the percentage, I'm telling them that it can't be no 5% and no 4% of that. It needs to be at least a 2%. As a government, Madam Speaker, helping the people. Look at the British government. They've been cutting their taxes, etc., on certain things. Madam Speaker, if you're trying to help people as a government, you need to do what you can. I'm not saying that you kill yourself to do it, but you have to do what you can, because you know, and we all know, the struggles that people are going through right now. Single parents, single mothers, everyone. And Madam Speaker, we know that, as I said, people are not working. It is difficult. It is really difficult for them, Madam Speaker. That's why people are losing their bananas and all this kind of stuff at night time, and their animals, Madam Speaker, because people have nowhere to go. They have nowhere else to go, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I could talk for myself. Gas cylinder was stolen from one of our houses. But I didn't call the police because I said, whatever it is, the person that took it needs it more than us. But that can't work with everybody. So what are we going to try to do for the people here in Montserrat? Madam Speaker, we can't use this COVID-19 pandemic as the problem, the main problem for Montserrat. Madam Speaker, as a government, the government needs to work with the people, to work with the opposition. And Honorable Romeo keeps crying to the government, wanting to talk with them, wanting to work with them, wanting to help them. But Madam Speaker, as if they say, we don't want to help nobody, we are right, we know what we're doing, and that's it. Madam Speaker, even some of their supporters, Madam Speaker, and their colleagues, Madam Speaker, they're not even trying to seek advice. And that is wrong. That is totally wrong, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to commend the Ministry of Health for a wonderful job they're doing, or they have done and they're doing in terms of the COVID-19 situation here in Montserrat. Madam Speaker, as a Montserratian, I'm proud. I'm proud of what they have done. And I'm also going to say thank you to the Premier and his team for the negotiations that they've done with the British government to be able to get some funding to assist in protecting us from this COVID-19 pandemic. Madam Speaker, let me say thank you to all the nurses and doctors and all the hospital workers, everyone, for making sure, and even the police and all these people, for making sure that everything's properly put in place to help us during the pandemic, and for them to keep it that way. Yes, the Cuban doctors or nurses or whatever they were here, gotta say thanks to them too. And, you know, we're sorry to hear that because of funding, some they have to leave. But that's how life goes. But I'm happy that we're in the position we are without any COVID-19 cases. And I can boast of that, and we all can boast of that. So thanks again to the Honorable Minister of Education, Health, and his partner, Honorable Hector Dorset, for their great works that they have done. But Madam Speaker, let's talk about the education part of this now, Madam Speaker. I heard the Premier mentioned about rolling back out this computer initiative thing for the students. But I just want to ask one question of the Premier, Madam Speaker. In terms of rolling that back, it's a good thing, but in terms of the Wi-Fi setup, Madam Speaker, how can the government help to assist? Because remember that some individuals don't have that system at home. So how is it that, what can the government put in place to help to assist the ones that cannot or don't have the ability to have that at home? Is there some way that the government can have a negotiation with the communication suppliers in terms of negotiating a package for the government to help the children in that? Because, you know, as we know, that is becoming the norm in terms of doing education online throughout the whole world. And as I say, thank God we don't have any cases here in Montserrat. But what happens if all of a sudden something happens and we have to shut down again? Remember that over the past year, the kids have lost a lot of time in school with their education. And we need to properly focus on this. So this is one thing that I want the Premier to please explain to me. If there's any possible way, when he comes back on his rebuttal, if there's any possible way that the government can help to facilitate anything to do with the children and them with that. Madam Speaker, I heard the Honorable Kernan today made some remarks pertaining to the apprenticeship program. But Madam Speaker, I just want him to understand or be mindful of these young people in terms of them leaving school, not having anything to do, but putting them now, giving them the opportunity to be in a position to try to learn. And this, I understand what you said. They are meant to go there to learn, to understudy whatever they have to do, to understand how to move forward, to make whatever they are working on better, or to make themselves better. The monies that they get is also good for them to help them through their challenges. But Madam Speaker, to cut this, and as I said, when the devil find, what was it? The devil find what? Work. Oh, well, I was thinking of something else. The devil finds work for idle hands. So, Madam Speaker, we have to try to find something, not as the devil, for the idle hands, to be able to keep them out of problems. And I'm sure that, pardon? I'm not quite sure what has been said on the other side, Madam Speaker. I don't know if they want to.
I recognize the Honorable Permanent
Madam Speaker,
Hector Dorset.
thank you very much. Just to clarify for Honorable Osborne, we spoke about actually expanding the program, not cutting the program at all. And so the Premier has given us an extra $500,000 for the apprenticeship program. So it's not about cutting it at all, but rather strengthening it. Okay? So I just wanted to clarify that, just in case there was a misunderstanding. It's just that we're saying, Honorable Madam Speaker, just that and he can speak for himself. He was saying that the apprentices has to understand
Madam
that
Speaker,
it's not a job.
Madam Speaker, point of order. We get the point. We get the point, Madam Speaker. This is a debate. The rebuttal will come afterwards.
Continue.
Madam Speaker, let me say thank you very much, Honorable Dorset. I do apologize but it was based on maybe my understanding of what the minister, how he went about it and things. So I do apologize to you, Honourable Minister, and all that. But I'm happy for all of that, Madam Speaker. And we have to keep that up and doing what we can. Madam Speaker, the government mentioned about the 1 second, Madam Speaker, about the cut in the maintenance budget, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, I want to understand, with the way some of the buildings, the condition of some of the buildings, Madam Speaker, in terms of they're looking dilapidated, and I must say that directly. And how are they going to be able to keep them in proper order? You know, Madam Speaker, if you leave something to deteriorate, the more it deteriorates, the more it's going to cost to get it repaired. So are we saying that we're going to let them fall to bits and then start repairing them again? Doesn't make sense. We have to find a way. And not only that, Madam Speaker, the repairs on buildings are also providing jobs for individuals. We have to make sure that we put things properly in place to create jobs so people can make a living for all the people here to work. Mm-hmm. Madam Speaker, putting people first is not a part-time job. Those of us in this honorable House were placed here to look over the people at all times. So, man, with this budget that has come to this House, heavy on taxes and heavy on duties and policies that will penalize our people, opposing to helping them. We are saying that our people, that we do not care. Well, the government is saying they do not care for them. Madam Speaker, we have to think about what we are doing and how we are presenting the budget. Because fuel prices have gone up. And if fuel prices have gone up, everything goes up. It costs more for fuel, and Montserrat is basically the highest in fuel costs of all the Caribbean islands. And we did a cost difference analysis based on quite a few islands, Madam Speaker, in Antigua, St. Kitts, Nevis, St. Lucia, Dominica, and Montserrat. Montserrat I think is like $2 higher than the other highest one, which I think was, if I'm not mistaken, was it St. Kitts? Which one was the higher one after Montserrat? St. Kitts or St. Lucia? I'm not sure, Madam Speaker, but these are things that we have to find a way that we could control or assist of the people of Montserrat. Madam Speaker, we had in agriculture where when I was in office, we brought some Boer goats in to help the farmers. And I'm happy for that. I've heard the other day that on Saturday that they're saying goat meat is gone up now to $18 a pound. I'm not sure if that's good, but I heard that on Little Bay on Saturday. And that is expensive. That is very expensive. But what can we do? And the few individuals that have their goat, it's so difficult for them to be able to have goats because people are stealing them. This is the hardship that the people of Montserrat are facing right now. And this government needs to put properly in place a system worked out for the people of Montserrat and reduce the cost of living in Montserrat. The cost of living is too high. Food security is another problem we have in here in Montserrat. You know, we tend to flood, farmers tend to flood the market with one product, and then for a month or two, and then after that, there's none. We need to properly plan or assist in helping the farmers to grow certain products, to be able so that we can have a continued supply of certain products. We can't always be depending on the boat from Dominica. We have to put in place proper things. I'm not saying, I must say that the minister has also, they brought in some new water barrels. And I'm happy that the price is still the same. It's basically $1 a gallon. And I'm very proud of that. But what I think they need to do, Madam Speaker, is that money is hard for people at the present moment. And to get $1,000 to buy a 1,000-gallon tank or $600 to buy a 600-gallon tank is difficult. The government needs to work on a system with the farmers that they make a deposit and pay X amount per month or whatever it is, even if it's $100 a month, because they must be able to make that. Because if they're not producing the products, they can and they should be able to find $100 until they finish paying off for their equipment. I know people don't like to pay government. They like to get things for free from government in terms of they do it, but they don't like to pay. But people need to change that, and we need to change that. But we have to help them, to teach them, to show them how they can do things and make things right. Watch it. Make soon. You ready? You ready? Madam Speaker, I want to wrap up my comments now. I'm more convinced than ever that this government needs to put the people first during budget negotiations, because it clearly seems that they're not doing that. This budget spoke of a reduction in, this was said the maintenance, so now I have the figure, 1.47 million. And we all know that creates jobs, and also not only for the buildings, but also for the road maintenance. And we're in the hurricane season, so we need to make sure that these drains are properly cleaned and not clogged, because as we remember, we had the flood, a little bit of a flood the other day, which cost us a lot of money. So these are things that we have to make sure that we can still put in place. But my honorable member, Mr. Hogan, is going to come after me with the figures. But I just want the government to understand that things are very difficult for everybody here in Montserrat. Montserratians, non-nationals, everyone. And their duty is to help and assist everyone in this country, no matter where they're from. As long as they're in Montserrat and living in Montserrat, we have to find a way to help the system, because it is a real struggle that we are living at this present moment. So with that, I want to say, that the government needs to relook or revisit their budget in terms of making whatever changes they can to see how they can help to facilitate the people of Montserrat even more. And may I say, God bless the people of Montserrat, and hope that everything will go smoothly from now on, and that we will have, the people will have a better living, or better standard of living very soon. And I'm finished with that, Madam Speaker. I'm going to turn it over to Honorable Claude Hogan to do the numbers as he's due to do.
I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's now 6:08. May I ask, I wish to move a motion for a short adjournment with the Honorable House, so that we can have our bathroom or whatever.
A break.
Sorry, recess, sorry, my apologies, recess, short recess, sorry.
Okay, so we'll take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll return. This House is back in session. I recognize the Honourable Member of the Opposition, Mr. Hogan.
Madam Speaker, we're in a late hour, and I really have a terrible headache. And Honourable Osborne next to me says he's been sitting around for the whole day, and he's not coping too well. He's cramping up at the moment. And I was wondering if I could implore on the Honourable House that we adjourn and start in the morning, because I have at least 2 hours worth of material, and the Honourable Opposition Leader has to follow. So I wish to ask one adjournment of the Honourable House, Madam Speaker, if anybody would second it.
I recognize the Honourable Member of the Opposition, Mr. Romeo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Considering that we were thinking of finishing around 7, I want to second the motion, Madam Speaker.
Who says 7?
Okay, so there's a question on the floor for the adjournment of this House. All those in favor? Those opposed? Okay, the nays have it, and so the House will continue.
Madam Speaker, there was an error there. When you asked the question, shouldn't there be a debate on it?
Honorable Osborne, if you are not feeling comfortable at any point and you would like to, you can leave.
Madam Speaker, I didn't get a ruling.
The ruling was that the sitting of the House will continue. I recognize the Honourable Member of the Opposition, Mr. Hogan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will obey the House, of course, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm responding to the 2021 budget, calling for a roadmap out of lockdown and the reopening of the economy of Montserrat as part of that roadmap. I believe that the budget fails to look at the reconnection of Montserrat to the global economy, and we are continuing business as usual, and we need to develop a purpose plan that manages the advent of COVID and the economy which we need for the survival of people together. Madam Speaker, I believe that the government led by the MCAP administration means well, but so did a lot of other leaders and governments like Mussolini, Hitler, Trump, and even the leaders of the Brexit. But what we have to consider are the repercussions on the life of people. In some of those global incidents, people lost their lives. In Brexit, people are losing their life, as in COVID. And every day, politicians make decisions. We hope that people do not lose their lives. Madam Speaker, we are caught up in COVID. We are caught up in great ideas, but the dreams of the administration are just dreams. We have been left with 2,500 people after an erupting volcano. And that means the cream of the crop of Montserrat is not in Montserrat. And we are trying to leverage the development of Montserrat off the back of, they said, 2,073 people, working people, without regard to the policies that we must go full speed ahead. Madam Speaker, there are good people in Montserrat, including myself, if I might say so, who believe that we need to give the country back to the working class people of Montserrat and let the people with the ideas and the dreams and the great digital expertise help out these people. Because between COVID and the current government of Montserrat policies, we are going down a very wrong road. I am going to summarize some of what Honorable Romeo has said, and I'm going to contrast with the actual figures presented, which are at this moment indisputed, that we are in a situation where revenue has declined and the expenditures proposed by government are all cut across the departments of government. In the last year, I will show that part of the revenue that was anticipated and collected was about 3 million. But I will show that on top of that, we are hoping to continue to raise the 40% of our wish list to include an additional $12 million in revenues from this economy, from these people of Montserrat in this time of COVID. And as my predecessors on this side have said, it is impossible. We are going to be getting into great friction and great suffering. Madam Speaker, I'm reminded that of one of the speakers who said or referred to the quotation from John F. Kennedy, US President, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. In 2021, I, Claude Hogan, I'm saying to you, your country must have something for you to do. When you ask it what it wants you to do, it must have something for you to do. I will show that there is nothing more for the people to do, but there is more for the government to do so that the people can try to do to make their life. I accept the definition of the honorable member of budget. That is the key word. I have the boring task of looking exactly at the figures, and I won't take long, I hope, because it's a foregone conclusion that we are in COVID and there is a budget cut and we have a deficit, triple deficit since dating back to 2020. I also want to redefine or relook the definition of transparency and tell the Honorable House that transparency is no magic word that you have to tell people everything, every time, on time, and punctually. Transparency has to do with if you're going to tell people to do something, and that if you tell them openly what you're going to ask them to do, and it does not hurt for you to do that, then it's okay. But if you cannot say to people what you're asking them to do openly, that means you're not being transparent because your conscience is bothering you. Transparency is just about your conscience. There should be nothing that you cannot say to the people of Montserrat. Now we have to figure it out ourselves. That we are raising $11 million more of revenue, and we can't say that up front in the budget of 2021. That is a conscience issue. I'll let the people decide, not for me to decide. We are going through a period where the private sector and civil society needs to be part of the picture. And yes, we have had some relief efforts, but what we have here, and I expected, was a successor to the relief program. Let me look at what I'll highlight further. We have a reduction in expenditures across the ministries. I have them highlighted there. I can go through each one and tell you by how much million. I will shortly. We have a reduction in the disposable income of the people through tariff increases, but we are told we must learn to live and to save. We don't seem to be getting economic advice when we are reducing disposable income. That is income that people have left after they have spent everything to make their life worth living. When we introduce single-use plastics ban, or any tariff related to it overnight, it's taking money out of poor people's pockets. You have to add it up, and you'll see what the impact is. In all of the other CARICOM countries, the conscience of their government tells them, you have to phase this in over maybe 3 years. Some of the strategies include, even in the large United Kingdom and in Antigua, some of them include actually buying and replacing the shopping bags with biodegradable bags. The governments do that because they realize if you have to go buy the biodegradable from people who are barely making $1,800 a month, as we are told here, that it's going to eat away at their disposable income. It adds up. I've come to recognize why the Englishman values a penny so much. If every member of a household loses a penny in Montserrat to replace stuff by plastic bags, styrofoams, and everything all at once, do you know how much money is coming out of people's pocket going into the treasury all at once? Do you know? At this time, I'm not saying we can't do it, but then you have to come up with a plan where the government does the front load of the work, and then you hand over to the people little by little, because it's going to hurt. Travel costs has increased. It's even by $10, but it's more than 10. We know that you used to travel by the ferry, it was 300. And we know you have to pay the difference to travel on the airplane, which is about 400. So don't tell me that it's business as usual. We are giving 2 subsidies, but it does not mean anything to the traveling public of Montserrat. It means a bleeding of the economy, of the money that the British gave us to run this country. They have an airline subsidy, and then you have a ticket subsidy. Who is getting that? Is it us? It's nothing for us there. We're still paying more, and that's coming out of their pocket, out of their wallet, out of their monthly salary. You have to add it up. It's all right for you to be on this side and seeing how well your system is working. But this is what I'm asking. This is what I'm saying, why this government should give the government back to the people of Montserrat. They're not looking at it from the people's point of view. You have inflation now creeping up because of the cost of doing business. I used to eat out once a month. at a particular restaurant. Maybe they don't want me to promote them. I used to have duck breast. It used to cost $20 on the ferry to bring in a $20 cartoon, $20 to bring in a cartoon of duck breast. How much do you think it costs to bring it in on the airplane? $240. Don't tell me, Madam Speaker, that people are not going to pay more for things in Montserrat. I can't get it now. Don't tell me you're not adding up the maths. You have to do maths or get proper advice. All the small businesses are going to suffer because the savings, Madam Speaker, countries are not just run by getting money. Even your household is not run by getting money. You know, every time you go online or wherever to buy something, you're looking for a sale. Why do you think you're looking for a sale? You're looking for a sale, Madam Speaker, because you want to save, you want to keep the money that you have. That is how you enrich yourself. Wealth equals savings plus earnings. So it's not just about earnings. If you keep taking from me and you're not allowing me to save nothing, I'm going to end up a pauper. Madam Speaker, they said they have, talking about reduction in disposable income, and they say they want to help health too. Sugary drinks. They said they ban sugary drinks. I don't know which one. But it must be all of them because they come in a classification. Again, you say you're doing it because you're helping health. You're helping for the health of the people. You want to save the people. But Madam Speaker, if you're doing that, the tariff for the competition or for the health drink you want them to eat should be zero. Because if the tariff is the same, you're just raising revenue. Because they're going to buy the sugary drinks or the natural juice, which one they prefer, because they're going to be near the same price. So don't tell me that we're trying to help their health. We had some of these same policies they're implementing now are reject policies. You know why they were reject policies? Because they do not come with the support you need to get them done. And the British government did not, and up to now we can see, they don't want to pay any more than the policy 60% of the original figure, which they brought up some maybe 5 years ago. So they're going to pressure us, yes, to do these things in the name of self-righteousness, I have to call it, because it's not helping anybody. They're only helping them to make sure they don't pay 61%, and we must pay 40%. And we're giving into that. These policies are just eroding the income of the people. And when we say stuff, when we say things like the economy is going good and people are not working in the sectors, they like to hear that because they want to justify that they can do this and they can do that. I'm going to tell you more about other things that they're doing to us. And I don't like the stance of my premier when he talks. On Social Security, they make a lot of recommendations. The actuary is going to make economic recommendations about the reduction of disposable income again. But you think that means we're going to have to pay more? And my premier is going to agree with that. If you want Social Security, you have to pay, you have to pay, you have to pay. No, Madam Speaker. We have to deal with affordability. The British have a price to pay. We have to negotiate hard. Or let it come to a standstill. Or let it fall. But not on us. And I want the Premier to understand that this is the maths that is happening to Montserrat right now. I'm not against your glorious ideas for Montserrat, but I do not want you to take down the iron with me. You can't be protecting me from sugary drinks, and I don't have no option at the cost that sugary drinks was. Put the natural juices at the cost that sugary drinks was, then I have an option. And even there, the British people would advise you that you're not giving any options. And these policies are null and void. And because of COVID, they seem to have abandoned us. Madam Speaker, there's no reward in England. There's no reward in the United Kingdom for the things we are asked to do to our people happily. Happily. When the government needs to learn to speak in defense of the people of Montserrat, maybe you have to give in. Maybe you have to give in sometimes. But every time anything from Montserrat, this government is against us. Everything they say to do to Montserrat that we need help to do, now they got to do it themselves. Taking away our disposable income, affecting the future of our children, no explanation. They took away the grid. $12.5 million. What are the public servants going to do? And they still want to run around them, say we have the talent and the skills here. And the same very British people who identify that we need the capacity improvement in Montserrat, the very same people convince us that we don't need it now because we have to pay the price for COVID. And they abandon us to ourselves, even though they themselves research and we gave up. And you know why I know we gave up? Because I never once in this budget speech or any time heard any minister or the premier or the finance minister or anybody say how regrettable, what a great loss. Isn't this going to affect study opportunities for our children? I must be the last person to get money out of the grid. I must admit, I have to argue for it back. I got financing to help me with my advocacy. That's why I could speak properly, a little better today. Thank the grid, Madam Speaker. And I believe you're doing a great disservice. People don't understand what's going to happen to their children. Do they understand what's going to happen to their children if you just give up? They have something called consistent objector. Even if no, they're forcing you to do it. Object. Let the record show, so at least there are no rewards in Britain for people who lose a battle. There are no rewards in the world for anybody who loses any war. You have to keep fighting. Object consistently. Talk for the people of Montserrat. Let them think twice. I don't want to encourage my people to riot or misbehave, but let them think twice. And our government must give voice to that. I heard the director of Red Cross. Red Cross! Let us think in. Red Cross comparing how much is paid for Red Cross in BVI, Caymans, whatever. The figures, big figures, 50,000 US and so on. Obviously, we know that Montserrat probably can't afford those Johnny McBrown figures. But what you expect, or anybody expect to be said, is not that they are unfair. You know why they're not unfair? Let me tell you why they're not unfair. They're not unfair because, one, the government of Montserrat is giving Red Cross $11,000 a month in support. Red Cross was balancing its budget, adding the 11,000 to 9,000 from the rental of the Red Cross building. The government received an application from Red Cross to say, I'm in a situation here now, I need 20,000. How they could be unfair? How they could be unfair? The document that came back from Central Bank, which the Premier signed as Minister of Finance, to say that the Red Cross building was going to be, well, he didn't say that, but you should see that once the Royal Bank is going to be closed, that is an implication. You don't just, it's not a signing ceremony, everything on Facebook is a signing ceremony. You have to think about the implication of that. It means that Red Cross can't collect no rent soon as Royal Bank move out of that building. So they're in deficit. And 20,000 is reasonable. He didn't even go for 20,000 US. He went for 20,000 EC, which is the 11 plus 9. I'm bringing that local to you. That maybe you should have rent the building. You have to think outside the box. You have to think, it's not even Red Cross administration helping, it's the people who depend on Red Cross. If you can't speak for even Red Cross, what are we going to speak for? Is nothing wrong if you're against it in your mind. I'll repeat that. Is nothing wrong in your mind, Madam Speaker. But you cannot, as the leader of this country, you have to find language to verbalize your support. Some philanthropists might want to say, oh, my Red Cross in Montserrat really need help. But if they hear the leader of government say, the Red Cross is unfair, they might have a different, oh, well, maybe they don't really need no help. So you have to stand up. There are two constituencies in Montserrat, I could see that. You represent a certain viewpoint, but there are poor people in Montserrat, and you have to represent them too. You have to represent them. These are the people in Montserrat who maybe we think didn't vote for us, but they don't have to vote because Montserratians are Montserratians, and the way they are, they're going to vote how they want to vote. But at the end of the day, we still have to look for them. This is why you are not getting any more money from the British. This is why you all have to be asking for 11 or 12 million to be raised locally. You know why? You are representing the wrong constituents. Where I get it from? Well, I'm going to show you where I get it from. I'm going to show you where I get it from. I'm going to show you the figures shortly. Because I'm just warming up. You have your Honorable Premier and your ministers. I want to tell you that I like the speech presentation of the Honorable Charles Kernan. 90% of it had nothing to do with budget. I don't think he mentioned one figure, although the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary did the good job of showing us what was happening and what's going on. Maybe she should be the minister, because the Honorable Charles Kernan's speech described how the MCAP administration want to address this country. He said, Madam Speaker, that the budget, I wasn't here at that time, I was listening. I'm 100% worker for Montserrat, and I'm listening on the radio. If I go outside to the restroom, I'm listening still. There's not a word that drop I don't hear, and I have it recorded in my head. He said 11 million expenditure in his ministry, and look at the revenue, only 3 million. So, Madam Speaker, what are you trying to say? He's trying to say that we, the people of Montserrat, should pay the difference. Really? Honorable member, you know why we get $86 million from the UK government? It's to cover public service. So we are only paying what we can afford. I have to redirect you all, is what we can afford. The 11 million is not your money, you know, it's the money for the people of Montserrat. Look at every public service sector here, except maybe customs and revenue. Every one of them, the expenditure exceed the revenue. That is what we're giving the money to tap up for. So the people of Montserrat shouldn't have to be not sleeping tonight. Oh, so much for we run the hospital, and you want to pay more? No, we should not pay any more. We need to, if they need more at the hospital, let the British put the rest. Or, yes, thank you, that is where I'm going. You have the 40% of Montserrat, which you all are not focusing on, which is the private sector for the local economy. Maybe the only part of the private sector that is working is the part that the government take over, the Nomad program, which is impossible for one Nomad to equal a whole cruise ship. What Matthew are doing? That is not, no, there's nothing practical to say to people because we know that is impossible. I want to see the statistics and get a survey done. What is the return we're getting? Because I know the people are paying their normal expenses and you're collecting a fee. But it's a good program that we can have tourists who are working because we can't have the regular tourists. But don't fool anybody to say one nomad, one remote worker is the value where we don't need no cruise ships. What are you promoting tourism for? We don't need no more tourism assets improve because we just get nomads or remote workers. Let me tell you, you have said transport in the future, you're searching for Twin Otter. That's a commitment. You have said For the private sector fiscal policy, grants 600,000 and loans 500,000. There's no policy underpinning that. We don't know what private sector you're trying to start or help. Non-transparency. Is your conscience bothering you? Tell us what you're talking about. Maybe it's the same small businesses that you have registered already you want to pay again. There are no systems in Montserrat, they say, for nothing that we could come up with that is supposed to be helpful to an economy. Because what we're doing is not helpful. And nobody's asking us to do mercenary stuff, or even buccaneer, or what they used to call them, piracy stuff. So if you couldn't implement a stimulus, because lots of islands, even BVI said they implement their stimulus, and it's reverberating around the economy still, because money is like fluid, it's going around in the economy still. But you're not going around here because I had to tell them, no, we implemented a relief program and include food packages, so that's dead money. So we have no systems, they say. We have no furlough possibility because our social security systems are probably not efficient enough to produce employed people figures and to lock a furlough support program to those people or to the businesses that employ these people so that we can ask for something that is accountable. We have none of that. They say we have no unemployment scheme. I'm sitting here. That have nothing to do with me. They have nothing to do with the people of Montserrat. If they had come here in this budget and told me that we are going with the public service budget as normal, which is what it is, nothing in here. The only project the government has received from the UK to date is COVID, 8 million. So if they'd come and tell me they had put these things as things to be done, and they put $2, if they want to digitize stuff to be done and that we can do local, these are what we can do. So we can make a case. You come with the usual budget and tell me that we are fine. We are not fine. We are not fine. We need a roadmap to get out of where we are at and doing over the budget. And Honorable Romeo is right. Where is the opportunity going to come from with budget cuts of expenditure in every sector? And you're asking for 11 more million in collection. And I know the revenue people are efficient already. They already garnished my salary. Say I owe them rent for a building. But it's not everybody, not even a building. They say I owe them taxes dating back to 2015. It's not everybody who can respond to that. That is what you're doing if you have the conscience to tell them. That's the first thing you should say in the budget. Look at the budget figures. 86 million from the British, and for the local revenue, you expect us to raise 12 million in addition to bring up our part, which is impossible, to 136 million. And with a budget deficit that I've calculated to be 2.9 million and not 2 million. It's there on your page. You can check it out. I don't know if there's a little mix-up between the April figures and these figures. This is impossible. You want to hear the figures now? Madam Speaker, let me go to the, let me go down to these. Should I go to them one at a time? Yeah. Madam Speaker, let me go through the capital next. Honorable Lewis is going to present this properly later on. But as you can see, and everybody has echoed it, I want to be part of the tag team to tell you there's nothing here other than what adds up to 69 million in capital that will create any economic activity. Because I tell you why. Because my job is to tell you why. You have increased, you have had $994,000 for social housing since last year, not spent. It can help. You have 523,000 remaining from 800,000 last year. It can help. You are into the final stages of the solar plant, the Paul Lewis solar plant at Lookout, 2.4 million. It's going to be spent this year. I don't know what the economic impacts are. There's nothing from the budget that say who got employed or what is the rollover into this economy. Airport improvement, the money is finished, is only 816 remaining. The port development, yes, the budget is for 20 and 11, that's 31. That's the project we have. We have brought nothing to this table now. What we're going to do after this budget. After this budget, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? All right, nothing there to start. So maybe, forgive me, Romeo, you probably rescued the country up to this point. So that is why you have to come with something novel. You have to come with something unique. You have to come with something that could raise money. You can't sit there and listen to Dr. Joseph, that nomad program going to rescue the economy of Montserrat. It's not possible. He's a physicist. They stick to physics. Yes, you say that one nomad equal one cruise ship. Hospital development. You have 1.5 million. That is going to help. They're going to come. The consultants are going to hire some vehicle, stay in a hotel or guest house. But that's only 1.5. 69 million that adds up to 69 million. That is small change. They haven't done anything to keep us going. We are going to be running on the public sector budget, the whole country. Tell us that. That is the truth. There's nothing else to run Montserrat. The public sector budget and the port. And we don't know when the port is going to kick in fully. Probably not this year. We're probably going to spend maybe 1 million. Social impact assessment and the crews coming in, they call that mobilization. So don't tell me that this is going to do anything in 2021. It won't. Let's look at the police. Okay, of course, we're strong on law and order. Remain the same, slightly up, 227. Legal. We have to maintain law and order in the country, slightly up 139,000. Obviously, the British, this is the British who wrote this budget. Magistrates, stable. Legal, slightly up. That's vote 9. I went to the vote numbers. I should have given you the vote numbers because I think people say they're listening on the ear and they have the thing they're following. Police vote 5, legal 7, magistrates vote 8, legal vote 9. So I like that part of the budget because we have to maintain law and order. But you mean to tell me, after that, all fall alone, even Legislative Assembly, the opposition office, of course they had to cut the opposition office by some little thing, 4.7 thousand they cut. Because they don't want any, you didn't know that, Minister, opposition leader? I read everything. So they have to cut you, they have to cut you about 220,000 or something like that. Madam Speaker, that's vote 10. You can look it up for yourself. Madam Speaker, audit, it looks like we're going to finally get the audit office. And there's a budget here, fine. Office of the Deputy Governor, audit officers vote 11, vote 12. So we're running on the public service. We're going to piggyback on them after the mistakes we have made. But I'll come to that in a little while. Office of the Deputy Governor. Madam Speaker, I already spoke about the grid that has been surrendered, and I want the Premier, when he comes back to respond to the budget, to tell us if he got a better deal for giving up the grid, or what happened to the grid, or what are we going to do without the grid, and how are we going to get the public servants to produce what they're supposed to produce if we don't keep up with the Joneses. If they're not trained up and they're not using the modern technologies, tell me, what are we going to do? You have zero, therefore, public sector development for the rest of the year. I know what they're going to do. They're going to march them up to the top of the hill and march them down again. The Grand Duke of York. But I tell you why we are where we are. And then you all want to blame the poor deputy governor. But it's not true. We are here, Madam Speaker, with this situation because we gave up $12.5 million. I wouldn't say we don't like this story. But we gave up $12.5 million without no explanation. 11.5, sorry. Or 12 million. 11.5, minister, opposition tells me. 11.5. We have given up that. No explanation. People are just going to be run roughshod over. Take it or leave it. No explanation. This is what you call transparency and accountability. This is not transparency and accountability. Maybe some of you didn't read the budget. I'm going to walk you through it. So there's zero public sector development. Why have we arrived here? On the first morning of the week, one of the mornings of the first week, I should say, the Premier said, the public service has nothing to do with me. Madam Speaker, sorry, I shouldn't be saying Madam Speaker too many times. This is an erroneous statement. I want you to take that back. I want you to revise that statement when you come back in the budget speech and grow some testicular fortitude to tell the governor where to get off. Because you, as the Premier of Montserrat, have the right to address him on anything at any time in our Constitution, even in the article, this clause 39 areas that are supposed to be in his sole jurisdiction, because this is Montserrat, and this is the British overseas territory now. And if you read the Constitution, it says you have direction and control. And tell him you know what that means. So you could get involved in anything. And when he tells you that he's doing this, whether you like it or not, you should put up a storm. But you know the government is getting weak. The government is going to run into a wall. You know what the wall is going to be? When they get so powerful and you have nobody to turn to, and they can see that, you cannot even vaccinate 2,500 people. They're going to tell you, help you? You missed the point. The point is, if the British government sees that the government cannot command the population, they're going to treat you as they like. You have to command. And if you're not doing that, how you expect to command your position in negotiation, then no, you don't have a fallback position, and you cannot surrender your power. You have to face the man and say, this is what you want, and it will not happen. And I'm with you, 100%. He can't tell you he's tendering nothing. As a matter of fact, nothing should happen once you're against it. It can't happen. It could only happen if you're for it. When you're against it, how you go show the public that he's against you? And you still want to be Premier? No, man. No, he can't show his hand like that. You have some cleaners that you contracted with. The government. I have to raise this one for my friend Nan. The government contracted with, don't worry them, Dan, you can say names if you're not derogatory. It's only if they can't defend themselves. But I say, you can call them out in a good way. No safety net. No safety net. You have a government that contracted with the cleaners who were public servants. That was not the PDM government, that was the government before. But it's a government, it don't matter which administration. I'm going to get sophisticated with you. It doesn't matter which administration, it was a government that contracted that they're going to get the cleaning services. The government cannot renege on the contract. it's a breach of contract. A breach of that contract which was made. There's a lawyer on your side. It was offered, it was accepted, there was consideration, and they started to work. And you even went as far as to give them 1 year of a contract. Dwindle it down from 5 to 3 to 1. I know the whole story. And then the negotiators said they beat them in the negotiations. And you're going to say you have to follow the procurement rules. Don't remember you have a contract, whether it's verbal contract or a written contract or whatever you want to call it. A promise is even stronger than a contract, as far as I'm concerned. But this is a government that allows them to go and say they're going to tender it, putting these people in the middle of a pandemic into fear and apprehension because they're going to insist it needs to be procured. No, the contract takes precedent over that.
Mothers and children.
They have mothers, they have mothers and they have children, and the contract take advice. If the advice is wrong, don't take it. Just take advice that you like in the interest of the people of Montserrat. I'm not taking no bad advice against the people of Montserrat. Anytime they give you advice that don't serve the people of Montserrat, let's stay just like how it is. Can't change. When the advice come right, yes, let's do that now. Advice is right. I'm teaching you politics. Madam Speaker, sorry for the Madam Speaker, but it helps me to find the page in the meantime and not have dead ear. Let me tell you, the next vote is vote 15. I'm not going to say more on ODG. On vote 15, here comes my lovely subject of access. My lovely subject, I love this subject. But I'm not going to lament it anymore because I already made my case that you have to take advice on the positive impact of the transport industry. You cannot allow them to do what they've done to you. We had Twin Otter before. I was there. I know why we had Twin Otter before. And some certain people come and mash up the Twin Otter service and brought in Caribbean Aviation and bring Islander here. They run away with me, shut down my company. I had to pay out staff. I remember that. You think I didn't forget nothing at all. And we had Twin Otter service at the time. And we had to bring in the ferry when you look at how the economy was going to perform. Come on, you guys, go back and read some of this stuff or ask them to send economists to help you. That there's no way you could run an island and only think that the importance of transport is airlift to take somebody from here to Antigua. Transport is more important than that. I already showed you savings plus earnings equal wealth. You're going to impoverish the people of Montserrat. You have to reconnect to Antigua and the Antigua economy to keep down the cost of living in Montserrat. Honorable David Osborne highlight to you what is the cost of eggs in neighboring countries. It's only transport solve inflation. It's transport solve competition. It's transport that keep the cost of goods down because you have options, competition, and we switch to competition policy, but the competition is only for the local people. That is why we joined the Economic Union to help keep down the cost of living in Montserrat. But you are disconnecting from the Economic Union because I see in your figures, well, this is very unlike the British. They have cut on the Office of the Premier, they have cut regional affairs subscriptions. And nobody has told us which are the regional agencies that help keep down the costs and provide the opportunities for Montserrat have been cut. Which, I won't give you the figure of what the cut is because I see you looking at me accently. Let me see where to find that. Regional Affairs is program 153. Look it up for yourself. It's cut by 1.7 million. No explanation. No explanation. It was 5.1 million, now it's 3.4. Do the maths. Program 153. And you're telling me we're looking out for Montserrat? You have to understand the whole picture. Hey, I'm not trying to convince you anymore. I'm not trying to convince you anymore. I'm trying to convince the people of Montserrat that we are on the wrong road. And the people who support you tell you you need to get your act together and change course and do something different. It's the people I'm talking to wanting to put you under pressure. If you don't want to hear, if they don't want to hear, who don't hear we feel. You know you have taken 5.5 million out of the access operations by closing down the ferry and turned the ferry terminal into a police station. That must be DFID advice, FCDO. The police station they have down there now, how does that make 13.9 million in total loss, not in the budget of office or the premier? What you got in exchange for that? Airline subsidy, ticket subsidy. What about affordable transport? Because if you don't get to affordable transport, all your efforts are lost. Your nomad program is lost. Your remote worker program is a waste of time because you're not even following the figures, and you're going to be ending up in the aggregate losing more money than you gain Montserrat. People feel good going around with relief package with corned beef and all kind of stuff like that, and it's like a holiday. But when the hard time comes, they will know about that. ZJB, under Office of the Premier, even ZJB have to use less supplies and materials. Everybody is cut. Regional affairs cut. Go to DITES. They're doing a wonderful job reconnecting us. And you have some issues going on. You have some issues going on because we have to listen to the presentation. We have a government department called DICE that deal with any transformation in the public service. And we are very concerned. Nobody told me, but I heard the Minister for Comes and Work say she's not asking. He's telling us that he's going to transform business processes in government ministries. All I know is that legally there's a DITES in the ministry, in the government, and there's an office of the deputy governor who should be working with DITES. And if they want to hire personnel from outside government, they have the capacity to do that. I have never heard, of course, they're going to have cross-ministry cooperation, right? Yeah. But don't talk like how you're talking there, like, I'm not asking, I'm telling you. No, you're going to wreck Montserrat. Saying it's the most connected in the region, but wrecked. I applaud Digicel and the fiber connectivity. It says most connected. Well, that's the idea. I hope it happens. I like to work from home. In fact, I've been working behind the scenes to get the fiber ahead of everybody else. The government has not said what are the incentives to grow the industry. Same industry you're talking about, all we're talking about is connectivity, connected to region, and incentives. What is the policy so that people can invest in the industry? That is called transparency. And if you're not doing that, it's not me you're talking to, you don't have to talk to me. If you're not being transparent, investors are not going to want to listen to you because they want to know if there is hanky-panky. As clean as you are, you have to speak transparently with it, and that you're into accountability. A lot of these statements in the budget need help. You're going to talk to the Bank of Montserrat, for example, about what? What's the policy with the Bank of Montserrat? Are they going to be investing in housing? Are they going to be investing in the port? Are they going to be investing in the airport? What is the policy in regard to where we are going with Bank of Montserrat? These are things that cannot be clandestine. You know, you're elected government, not an elected emperor. 4.3 4.3 million, what's this about? I already told you about that one. Let's go to capital on the finance. I think I already spoke to this, Madam Speaker. But the other thing I want to add to the list of things that you need to put in place for stimulus, for affordable housing, for affordable transport, for a furlough system, for an unemployment scheme to happen to support the people of Montserrat. You need to come to this House before the end of this year, and I expected it now, with a CIPREG 2, because CIPREG 1 is finished, it's committed. And we are going around glorifying, paving the airport to accommodate a 9-seater. Trinidad could still land up. And it didn't, well, if we had the Trinidad, we didn't need to pave the airstrip in the first place. And now the airport is permanent, because we're now going to put the permanent, what do you call it, air traffic control. And we are going around talking about these things as if it takes heavy lifting. They're in the CIPREG. The tourism improvement projects are in the EU funds, part of which went to the port. We know all of these things. What have you come with? I tell you what is in the budget, $4.8 million added to the budgetary aid, possibly for COVID. We don't even know. Possibly for COVID. So you had 8 last time and 4 now. That's all we know. We need you to be talking about your vision. We don't want to be talking about no solo car and no wake up with no. You say you got wake up with coffee? Coffee maker because you have electricity. Madam Speaker, this is not visioning. That's like dreaming. Put some numbers to some plans and come to the House and tell us we're taking these baby steps and this is baby step 1. Don't tell me you're dreaming to wake up with solar and wind. And I only see one line in here, Mark, wind policy. Nothing new is happening in the government. What work are you all doing watching the Dan Romeo projects being built by the public service? Nothing else. Nothing else. Only Brother Cranston, Honorable Cranston, I see you losing weight. Farming is hard work, you know. I just do it too. Madam Speaker, sorry, that's a side. But it's coming nice. Social housing. I know what you have on social housing. Of course, I know you have the minister put that very eloquently. I like the language he used. Going forward, we have to do this study for the management of housing, and we have to look at how the investment is going to go in housing. Something, housing management, something, right? Good work. But that's the only 2 pieces of paper, and I left them there. So you still have to write your own paper. Madam Speaker. But I like how you present the paperwork, because I believe that you understand where you're going. You understand there is about 29 million we need in housing to deal with the situations we have with forced tenant lookout. So I like how you have adopted the vision of the country.
Honourable Member, please remember to speak to the chair.
I'm not speaking to any
Speak
call
through
nobody
the
name,
chair.
Madam Speaker. You're watching me. My eyes, I can put my eye anywhere, Madam Speaker.
I'm not going to argue with you, Honourable Member, just reminding you to speak through the chair.
Madam Speaker, you just mean to interrupt me on purpose. I lost my way now. COVID aid versus 200 million projects. Can't compare. Emergency EDF funds versus using public sector funds. I believe that's why our budget is cut. I believe that's why this scrambling is going on. But I'm not going to go over that again, because you're going to say I hit you twice. Double jeopardy. capital one other proposal I heard from the Premier that raised my eyebrow. I like it that grant aid will not get us out of this stagnation we're in. Grant aid can't get us past COVID. Grant aid can't get the economic productivity. In fact, the title is that Romeo read out, productivity and whatever. That is the title for the next year budget. When you have the private sector entity, that's what I like. When you have the private sector entity that is going to deal with the 40% of Montserrat that you need to raise revenue from, right? And you say you have had talks with the FCDO, and that is the only other thing that, well, the only other thing that should have been with the cluster of things I've told you that you need to be in a budget in this time, in this year. So the title for the budget, Honorable Romeo is right. Next year when you get the private sector entity, you can come with the title. Take back this title and get a new title for this budget and use this title for next year's budget when you finally have the private sector entity. Madam Speaker, when I represent, I'm representing my clients, and I'll do it to the point of perishing. So we have a gloom and doom budget, no roadmap, business as usual. We can't tax, we can't borrow, we have cut, and we want to raise. Check that puzzle for yourself. It's not possible. It's not possible. The minister said, because the global price of steel has gone up, it's $1,000 per ton of steel, let's say, from Santo Domingo. But yet, according to the minister's maths, the tariff increases balance out. How they could balance out when the increase is 11 point something million? It doesn't balance out. And because steel has increased, tells me two things. One, that you could, since you went into change tariff, that you could have held the tariff you had constant and still make the same money or more from steel because it's cost, insurance, and freight you're applying the tariff to. So you don't make more money anyway. So there probably was no need at all, which is the second thing, to move any tariff at all. Because if the cost of living or the cost of goods shipped to Montserrat are going up everywhere in the world, and the tariffs in Montserrat stand still, you're still going to make more revenue. So don't tell me it balances out. You can't balance it out because if you already say it's a function of the international market, so you're going to make money and you still want to guarantee you make some more, so you change some other things. It cannot balance out. People of Montserrat are going to pay. I haven't reached the figures yet. I want to let it sink in that you know. You could find it yourself. But sometimes is what is not written. I heard that over lunch. Is your story, my story, and the other story. I never heard that one before. But I kind of understood it because I used to use the analogy, a coin has three sides, head, tails, and the edge. My father taught me that. So on the edge, there are things that we're not seeing when the coin is resting flat. But so with all the tariff we can increase and all the other areas that we can increase and collect additional revenue from, you don't hear anything about the increase in royalty for mining. Why is that? Why we can't increase the royalty on mining? Does it have anything to do with the brand new company coming in to do mining everywhere in Montserrat and have concessions that no other miner in the world has ever gotten in Montserrat and none of the local miners can compete with? This is the conservative government of Montserrat. You know how to look out for your own. But I'll leave that one. I don't want the Madam Speaker to accuse me of calling names. I've asked the question in the House already on that issue. Madam Speaker, even parcel posts gone up. Either gone up or we're going to get more parcels sent out. Because last year, the government collected, because I'm under Vote 20, Program 207. Last year, they collected revenue from parcel posts, 45,000. 2021, we expect to collect for parcel posts 230,000. That is either an error or we're decriminalizing marijuana. I don't know what we're sending out in parcel. But that probably needs an explanation, or maybe it don't matter once the parcel price ain't gone up, fees ain't gone up. Because if they're gone up to bring the same number of parcels expected to 230,000, that's a big rise. I don't have the background to these figures. But the last time a government raised board paper from $10 to by 500%, so anything is possible. I have to tell you, that is also taking up disposable income. Madam Speaker, let me move to Vote 30. I may have mentioned it, honorable members have mentioned it, Honorable David, about housing. And I want to mention a couple of things on the housing. Honorable Minister says, I don't like the language, the government of Montserrat is burdened by housing. The minister in the budget speech says that the grant support for housing is unsustainable. Well, I'm in shock on that one, because the legislation there provides for there to be a fund, and the fund for the material grant scheme, and all the schemes were there before, including the fiscal waiver at the port. Everything equals to 40,000. It's about 3 different programs for housing. And if we are shifting solely to the fiscal incentive at the port, you have to remember, again, the person in Montserrat who has to build the house will have to find the $40,000 to benefit from that. So if we're going to build an economy, and we know that the economics on housing and constructions are good, because at the height of the volcano, 50 houses were built in Lookout as a response to the situation in Montserrat. Because housing, they realize, and construction underpin and help the recovery of any economy very fast. Because most of the people, and they don't do it because it's just for Montserrat, most of the people who work in construction are also traveling workers. So they know that some of their own engineers are going to come to Montserrat to get work. It boosts the regional economy. So when you do something like in housing, it's not a favor. It's something the government of Montserrat has to do in order to keep this economy buoyant, keep it alive within the regional system. There are some things that are going to be done in the region that you have to be aware of, that you could be part of, because they're going to do it for Montserrat, because it also benefits them. That's why we have regional integration. So sustainability, how it could be unsustainable. We need to find a new word for that and come back, Mr. Premier. I believe the British intend not to put any money into it. But it is premature when they're doing the 2 studies that the minister referred to for housing. It's premature to come and say that you have written off one part of the housing strategy as unsustainable and you don't have the reports done yet. How is that possible? And I heard the Honorable Romeo said this morning, he recommended a certain amount of money to support housing to the consultant. So we have to wait. This is saying we have to look out for the people of Montserrat, because it's not just your neighbor, it's the whole country is going to benefit. So the housing concessions, the only one you're going to get is if you bring in the stuff at port. But you have to find, do you all understand housing? That 40,000 leverages a mortgage, and the people can afford a mortgage. They put it in the budget. Don't step out there and grumble. The Honorable Colonel says we have no entitlement to housing. Of course we have entitlement to supporting housing. It's an economy we're building. Why are we sounding like that? Why anybody must accept you all talking to us like that? That we are not entitled, we don't want to be burdened, it's unsustainable, we're not doing it. You know, this is the context of what we're doing with right now in Montserrat, that the people cannot afford the policies that you all are talking about. What is your context? You should say your context. I'm saying mine. My context is that housing should not be described as a burden, nor that it shouldn't happen, because construction is one of the pillars of this economy. You have to do what you have to do. So speak positively about it and get some things done and not talk prematurely. How could it not be sustainable? And you want me to talk about you? You talk about live animals and high quality breeds. I listen to everything you say, Honorable Minister from Agriculture. And you reduced the tariff. Why have we reduced the tariff? Do you think reducing the tariff on live animals is going to get farmers to go and buy them? It could get other people. Tariff reduction means that you want other people to enter the market. Because you make it affordable for more people, either more farmers you need or more investors. So I could go and buy animals now too. It don't mean no protection for farmers. So don't tell me. Well, you say that. That's what I'm telling to you. You're not saying nothing about nothing. You're talking about farming. Say what you mean. I mean what you say. Now you say you're going to also introduce artificial insemination. That is contradictory of the policy of increasing high-quality breeds. Because if government is going to bring it in to help the farmers, but you're going to ask people to enter the market and buy high-quality animals, what's going to happen to the high-quality animals that they already went and invested 30, 40, 20,000? Madam Speaker, the opposition, they're the opposition now. They're getting antsy. You talk about the agro-processing plant. You say it's a plant, but in the budget statement, they say a unit, and the minister from Comes and Works says it's a center. And one of my constituents says it's a kitchen. So you all need to clarify which one it is, because 220,000 cannot build no agro-processing plant. 250,000 cannot build an agro-processing plant. It could build some equipment to put in a kitchen-like structure to do some agro-processing. So you have to start somewhere. Innit? You have to start. You don't want no criticism. Well, don't attack me. Don't tell me you're going to make a kitchen and then call it a center. Don't attack me.
Honorable members, let's have some order, please.
Continue, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want them to go on. It's okay. So housing is a necessary economic sector to support livelihoods. Don't write us off. Don't write us off. Don't write off the people of Montserrat. Madam Speaker, let me go to MCW. I will try not to repeat some of the visioning of the minister, because there's no money put against these visions of grandeur. MCW, that is vote 35, Madam Speaker. Solar panels. Thank you for publicizing that there are low tariff rates for solar panels on houses. Is it only across the river or everybody in Montserrat? I think it's everybody in Montserrat. I don't want to find nothing good to say about what you put here. Cybersecurity, Madam Speaker. The minister come up with cybersecurity. And I don't think the people of Montserrat want to be promoted as having pictures of children on their phone. It's not true. How you know? I think that was out of order. But let me tell you what you don't have. Why I'm against the cybersecurity bill you have. You don't have reasonable fees for penalties. These penalties, the minister believes that the highest possible fee, even if it's unpayable, it might as well say send them to jail, because there is nobody can pay those 150 million and so on. Some big Johnny McRoan figures, 150,000, 300,000. And the second thing he doesn't have, because the fees are unreasonable, the fees are only to create a deterrent. The second thing he don't have is in the budget, Madam Speaker, for cyber security, where you could go and talk about what people have on their phone. You don't have any standards for cyber security. Look up that one. There's a quality infrastructure in trade. So before you start to make rules for trade, and how does cyber security amendment in the penal code come to be under Ministry of Commons and Works? The penal code is under the legal department. You're not supposed to be amending the penal code, but they're allowing you a lot of things, and we hope it come out good for you. So we want to deliberately milk these people to pursue the pipe dream and charge these Johnny McRoan figures. Madam Speaker, let me move on. I don't want to say too much about MCW, because I know that our roads are in disrepair, and more and more so. But I see here that the amount for road rehabilitation and so on, down, decrease. So all these glowing terms you're using about roads, I don't know what we're going to do this year. I've already gone through that part. Yes. Madam Speaker, sorry, I'm getting to another page, so I have to. Vote 40, education. I like the hype. I like the hype program. I like the fact that the third part of the coin wasn't mentioned. There's an access road needed to the facility at the football complex. You should have put that forward and say something about it, because that's the #1 facility for sports in Montserrat. I don't know if you have a policy for time off on national duty. I remember that on the ferry, they were going to have group rates for sports people to continue to ply their trade, special rates. I don't know if that is possible on the aircraft. Gun smoke economics we're doing now. No discounts, no incentive for volleyball, basketball, football. I don't know if the golf people can get to Antigua anymore, but we are celebrating the sportsmen. No policy, no money on national service leave for these people. And I hope that you have applauded the Right Honorable Basil Morgan and awarded him with his gratuity as well. Madam Speaker, on the library, even libraries cut $46,000. That's program 403, $46,500 to be exact. Social services, I'm winding down, Madam Speaker. I'm just mentioning figures now. Social services, I really cannot understand, for the most part, what we're going to do. Obviously, I expect social services to be cut between 2020 and 2021, because I realized that the figure was boosted last year by the COVID project. The COVID project boosted those figures. But even compared to the year before that, 2019, that area is cut. That area is cut. And I think we need, from all those glowing encouragements that Honorable Kernan were giving us, that we really need to ban our belly. We really need to ban our belly, because I'm seeing at least $6 million cut in the social services 8.1 to be exact, because of the, I guess that's the booster. And the benefits are cut under the benefits line. So I don't know how the minister chose to be telling us to go to save money, and when rainy day come, you don't want to use the money. That is wrong, minister. When rainy day come is when the government ceases to operate, and civil society and the economy cannot operate, and then people are on their own. What we want to do is to save the economy and save the country. It's not the first part of your statement that was bad, it's the second part. Go and use your money. Honorable Conan says when you save your money and hard times come, you must then go and get your savings and use them. It's on the record. Well, he's asking me what you said. You said nothing wrong with it. Me not said nothing wrong with it. You're supposed to decide if something wrong with it. People decided something wrong with it. I believe it is wrong. Not something wrong with it. It is wrong. Less. So we have less help from services in 2021. So maybe that's why he's encouraging you to go find work and save your money. I don't want to say much more about that, Madam Speaker, because I'm painting the picture and they're trying to personalize it because they think their skin thinner than mine. Primary health care, that is improving a bit by 423,000. But let me get back to the Honorable Minister of Health. I don't care if he vexed or not. And all of them, all of the ministers who speak about hospital, either talk about state-of-the-art hospital or the hospital money ring fence, which we warn about, 15 million ring fence for whenever it's done. But we have to be honest, not honest, sorry, I don't want to use honest. We have to be transparent with the people of Montserrat. And if I'm wrong, the Premier could clarify when he rebuts or not, or the people could decide what they want to believe. When we talk about a hospital, let us not confuse hospital with healthcare system. A healthcare system which some people talk about as modern state-of-the-art is already in the making in Montserrat. In fact, the Cuban medical team represents and fills the systems for the healthcare system, fill the posts, the positions for the healthcare system that we are going to have in Montserrat. And I heard one of the ministers talking about cardiology, health, and MRI. Those are hopeful words, and I hope that they champion those causes. But let us be transparent that we are building, a hospital building, and we're going to decant the equipment that we're getting over the last 10 years up to now, the endoscopy and every piece of equipment you're getting are going to decant into the building. It's going to be a building that's being built to house what we have as our hospital currently in Montserrat. It is a building, and I want us to get that right. And the doctors are here because that is the system we have. And let us tell the people, be transparent, that this is... So the Honourable Minister have no authority to talk to me on health care or vaccine. I'll tell you why. Up to this point, the Honourable Minister has not told the nation, not me, people want to take the vaccine, but you have to lead. The Honourable Minister has not told the nation whether it's 70% of 2,500 people he wants, which is 1,750, or if he wants 70% of the population of 4.9, which is 1,946, or if he wants 2,500 as a percentage of 4,900 people, which is 51%. The minister has not said up to this point what is the strategy Montserrat is pursuing. The last time he spoke on this, he announced what the PAHO recommendations are. And of all the percentages I'm able to do, some of them could work, but the minister have not told the people of Montserrat if he want 3,430 people, or if he want 1,946, or if he want 1,750. So minister, don't talk to me about health care. You need to come clear, because you have not come back to the people. You don't have to, you know. I don't tell you have to do anything. You don't have to do anything. But secondary health care is down by 1.1 million. Tell them that too. That's why you didn't deal with any figures. Tell them that. If your conscience clear, just tell them the real story and what we're doing to help ourselves. That is all. That is all. Environmental health down by 9.6. So don't come and argue with me for doing my job. I'm doing my job. You don't have to be in that position, and you don't even have to listen. You could walk into a wall if you don't listen. So, Madam Speaker, let me check my time and summarize for you what I've said. Madam Speaker, I've been asked to echo the sentiments and the message of the opposition as set out by Honorable Donaldson Romeo and Honorable David Osborne. I have sought to analyze their inputs along with my own text against the figures presented by the government of Montserrat, current MCAP administration, to show that none of the spectacular imagery that is presented to us can be supported by the budget figures that have been presented, and that all departments have been cut in their services. I have shown that the public service is the only thing going on for Montserrat for the next year, and therefore the element of opportunity and all of this economic activity is not present. I have summarized what the honorable members have said, that we want something novel, and I've set out a few things that the ministers could have brought, and I don't know if the people of Montserrat can take the rough ride of this budget through the year, but I wish them luck. I wish us luck, but I know it's going to be a turbulent year. I've used the description of the gloom and doom of the international economy and the regional situation as highlighted by the Premier. But yet, Madam Speaker, we are interrupted and accosted for being transparent about the reality that Montserrat needs a roadmap, a proper roadmap that we undecidedly do not move from. And that doesn't have anything to do with the public sector budget, and we shouldn't be here debating the public sector budget as it's going to be the do-all and end-all for the people of Montserrat. There has been no case made for transport. There's been no case with figures presented for health. Transparency is lacking. No explanation on our policy position on MRI, renal services, heart, although it's mentioned. We have no position on, proper position on Twin Otter, Bank of Montserrat, Social Security. Hospital is muddled, giving the impression that we are creating a first-class, a state-of-the-art hospital when we are building a building to decant into, which was made clear from the first draft of the hospital plan, which was done since in the Ruben Meade administration. So if they said it existed, why we have to do another plan again? We have no clarity from the government side on the port. Honorable Lewis will continue tomorrow on these matters and summarize the issues of Dream Digital or Information Age. Honorable Lewis will continue after me, whatever time that is. I'm premature in saying tomorrow, Madam Speaker. Forgive me for that. He will continue whenever the House allows regarding the green energy thrust that was inherited, including solar, wind, and geothermal, and there is only lip service to these matters. we will continue to show that the private sector has been given no room to maneuver or no incentive in terms of an express policy, although we have heard about talks to Bank of Montserrat in particular, which of course could be a good thing for housing or maybe a new ferry. I don't know what it is. We have also not heard anything about alleviating the cost of the 11 million that they're suggesting they'll raise. And I'll end, Madam Speaker, to point out where the $11.8 million is. I welcome the members turn to program 206, Customs and Revenue. And if you look at income tax, you expect to increase from a collection of 8.8 million last year to 14.3 this year. On import duties, which would be a result of the tariff changes, you expect to increase revenue from import duties from 3.9 million to 6.75 million this year. On consumption taxes, you expect to have an increase in revenue from 7.6 million in 2020 to 10.5 million in 2021. You expect to also have increases in customs processing fee and arrears of taxes, increase in customs officers' fees, and an increase in royalties from quarries. And the total at the bottom, these are very good, these are very efficient, well done statistics by the Ministry of Finance. It shows you there clearly that the total revenue revised for 2020 is 26.57 million, and the revenue you expect from the 40% of Montserrat in 2021 is 38.41 million, for a grand difference of an increase in revenue of 11.8 million. Tell me what that is about. I rest, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just about 2 hours ago, Madam Speaker, a motion was moved by the Honorable Hogan and seconded by the Honorable Romeo for the adjournment of this Honorable House. And vote was taken, and the opposition was outvoted by the government, because obviously they have majority, Madam Speaker, and have proven to the public that they do not wish to agree on this matter with the opposition. Madam Speaker, the opposition would have its say, and the government would have its way. But, Madam Speaker, I think that set the tone nicely for me, Madam Speaker, because there is something else that the opposition and the government cannot agree on. Madam Speaker, the opposition and the government cannot agree on this budget. Madam Speaker, you would have heard from 3 speakers before me on the opposition side, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Romeo would have compared what the UK government is doing for its citizens in a time of COVID-devastated economy, Madam Speaker, and is calling on the government to do a similar program for Montserrat citizens. Madam Speaker, Honorable Osborne, Madam Speaker, has called on the government, Madam Speaker, and remind them when they spend government money on subsidies for certain services that the people must benefit. The savings must be passed on to the consumers, on to the people. That is what the policy is all about. Not for those persons running those services to pocket the savings. Madam Speaker, Honorable Hogan, Madam Speaker, he highlighted wrong policies at a wrong time. He also called for a roadmap to help achieve economic recovery because, Madam Speaker, all three speakers before me, and I now joining them, Madam Speaker, we agree that this budget cannot achieve economic recovery. Madam Speaker, I think it was the Honorable Hogan who said or referred to this budget as a doom and gloom budget. But Madam Speaker, I refer to this budget as a zero impact budget, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, many were glued to their radio and also to social media just recently on the 17th of June to hear what Montserrat 2021-22 budget presented by the Honorable Premier, to hear if it would deliver, Madam Speaker, to see if it would offer in any way an economic stimulus. Madam Speaker, I noticed that even when the ministers on the government side got the chance to present, I noticed that the speakers on the government side stayed clear of the details of the budget. Because, Madam Speaker, they know the devil is in the details. They know if they had gone through the details of the budget, that they would have exposed this zero-impact budget. So they choose not to go there. But, Madam Speaker, the opposition will go there. It's rough times financially for many of our people. Many of our residents are without jobs. Many cannot pay their bills. I'm not making this up, Madam Speaker. Many cannot pay rent. And many are struggling to maintain their mortgages. Madam Speaker, the lack of economic activity on this island is having a very grave negative impact on small businesses in all sectors. Not just tourism, but all sectors are devastated. Our economy is dead. Yes, I mean dead. And is desperately in need of an injection of stimulus of some kind to bring it back to, Madam Speaker, invigorate it and bring it back to life. Yes, Madam Speaker, I know it's not an easy road. I will not pretend it's an easy road, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know it's not an easy time for anyone that's leading, but Madam Speaker, the people have every right to have high expectations of those that are leading, because they would have voted for a government to govern in good times and in bad times. In times, challenging times like now. And we can't afford, Madam Speaker, to have a government that just say, as an excuse, time's rough, what do you want me to do? We have to find a way, or we expect the government to find a way. Madam Speaker, that is why the good Lord gave us brains. We have to use it in times when it's challenging, because you don't even need it when things are good. But use it when it's challenging. Madam Speaker, the sentiments of the public can be taken simply from a popular calypso that many of us knew too well. Captain, the ship is sinking. Captain, the seas are rough. Captain, should we sail on it? Or should we abandon ship? Madam Speaker, I submit today to this honorable House that some people have already abandoned ship. Some are actively thinking of jumping ship. While some have faith like Job, Madam Speaker, yes, faith like Job, so they are still on board. Still on board. But Madam Speaker, the people of this island continue to be pressured by this government by one flawed policy and reactive decision after another. Madam Speaker, I sincerely don't know how much more pressure the people can take. But I pray and I hope that we could find the strength to hold on in these difficult times. But as I said, I do not know how much longer. Does this government expect the people to hold on without work, with a constant rise in the cost of living? How much longer, Mr. Premier? How much longer? Before many more of the small businesses close down permanently. We cannot afford for businesses to close at this time. We cannot afford it because this would mean an increase in unemployment, more stress, more pressure. Madam Speaker, I took notice of the theme of the budget. Beyond the new normal, recovery, growth, and opportunity in the age of COVID-19. Excellent theme, Madam Speaker, excellent. If only that this budget was able to accomplish that. But Madam Speaker, the problem we face is that theme is contrary to this 206,090,500 budget, because this budget does not offer any immediate recovery of the economy. And the people are calling for immediate recovery. The people need recovery now. They need money now. They need to be able to pay their bills now. They need work now. Madam Speaker, this is a zero impact budget. Zero impact. Has no impact on the people, the little people that needs a job, that needs money to pay the bills. I'm not talking about the ones that are well off. I'm not talking about the ones that are well off, Madam Speaker. I'm talking about the ones that live from day to day, hand to mouth. Without recovery, will be no growth. So this budget would need to provide opportunities for recovery, but I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it anywhere in the budget, Madam Speaker. To recover, we need to create new jobs, reduce unemployment, so people have money to spend, and invest in Montserrat, so that people have money to spend with the local private sector businesses. That is what recovery is about, not big figures on a paper, not big figures in an estimate. Because, Madam Speaker, we know a lot of this money is going to go straight overseas from a lot of these large projects. We know that. Because we know the contractors will be contractors from overseas. We know that. Madam Speaker, despite this $69,748,500 capital assignment and a $136,342,000, Madam Speaker, $136,342,000 recurrent budget, the budget is still not offering any immediate opportunities of significance for businesses to see a pathway through recovery and survival. Neither is the budget offering any relief to help the people recover from this COVID-19 devastated economy. The plight of the people is made worse with the increases in cost of living on many food items, fuel at the pump, and building materials under this MCAP government. I know, yes, they will be quick to say that they are not responsible for all the increases, but they are responsible for increasing tariff on some of these items. So they did contribute to it. They contributed to the high inflation. Madam Speaker, Honorable Hogan would have touched on some of these projects. Madam Speaker, we are obviously happy to see and hear that some of these projects would move on. But most of this $33 million assigned to the capital side for the port development that is assigned for the year to be spent in the year of 2021-22 will not be realized, Madam Speaker. By the time a contract is awarded later this year, and with the time, take into consideration the time for mobilization. Madam Speaker, the year would be close to finished. Yes, Madam Speaker, we are already at the end of 3 months as I speak, 3 months into this financial year, and the budget is yet to be passed in this Parliament. Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm referring to the MCAP administration budget. Many years they said that PDM brings the budget late, but PDM never brings the budget this late. Never. And now the budget came as late as it has ever come before, and still it is a zero impact budget. Madam Speaker, if you even award the port in September, 6 months into the financial year, Madam Speaker, by the time they mobilize, I said, Madam Speaker, you'd have already used up most of this financial year. So it means that not much of that $33 million will be spent in the economy in this financial year. That is clear. And Madam Speaker, another thing I want to touch. It is not clear here, or anywhere in the budget, or anywhere in the speech of the Premier. Nothing is in place to prevent the same thing from happening that happened during the airport runway resurfacing, where very little local workers, who live here in Montserrat got employed. Madam Speaker, we stand a chance or run the risk of the same thing happening under the port project unless the government has clear policies to make sure that locals get employed, that a certain percentage of locals get employed. Madam Speaker, is this the philosophy of this government, to give the impression that things are happening whilst very few people locally receive employment? Is this the philosophy? When projects are implemented, we need to know that the people living here on island will be employed. While these projects are being implemented, makes no sense to have all these large figures in a budget estimate if the people that live here is not going to benefit during the construction. Of course, we know the benefit after the construction is completed. But during construction, we expect our people to be employed. The airport resurfacing and improvement project is assigned $10 million in this budget estimate. But the resurfacing is now completed. So, Madam Speaker, most of that will go to paying for jobs already done. Already done. So why is airport improvement, some aspect of it is ongoing? That other aspect is also already contracted and personnel already employed. So, Madam Speaker, there will be no further new jobs created. And it's important because when we see big figures in the budget, we need to be able to analyze how much of it will actually be spent going forward into the financial year, how much employment will be created, or how much of it will just be paid out for work already done. It's important. That's how you have to break down the figures to see if they have real meaning, to see if they will create any economic growth, any recovery for this financial year. Remember, the budget we're speaking of is referring to this financial year. And that is what I'm talking about. So, Madam Speaker, I don't want this government to go around at work creating a false economy and then digging this island further into a pit. I don't want the government to go around and say, we are doing better than they expect when they know we're catching hell. No, Madam Speaker, I want the government to focus. Focus. Drop the politics and focus. Madam Speaker, everybody is under serious pressure. But there's some, Madam Speaker, who are even more devastated by this COVID-19. And they really need, and is looking to this budget. They're looking to this budget to see if they can find anything that they will benefit from. That's what they're listening to this budget for. Everybody trying to see what's in it for them or what's not in it for them. Madam Speaker, it's good to see the A1 road here in the estimates at 3,284,100. Madam Speaker, again, the figures look good. But this money will not be spent without a hot mix plant. Madam Speaker, the hot mix plant is still undergoing construction, as I understand, and no one really knows when it will reach an island to be installed and commissioned. I heard the minister said it might reach in September, but then it still would need commissioning. You'll have to assemble it and commission it. And even then, by September, that will be 6 months into the financial year. So can we say then that perhaps of these $3 million, 284,100, that perhaps with only 6 months left in the financial year then, that perhaps, Madam Speaker, that only half of that will be spent. So you see again, all these figures that you see in the, that is given in the estimate, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could you actually remember to allow me to speak? I'm being disturbed, Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, please keep the noise down and pay attention to the honorable member who's on the floor.
Not because I'm highlighting that they're trying to trick the people, not because I'm highlighting that you're all trying to trick the people, to give the impression that all these money you put here, these high figures you put here, that all of it will be spent in this financial year. Be honest, all of it will not be spent. And that's because, one, these projects are at different stages of starting, and some are already completed. So you're only just paying out money for what's already done. This is why we're here, to analyze the budget estimates that's put before us. That's why we're here. Airport upgrade under CIPREG. That's another $3 million. From my understanding, this is already under construction. Already under construction. So if it's under construction, it already have people employed, and therefore no new jobs will be created after this budget is passed here today. No jobs will be created from this particular project because the people are already working. They're already there. They're already working. Madam Speaker, I just want to say something about the control tower, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to see that they continue the control tower. Yes, I'm happy. But, Madam Speaker, I heard, I think it was the Honorable Deputy Premier saying it would be the highest building on Montserrat. But the highest building, Madam Speaker, needs an elevator. Yes, you need an elevator. Honorable Premier will tell you that he have a little unfortunate incident and he can't even go one floor up to his office. He have to circle for down on the ground floor. So he would agree with me that you need an elevator, because if he had an elevator, he would be able to go to his office. He would be able to go to the office. You know what I mean? So he knows what I'm saying when I said, if you have the highest building in Montserrat, you have to have an elevator. Unless you're going to climb up, swing up something, I don't know. But you need to have an elevator. So when you boast about the highest building, don't forget that you have to have an elevator. The 2,413,700 for the 750 kilowatt solar will be spent on existing jobs. Madam Speaker, by the end of August or so, we expect this project to be completed. So it means then, and there are people already on the job, nobody is getting employed. So then again, this money you're seeing here, after the budget passed today or tomorrow or whenever, Madam Speaker, none of this money would go to creating new jobs. None of this money will go to creating jobs. You know how much I've gone through already? I've gone through, Madam Speaker, about $50 million worth of capital projects. And you can see most of it is not going to be spent this year. Who are they fooling? They're tricking the people. Tricksters, Madam Speaker. Tricksters. Magicians. Magicians, Madam Speaker. But they can't trick me. They can't trick me. They can't trick me. They can't trick me with no zero impact budget, Madam Speaker. Maybe if the budget has some substance, they could have tricked me. But if it's a zero impact budget, you can't trick me with that. Madam Speaker, under the local context, as presented by the Premier and Minister of Finance and Economic Development, just imagine, Madam Speaker, the first area mentioned, I thought, Madam Speaker, that it was the hospital is the flagship for the MCAP administration. I thought that was the flagship. But the flagship, Madam Speaker, the first thing mentioned as a new opportunity and initiative was the Montserrat Remote Workers Program. Madam Speaker, just as you say, Remote Workers Program, this budget is far from the truth. It is no way, Madam Speaker, no way that this budget is going to bring any economic recovery. Just listen, Madam Speaker. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. In the budget estimates, the remote workers' fees received by government for 2020-2021 is only $13,500. $13,500. And I would forgive that because it's just a startup here. But, Madam Speaker, what catch my eyes is the projected for 2021, 2022, and 2022, 2023. What's projected for the next 2 years? Very small amounts. I could forgive the first year. But you're telling me the second year you're only going to make 15,000, and the next year after that you drop back down to 13,500. Well. And this is a flagship program for the MCAP government. Madam Speaker, this sums it up. $42,000 in fees, Madam Speaker, over 3 years. And they boast about this program. As I said, I forgive them for the startup year, but they're the ones who are projecting that they're only going to make 15,000 the following year and drop down to 13,500 the next year. The small amounts. I told you already about this zero impact budget. You better listen. You hear that the minister said that one nobody coming on island and staying here for 6 months is equivalent to a cruise ship coming here. I don't know how you work that physics. It must be physics maths. Physics maths. Or maybe it's not the economy, it's the economy. The small amounts received in this first year of the program during startup is one thing. But, Madam Speaker, the small amounts the government is projecting to make in the 2 following years is evidence. Evidence. The government itself does not truly believe or have much confidence that this program will do well. It's not me make it up. It's what I'm reading in the estimates. And it's the government themselves that make that projection. Zero impact budget. So who did this program provide opportunity for? Who did it really provide opportunity for? An award of contract over 70,000 to promote the program plus other expenses, yet government will only receive 42,000 in fees over 3 years. The small amounts received in fees each year is an indication not many people are actually up or taking up the remote workers offer. The evidence of what is received and what is projected as expected is evidence that the promotion of the program was not effective and little impact. It had little impact, and therefore I can conclude was not good value for money. Not good value for money. In a sense, Madam Speaker, this remote workers program is what we refer to or call a WOFT, waste of time. I draw the conclusion from the projected revenues, which is an indication of a little interest being shown in the program. Little interest, but yet is the flagship program of this MCAP administration. $42,000 in fees over 3 years. Mention was made that the construction sector is expected to show growth in 2021, 2022 as public sector construction speeds up on several CPREG projects. But, Madam Speaker, I just said, or pointed out, that not much of those money would really reach the people on the ground anyway. What I find interesting here, Madam Speaker, is that these CPREG projects were the same projects that MCAP once categorically stated that they did not exist. I told you they are magicians, all of a sudden they find them. They find them. Honorable Romeo, did you show them where to find them? Madam Speaker, what is even worse, the implementation is slow. Slow. The good Premier, Madam Speaker, went on to say that there remains a certain level of private sector construction activity, but it is not, repeat, it is not expected to impact overall sector growth significantly. Many contractors and subcontractors, along with their construction workers, have been out of employment for a long time now. The Premier alluded to activities in the private sector, but these construction activities, as he stated, will not be significant. This is where I ask the question again, what has the government included in this budget, or what policies they have put in place to stimulate the private sector construction activities? The high increase in construction materials will further slow down private sector construction activities, as alluded to by the Honorable Cord Hogan earlier. Instead of providing additional help, I am still trying to figure out if this is a typo or mistake. But the Premier announced that his government is stopping the housing grants and replacing it with duty-free concessions and consumption tax up to $40,000. I really want to know if that's a mistake or if that's an intentional policy. Is that an intentional policy? This should have been in addition to the housing grant, not stopping the housing grant. Read it again. Read back the speech and you'll see it. You said that how, the Premier said that how they would implement this 40% of duty and consumption tax, and it will replace the housing grants because the housing grants is not sustainable. So maybe somebody needs to tell me it's a typo, and so the Premier read a typo. But if it's not a typo, this is what was said. This, once again, will be a big mistake made by this government, a big mistake. And Minister, you need to stand up. Honorable Minister of Housing, you need to stand up. Stand up and fight for the housing. You can't let the Premier do that. At least put it on record that you're fighting. I know you can't do him nothing because he's the leader, but put it on the record that you're fighting. Let's see you fighting. If we don't see you fighting, we're going to think you agree with him. Yet, another decision to stop something that's working well for the people of Montserrat. Another decision to stop something that was working well for the people of Montserrat. Stopping the housing grants is another deep failure by this MCAP administration. Failure again. Is this an effort to undermine the work being done by the Honorable Minister of Housing? Is the Premier undermining Honorable Constant Bufang? Madam Speaker, the Minister responsible for housing, for which a report, Madam Speaker, for which housing studies report are still outstanding. Still outstanding. We haven't received the studies from the consultants as yet. But maybe the Premier forget. Maybe forget. So he just say, well, maybe he just say, well, hey, let the Honorable Minister of Housing take a one day. He take a one day. The housing studies were commissioned by FCDO to inform the way forward for housing designs and to inform housing policies. Let's take these housing studies seriously. Let's not mess about why these housing studies are still outstanding. Let's not mess about. Because during consultation, Madam Speaker, many of us on the opposition and the government side were consulted. And Madam Speaker, I could tell you from the opposition side that we were consistent. When we say with all this high inflation rate, Madam Speaker, we were consistent in asking for an increase in the materials grant to move from 40,000 upwards. Not to remove it, to increase it so it could kind of cushion the inflation of building materials. That's why we wanted it increased to do, not to remove it. But I guess I'll wait for the results of the studies and see what come out of those studies. I was so disappointed to hear the Premier announce the end of the housing grant program, even without the report that was commissioned by FCDO being received. I expect that the Minister of Housing and the Honorable Premier to be talking and to be on the same wavelength. So how we get that one do? How we get that one slip through the Minister? Madam Speaker, it will be interesting to see the content of the housing reports from the consultants when they are finally submitted. It's not cheap politics, Mr. Premier. It's what you said in your own budget speech. You don't know what you said? I know somebody might help you write it, but you have to read it over and know what it put stupidness in there. You know what you said? You read stupidness? Nobody me up, you know. Hoping, Madam Speaker, that the announcement by the Premier
Honorable Lewis,
to replace the grant
Honorable
program.
Lewis, please remember to address anyone through the chair, not
To the
directly.
Speaker. Yes, Madam
to the
Speaker. I'll address you, the Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I hope the announcement by the Premier to replace the grants program does not derail the housing program in any way. Because I don't want that the DFID study Madam Speaker, that the consultants doing one thing, waiting to come back to government to discuss, and then they're hearing that the government already put in a different policy. That is confusing. They need to be on the same wavelength. They need to be on the same wavelength. The Ministry of Agriculture and, by extension, the government, Madam Speaker, is awaiting the completion of 2 studies, namely social housing model and one that will provide design for future social housing. So how could they come here and put in the budget speech that they're replacing the grant with a 40,000 duty-free tax and consumption concession? This should be in addition. I agree with them to put that in place, but it should be in addition to the material grants, so that this aspect of it would take care of the high inflation of recent times on construction materials, not to replace it. My God, not to replace it. Come on, man. Come on, man. This is not this is not no rocket science. This is not no rocket science. It's not my problem if you are not talking to one another. Go talk to one another and get it right. Get it right. Get it right. Had nothing to do with me. Get it right.
Honorable Premier, please refrain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me some pressure from the Premier there. Thank you for protecting me from the Premier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You catch him there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the housing grant program was God sent. It was God sent to the people, many of our people. It is the reason, the very reason why many persons were able to command a mortgage and complete their homes. My God, if you move it now, many people will not be able to build no house. Come on, man, Mr. Premier, change it, man, change it. Just admit a mistake and change it. What this government is proposing is a catastrophic mistake and will be a harsh blow to our people. Yet another hardship inflicted by this government. My God. The government needs to reverse this poor decision. It's a poor decision. And you see, sometimes you have to just accept that you make a poor decision and reverse it. Reverse this poor decision in seeking to stop the materials grant program. Reverse it. I say reverse it. Reverse it. You all don't even know why you are writing your own budget speech. You all don't even know. Go read it. Read it. If it's a mistake, come back and say it's a mistake. But go read it. Don't argue with me. Not me write it. And not me speak it when I not me give the speech. So don't argue with me. What I propose is that government should find monies to put into the housing grants program to help stimulate private sector construction. I'm proposing that. The opposition is proposing that. Put money in it to stimulate the private sector construction activities in a COVID-19 devastated economy. Yes, because the people in Lookout, Shinland, Davy Hill, and Drummonds were expecting this budget to bring some solutions, some housing solutions to their housing issues. But sadly enough, no housing solutions are present in this budget. Another disappointment from this zero-impact budget. Disappointment. We need a comprehensive housing program that is adequately financed. And that is what I know. That's why I'm saying we need to wait on the 2 studies. Don't go and just in isolation making up other things. Wait on 2 studies or just put money in existing programs you have there. Don't shut them down. Don't shut them down. The Premier boasts his government has gone further than the previous governments in order to stimulate activity in Corkhill, Weekses, Richmond Hill, and Foxes Bay by charging $10 for stamp duty in Zone C, $50 for processing, planning applications in Zone C until August 2025 on applications or registration of any land transfer in Zone C. Well, I commend the Premier for trying something. But, Madam Speaker, We have to be realistic. If the government is serious about development in that area, the following things must be done. So let me give him some advice. Funding of the electricity, to put electricity back over in that area, that has to be done. No individual could fund that. So you got to have fund that, and then people see electricity over there, and then get interested, right? So you have to fund the infrastructure to get electricity back to Karkil, the Karkil area. You have to fund, I'm not talking about the water that's over there now that you use to do other things, but you have to fund water that people can drink if they're going to live over there. So you have to get all that treated and so forth. You have to fund the general cleanup. There must be a general cleanup. We pushed the roads the other time there, and now go over there, some big tree in the road and so forth. I don't know if the bulldozer broke down or whatever, but you need to go and clean the roads, clear the roads again. There must be a general cleanup. Go clear the roads again. What incentive you have, you give incentive when people can't get to their house? You have to go do a general cleanup, fund it. You don't have all the money to fund all of it. Start small. Start small. Repair the roads and drainage. I sure the Honorable Minister, Deputy Premier would agree that the last time you go over there, the road's not good. But by the way, I don't know if he may ever go over there. You ever go over there, Honorable Deputy Premier? Madam Speaker, I wonder if the Honorable Minister ever go over there.
Question is irrelevant at this point.
No, I didn't want you to answer me. I just addressing you. I have to address you. Because the roads need repairing and you need to put in new drainage. Madam Speaker, the last time heavy rain come, a whole excavator got washed away. Not half the excavator, the whole thing got washed away, Madam Speaker. So we need proper access over Bellum if people to go back and live over there. We need proper access over Bellum. That's a must. So people are not going to take this incentive serious if the minister or the government don't include all of these recommendations that I'm providing here for him. If you really want to be serious about that, you have to do this. So what you did there is okay, but you have to do this in additional if you really want people to take you serious. In terms of getting government projects underway, it is taking far too long, and the process is way too slow. Yes, it seems to be business as usual approach, as no extra effort or urgency to speed up these projects to actual construction is being shown in some areas. Here we are 3 months out of the financial year, already behind us. Only 9 months left, 6 more months left in this calendar year, and people are still waiting to see where their next job is coming from. Madam Speaker, I hear a lot of talk about not having to depend on DFID or FCDO as it's now called. And of course, that is good, that is good. But what about when the government have something that they could do that they don't need to depend on DFID for, and they're still not doing it? Look, they have something they could do that don't require DFID, and they're still not doing it. I'm sure they will say they don't know what I'm talking about, so let me tell them. The government accommodation project is something that could have given a quick boost. It could have given a quick boost. And we listened and heard nothing as this zero impact budget did not address the status of the government accommodation project. This project, if funded by the Bank of Montserrat, will create much needed employment and social security contributions. It is a project that requires local funding from an institution of which government of Montserrat has the largest share, yet we hear nothing about it from this government. But yet, you hear the rhetoric that they want to do things that they don't need to depend on DFID or FCDO, and they have one right in front of their face, and they ain't doing jack squat about it. Agriculture. It is stated that agricultural sector is expected to return to growth in 2021 on the assumption that there will be no reoccurrence in the drought or supply chain issues that affected livestock production due to COVID-19. But we don't have control over drought. We don't have the control of drought. The most we could do is mitigate against the drought. We can't control it. So, Madam Speaker, the government is aware that the previous poor performance of the agricultural sector has been attributed to several droughts and storms that have impacted production. Even though the government knows this, nothing is in this budget to mitigate against the dry season and help those who rely on agriculture to make a living. For instance, there is no mention of any money to build dams. Was there any mention of that? No. No mention of money is allocated to supply farmers assistance adequate irrigation. As a matter of fact, the last time some irrigation was given out, many of the main farmers said they did not receive any. They say it's the backyard people and receive it. Not me say so, I did not make it up. What they tell me. There is also no mention, well, a few of them say they got a few rows of irrigation. After the backyard people get them and they go and make nice, you give them a few rows. So, if I lie after them, what they tell me. Madam Speaker, there is also no mention of any policy decision or funds to subsidize the high cost of animal feed to make it affordable to our farmers. Let me repeat that. There is also no mention of any policy decision or funds to subsidize the high cost of animal feed to make it affordable to our farmers.
Minister Buffon, please contain yourself. Minister Buffon, please contain yourself.
In the case of crops destroyed by storms, how does this government intend to help with that? Will the CRIF cover that? Will they extend the CRIF to cover that? The CRIF insurance, will they? I additionally notice no money is placed on the agriculture infrastructure development in the estimate. Don't know if it's placed elsewhere, but I noticed that no money was placed on the agriculture infrastructure development. Therefore, no money is to fix the feeder roads so that our farmers can get to their farms. So tell me then, how does the government intend to get agriculture back to a stage to show growth if the Minister of Finance is not putting adequate finance in agriculture? I don't know. Somebody needs to tell me. Furthermore, small islands hold a disproportionately large amount of the world's threatened biodiversity and face severe challenges in balancing conservation priorities, environmental protection, and economic development. The small size but high biodiversity value of many islands provides the potential for a high return on investment in species conservation. Montserrat, unlike its OECS and CARICOM member states, does not qualify to access the Green Climate Fund and other such funding simply because it is a British overseas territory, and the British contribute to that fund. The majority of the UK biodiversity is within its overseas territories. So by that token, this budget should have provided substantial funding to government and Montserrat, to the government of Montserrat and the British government partnership to conserve and preserve our islands' rich biodiversity and create jobs in the process. Yes, this is another way to create jobs, but we have to push for it. And we have to let the British know that seeing that we cannot benefit from the Green Climate Fund and those other funds that they contribute to, that they would have to provide funding directly to deal with this biodiversity, which is the largest part of the UK the biodiversity is right here in the overseas territories. Well, coming to this one, I think this one is kind of obvious, because I did speak to it when I said whether or not we should sail on the ship or abandon ship. I did speak to it. And the Premier himself in his statement said or stated that there is a possibility that immigration by non-nationals who work in the tourism sector or auxiliary industries will cause a decline in both the population and labor force. For your information, both non-nationals and Monserratians from all sectors, some of them, Madam Speaker, have already abandoned ship, and others are lining up to do the same unless the economy is kicked into gear very soon to include new jobs creation. Population will get smaller. People will go, because if they can't find jobs, they can't pay the bills, they can't pay the rent, they will go. They will try something somewhere else. And if they do that and they go, it will be more problems we have with the Social Security, because we already don't have enough people paying in. And if more people leave, we have a greater problem on our hands. In the Honorable Premier presentation, he mentioned inflation levels are expected to increase into 2021 as the global fuel and food prices are expected to rise. He went on to say also that Montserrat is currently experiencing increased prices at the pumps and shops, and this could potentially continue. The big question here is, what is the government, or what will the government do to address the inflation levels caused by increased prices, some from the rise in costs globally, and others inflicted on the people by your own very government? Your own government. Will your government reverse the tariff increase you recently implemented that is creating further hardship on the people along with those other global increases? I put it to you, Honorable Premier, that your timing on these increases is poor, and I dare say heartless. What is the plan to deal with the rise in prices caused by global increases? What is the plan to ease the burden on the people? Will it include price control, amongst other things? Will you implement any relief program to help the people cope? Do you understand, Mr. Premier, that people's disposable incomes are all but used up? Honorable Premier, you planned also to legislate further hardship on the people by legislating an increase in Social Security contributions on the people. But I want to say, Madam Speaker, that the Premier has time to think about this. Because when this recommendation was made, it was made before COVID-19. We did not have COVID-19. Now we have that devastated, COVID-19 have devastated the economy. I don't know if this will still be the recommendation from the actuary. Because people, as I tell you, high inflation, increase in tariff, and now, how are they going to afford an increase in Social Security without an increase in salary? How are they going to afford that? I don't know. Somebody tell me if they know. Because there's no salary increase that I know of, or any other relief for workers. None of that. I didn't see any of that in this zero-impact budget. So how will people cope? How will they cope? Some of these things you may want to bring them, but you may have to relook them and look at other ways and other means to make this, to get this funding raised. Not only one way to skin a cat. As your government, Madam Speaker, has your government engaged FCDO on these issues of high inflation and the timing and affordability of Social Security contribution increases? As I said again, when that recommendation was made, it was before COVID-19. So the economy and all the situation was different. Why is the government giving the impression that the people of Montserrat can survive all these increases and inflationary costs on small salaries? Don't give that impression, because that is not true. People, disposable income dry up. They don't dry up. Relief and business support. Mention was made of a business case the government put forward to FCDO in the late March 2020 for £2.5 million to tackle the crisis. We are still in a crisis, and the negative impact now is worse than in 2020. Therefore, I call on the Premier to make another case to FCDO for adequate relief and stimulus. There is nothing left to squeeze out of your people, Mr. Premier, nothing left. You already squeezed everything dry out of them, nothing left. Disposable income have dried up, and many are not even working. The Premier did mention that without the 9,355,280 of relief in 2020, the economy would have contracted by even greater percentage. That's his own words. Therefore, it stands to reason that if an even larger stimulus is not received in 2021-22, the economy will further contract significantly. To date, the 150 offered to children with last relief, I was surprised and taken back when a few parents met me the other day, said, yes, the parent got their 900, but they're saying that their children have not received a cent. And I was told that there was a particular method used to make sure that no child get left behind. But somehow, some people are saying that although the parent got the money, that for them, the 900, that none of the children got the 150. None. And I'm really ashamed because I came here several times out and asked questions, and I know that at one time, the department extended the time, and with all of that, still confusion, can't get it fixed, can't get it right. Why? Why? The 120,000 direct finance shall support grants for small business, giving relief program remains insignificant and inadequate. The local private sector has been devastated by the effects of COVID-19 on the economy and with the lack of local economic activities. I listened to the budget presentation about government wanting to make doing business in Montserrat easier. But if the government is serious about this, they would have to start with significant improvements in the way government do business with our people and local private sector. Government has been extremely delinquent, yes, delinquent in making payments to locals for services provided. Several months after receiving the service, government still has not paid payments. And in following up on the status of their payments, some people are given the runaround. It is as if nobody is accountable. Wild West, nobody accountable. With constant finger pointing and no solution to this issue provided. Where you are running a Wild West civil service? Nobody responsible for nothing? God damn, man. How, therefore, can government talk about making it easier to do business?
Lewis, I know you're passionate about the matter, but be careful with unparliamentary responses.
Yes, Madam Speaker. How, therefore, can government talk about making it easier to do business when it is the biggest culprit in making doing business more difficult? Government is the biggest culprit, not paying people when people provide the service. Probably this is one area for public sector reform. But under this government, Madam Speaker, the government lose $11 million when the grid program get caught up in a gridlock. It was closed down. Closed down. So then how are we going to get this reform that we so badly need? How will we get? I heard the government minister, some of them said they're going to bell some kind of cat. So I don't know if, I don't know which cat they're going to bell. But Madam Speaker, one thing I know is that nobody ever explained this 11 million. And I don't even know if the Premier have the testicular fortitude to bell any cat. What cat you go bell, Madam Speaker? But if you bell the cat, I'll definitely support him. Because you can't just leave and lose $11 million just like that and nothing go. Nobody said nothing. I mean, what kind of country we run in? A Wild West? Bell the cat if you bell the cat, but bell it good. Bell the cat. Can't let the cat better than you. Bell it, man. Bring it into subjection. In this budget, an announcement was made of a small business stimulus of $1.1 million, which include $500,000 in loans and $600,000 in grants to be given to new businesses. New businesses. So this government forget about the struggling existing businesses. What about the struggling existing businesses? Did the government not consider that they too are struggling and in need of assistance? Come on. You forget about them. You're going to have the problem if they start laying off workers, because you is who the people are going to come to ask a job. And you are done so that you all have the jobs and the government forgive them, no entry-level jobs. And the other jobs you are going to give them to TCs and other people from overseas. So then it's important that you make sure and help the private sector to keep these people employed. It's going to be your headache. It's going to be your headache when they get laid off. It is clear from this lackluster zero-impact budget just presented by this government that they are not taking the private sector seriously. Does this government understand the level of stimulus needed to assist the private sector? The private sector businesses have taken a sustained harder hit than at any other time before. It will take a lot more than $600,000 in grants to aid recovery. And it will take in excess of the $9 million the Premier spoke about from last year, the government receiving relief and stimulus to even scratch the surface of dealing with the economic fallout experienced by the private sector. I know that some politicians just like to talk about private sector because it sounds good, and every time they should do something in the private sector, they cop out. Cop out. Business cannot retain staff without significant financial injection. Some on the verge of closing, and others are barely surviving. A greater effort is needed to save businesses and jobs. The government has not given the criteria. They have not even given the criteria to qualify for its small and inadequate grants facility. Nor have they stated which sectors amounts are to be given this limited help. Because the last time when we thought that all the sectors were getting, next thing people say only tourism, and after the confusion, so we're not going to take it that this means our sectors. They need to say what you mean. Say what you mean. You're not going to fool the people the second time around. Say what you mean. We're also waiting for the government to indicate what the grant can be used for. The last time we had confusion on that again. The last time grants were given by this government, there were too many conditions and limitations on what the grant can be used for. These conditions government placed on the grants prevented business owners from using it to do legitimate business activities, such as loans. Loans, that's a legitimate business activity. So why you say people can't pay loan if things nothing happening for the business and they have the loan to pay? Why you wouldn't support them using the money to pay loan? Come on. You can't pretending to be helping but not helping. They should be able to replace supplies or make business adjustments to adapt to an ever-changing situation, as long as it is legitimate business activity. With the drought in this economy, yes, with the drought this economy is experiencing, and with predictions, according to the Premier, of uncertainty going forward, any government loan given at this time would need at least 1 year initial grace period before the business can start making payments, given the economic activities are at a standstill, and that job retention should be, but is not a priority for government at this time, but it should be a priority. In determining the repayment of any government loan various factors such as the performance of the economy and the business itself must be monitored and assessed over that 1 year to determine if the grace period is to be extended. And I'm sure you can do this on a case by case. That is if you say you really care and you really want to help. Procurement. There's much hype by this government about improving the procurement regulations and laws. And let me commend them for that, because we should always seek to improve procurement regulation and laws. However, based on information provided in this parliament, it is under this very government that procurement rules were broken in awarding a remote workers promotional contract. To date, that cover-up has not been fully explained or addressed. And you see sometimes people use procurement when it's appropriate and when it suits them. We must not use procurement as an excuse to break the original agreement with the government cleaners that was set up under a previous MCAP administration. Where at that time, I could tell you, because I was the president of the union at the time, and I could remember this is what the government said of the day, that as long as these cleaners form a co-op, they will get a subvention, similar to how you have MICA set up and they get a subvention every year. There was no discussion about no tendering every year, no tendering, whatever. And it lasted 2 years under the same MCAP government, and under PDM we acknowledge and honor the arrangement for 5 years, so that's 7 years. And now all of a sudden, with MCAP back in, I expect that they will continue to honor their own arrangement. But I'm hearing now that the cleaners were coerced and forced and threatened that if they don't sign a 1-year contract, they're not going to pay them no money. So because they need a little money, they had to go and sign a contract under duress. This is what Montserrat come to. This is what Montserrat come to. This is what Montserrat come to. You are using your positions to walk and trample on poor people. To walk and trample on people that you believe don't understand what's going on, so you could take advantage of them. What a shame. Now I'm hearing after they forced them into this 1-year contract that they have bids out for people who are interested to come and bid, protect where the people in job. They might advertise and think that's something good they might do. That's something good? If I know good for you, take them to talk them something after social media. These workers were told that they will not lose their job. They will get a subvention every year. And now, you are gone back on your promise to the people. Why? Why? You didn't have to touch them. What you touch them for? What you touch them for? When you do your hanky-panky, nobody trouble you, left the people alone. Over 30 people under this MCAP administration is likely to be sent home and lose their job because they break the promise. They break the agreement. The government, when I hear the Honorable Hector this morning, sounds so powerless like she crying, that even though the Premier had an intervention, even though the leader of opposition had an intervention, even her herself had an intervention, that the persons responsible for administering this couldn't give a rat, whatever, Madam Speaker. They're still going forward with taking advantage of the people. So the government is self-powerless. They can't even get the people in the public service to do the right thing. Powerless. So I call on the governor. He can't get away from this one because he's the governor. He comes under the office of deputy governor to deal with this. So the governor have to intercede in this. And somebody need to let the governor know what the original agreement was. These were people that was working with government and was outsourced. Outsourced. They were outsourced and told that their jobs would be protected. And all of a sudden now, lies. Some politicians lie.
Honorable member, Please refrain from using unparliamentary language. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, the people are crying foul. I hope the word foul is parliamentary, because the people are calling foul. Because there is no fairness, no justice, no equality, no accountability, and no transparency. If you compare what the government is doing with the cleaners' services and other services, you will see there are red flags all over. Red flags. The cleaners were forced into a one-year contract. Then immediately after contract was up, the services are to be tendered out. Yet, Madam Speaker, yet, follow me, follow the money. The garbage collection and the school bus services are given at least 5 years contract. And I'm not finished yet, Madam Speaker, follow me. People are calling foul. But Madam Speaker, that is not all. Both the garbage collection services and the school bus services contracts were up several years ago. One over 2 years, one over 3 years. Yet the operators continue to operate and are being paid without a contract and without the services being tendered. Chairman. Madam Speaker. These are the type of questionable activities this government is involving under this Premier and his cabinet. They are all collectively responsible. You too, Parliamentary Secretary, you have to stand up so that people will see that you stand up. Yes, I know you're trying your best behind the scene, but they're not going to see that. You have to publicly stand up for the people, publicly, so they could hear for themselves.
Stop sitting on the fence.
You might jump off the fence, don't sit up on the fence. And if a barbed wire, he might cut you up. Collectively responsible. These areas that the government must pay more attention to if you talk about procurement, transparency, and good governance.
Mothers and children.
Port development. What a lovely project. Madam Speaker, the MCAP administration, whilst they were in the opposition, were very critical about the port design and the location. One time I am here, the Premier said the port project is one of the worst projects that we ever come up with. Right? You know what I mean? And we take our licks because we are accustomed to get licks, because we take it and we just, you know, we move on. They also heavily criticized the size of the port, saying it was too small. And remember when the now minister, you see, it's one thing, when I was there, he was hitting me and choking me, right? He even said that he now got, if he win the election and he's placed on my communication and works, that he never find some money, right? For put more money for build the port, just like how he find money for pay for the promotion of the remote workers, find some money for put with the port. But instead,
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
they find international funds, Madam Speaker.
Point of order.
Madam Speaker, I never made no such comments, and the honourable member need to stop breaking the sixth commandment.
What is the point of order?
He is attributing statements to me that I did not make.
And which standing order is that, madam?
Honorable Mr. Romeo, I did not allow you the chance to speak. Thank you. Honorable Leader of the Opposition, please try to keep your comments straight and above board. Thank you.
My comments are straight and above board. It's not my problem that he's forgetful, conveniently forgetful. Politicians must stop being conveniently forgetful. When you say something, stand up bold. Stand up bold with your words, them. None of when you get licks, you come to you don't remember saying it and not recall.
Madam Speaker.
Point of order.
I'm going to keep doing. The honourable member needs to stop saying things I did not say, I did not remember. I said I did not make those statements, not that I did not remember making them. It's not my fault he does not understand English.
On both sides, I'm going to ask that we operate as the honorable members that we are. I know we can. Mr. Honorable, I'm not speaking to, I'm now addressing the House, so everybody else should not be speaking. Honorable Hogan. Madam Speaker is in charge of the House, and if I have made a ruling, I do not expect that members are going to be challenging and making assertions. And you are still doing it because I'm speaking and you're still trying to speak to me. So you're still speaking, which is highly disrespectful. Challenging the speaker, everybody else has stopped. You are still carrying on. I know that it has been a late and long hour and that we're probably tired, but that does not excuse our behavior on both sides. So I'm going to ask the Honorable Leader of the Opposition to continue.
They further stated that if they win the election, they would find additional funds and will review the project. They made it as if they had this under control and would not require any help from the UK benefactors. They won the election. And the person that criticized the port the most and said he would find additional funds is now in the right position with the responsibility for the port. 2 weeks into the new jobs, the minister made a public announcement that he is reviewing the port design and size of that.
Point of order. Point of order.
Madam Speaker, as long as the honourable member keeps mentioning that I made those statements, I'm going to interrupt him. He's just reading. I did not make those statements, and he keeps reading that I said I did that.
Your objections are noted, Honourable Minister of Commerce and Works. I am going to allow for the continuation of the debate to go on seamlessly. Right after I hear from Honourable Romeo, what's your...
I don't know if it's in my place, but I observed something.
You're standing, you're sitting and speaking to the
Madam
Speaker.
Speaker, I heard the Honourable Leader say, the Minister, I didn't hear him say, the Minister of Commerce and Works. And the last statement he said the Minister.
Honourable
Okay.
Romeo, I'm not going to prolong this. And I am not going to entertain this back and forth between the Honourable Minister or the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. And so I'm going to ask that we continue on. Mr. Lewis, can you continue?
The truth hurts. The truth hurts. Must be careful what you say. Because when you come back to haunt you, see how it hurts? The truth hurts. So let us see what the outcome of this review is. According to the budget speech, it was said that together with the engineering contractor, Stantec, the Consulting International Limited, they and the government successfully revised the original concept design that they met to provide the people of Montserrat with the minimum size facility which can safely meet our development needs. So this is what this government thinks of our development needs, with the framework of the minimum possible. That they said that too because them read it. When you're reviewing something, you should make it better, not make it worse. You don't make it worse. You try to make it better. Just like how you review the site for the solar project, and instead of put the project to the side of the runway that is what it was designed to do, you decide you're going to put it right in front of the runway. You review it and make it worse. You make the site a worse site. They review the ferry service and make the ferry disappear. Now it seems like they're reviewing the housing material grants, and that too will disappear. Only magicians and disasters make things disappear. I'm not calling nobody no magician, but I know this budget is a disaster. Hubeck's dead. They boast of implementing all the PDM projects, but keep making those projects worse than they met them. They boast of the control tower as high as building on Montserrat, but it seems they reviewed the project too, and I understand now they see the elevator disappear too. Since they're so good at making things disappear, I would like to see them make this COVID-19 just disappear. But I hope that, like how they were saying, no $200 million available to do projects, and they finally find it, I hope they would not make the $200 million disappear without implementing the projects. With all the old talk MCAP had about geothermal, they wanted to sling me up on a cross. Now that they're a year and a half, I thought by now they would have built the geothermal plant. 1.5 years into, they ran and no attention or thought, even given to the geothermal by this slick talking team when they were in opposition. Under the previous administration, we had completed early market engagement to inform the decision going forward and share the information with the British, requesting that at least they make a part investment to ensure affordable electricity at the end of the day to the people of Montserrat. Sadly, the election brought our efforts to an end. But I'm not hearing anything about geothermal. The men with the loudest voices on geothermal are now dumb. They've gone very silent on the subject, yet they speak loosely of energy security. Government is continuous, they like to say. So continue the geothermal. Continue it. I know that this zero impact budget speech only had small paragraphs on roads and bridges, despite the roads have deteriorated and urgently require repairs. No mention was made of the long-awaited hot mix plant. I hope that have not disappeared. A and C access, connectivity, and regulations. Madam Speaker, Honorable Hogan went through that. And I think Honorable Romeo touched on that as well. No details were given on A and C access, with both being so critical to our island. The ferry on the sea access side provided movement for many at an affordable ticket price and was responsible for moving thousands of people during Carnival in December and St. Patrick's celebrations outside the regular runs. The ferry also shipped cargo for businesses and people at a much more affordable cost as it facilitated trade between Montserrat and Antigua. If the government intends to have Carnival and St. Patrick's anytime going forward, what will be the means of moving large numbers of people from Antigua to Montserrat? Will it be the helicopter that they get the last time when they're dealing with the resurfacing of the airport? The ferry provided revenue for government. Since government stopped the ferry service, we have not heard any proper plans for access in general. Passengers traveling are now subjected to higher fares, contrary to what was promised by this government. Fool the people again, they trick the people again. For some time now, the reintroduction of the Twin Otter service to date is just all talk, with no action taken by this administration to make it a reality. Fiber to the homes, Madam Speaker. All of us want fiber to the home. Madam Speaker, I would like to commend the two telecoms companies, Lime and Digicel, for taking steps to build the fiber cable network to get fiber to the homes here in Montserrat. This large investment by each telco company is made with the understanding that in addition to the concessions on equipment, government would make a contribution, an additional contribution. I have not seen anywhere in this budget where this is budgeted for, but maybe it's hidden somewhere. So when the Premier gets up to summarize, I hope he would point out this one to us. So I look forward to finding out if the government will honor the requests of the telcos. Is the government I see boasting about possibility of being most connected? So the government need to honor the requests of the telcos and help them out because they're making heavy investments of their own. Madam Speaker, the youths have been let down horribly by this MCAP administration. They promised them a lot, but deliver little. After much promise to them, there are still no entry jobs or entry-level jobs in government. There is also no space on the HYPE program for young people to enter the program. One thing I'm happy to hear, though, is that the 500,000 additional they get, that would allow them to take on additional youths. So that one is a positive. In sports, there is a need for a national sports policy that allows time off for government and private sector workers who are contracted to regional teams for at least a year. Yes, they get time off for 2 months, 3 months, but I'm talking about in situations where they're contracted to regional teams for a year. For example, a player or cricketer contracted to the Leeward Islands team, and that contract lasts a year. We need to make sure that the policy there that support the development of our cricketers, our sportsmen, regardless to what sports they're playing. This policy, Madam Speaker, must make allowance for all the sportsmen and women taking part in regional international meets. Several of our athletes have missed out because they cannot get the time off. We need to change that. We need to do better than that. We need to do better than that, Madam Speaker. And I'm happy to hear that the 2 persons who may have laid off recently from the apprenticeship for sports, that there's something being done for them, and chances are they might be back there again on the apprenticeship program. Let's hope that that's work out. Madam Speaker, after analyzing the 2021-22 budget, the opposition, Madam Speaker, has no confidence that the 2021-22 budget will create recovery. The opposition have no confidence that this budget will create growth in 2021-22. The opposition have no confidence, there is no confidence that opportunity will be created for existing private sector businesses in this budget. No confidence that new jobs will be created for the people who are waiting for jobs, Madam Speaker. And no confidence budget, zero impact budget, Madam Speaker. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, what the people of Montserrat were presented with was a budget that falls way short of what was expected and what is needed to get our island moving once more. We have here on our hands a zero impact budget. There is this move to blame COVID littered throughout the budget. What COVID did, Madam Speaker, is that it showed us who our leaders were and who they are. And with this administration, we have seen time again, they are incapable of leading Montserrat through true prosperity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, following that field day, I move motion for the adjournment of this Honorable House until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, God's willing. Tommy? Madam Speaker, I think tomorrow will be another long day, but my colleagues are saying that they need an extra hour sleep. So if you don't mind, we'll start tomorrow at 10 o'clock instead of 9. I personally don't mind, but they want to stay at 10, if that's okay with us.
I recognize the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, the government do what it wants, but I thought that we were told to finish our presentation. When we asked for extension to go the next day, they said, no, let's finish all the debate. Now the Premier is saying he needs time to debate, to prepare to debate. But I mean, I'm just showing that we're not treated equal. That's all I want to show, and I'll sit down.
I never said I wanted time to debate, Madam Speaker.
To be seconded. I recognize the Honorable Deputy Premier.
Madam Speaker, mic on.
Nobody. Her light is off.
A deferment? Or a deferment? Or is adjournment?
Madam Speaker, I would like to second the motion for the adjournment of this honorable House, and I'm proposing that we strike a compromise and come at 9:30.
The motion on the floor is for 9 o'clock. So we need a seconder for that motion. I recognize the Honorable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the motion for the adjournment to 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable House be adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Then the ayes have it. This Honorable House has been adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.